Front matter: the witness, a forensic audit of the fence, and the memory of the open veldt. Title page: the witness, a forensic audit of the fence, and the memory of the open veldt. Pride D. Mpofu. Copyright, an edition copyright 2026 by Pride D. Mpofu, all rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced or transmitted in any form or by any means without written permission from the publisher. No names and identifying details have been changed. The stories are true. First edition, 2026, printed in South Africa. Dedication for Maya, who saw the fence before she could name it. For her mother, who asked the questions I could not answer at the time. For Brittany, this is for you too. For every child who forgot that they were a person before a piece of paper validated that. And for every foreigner who has ever stood in a queue, clutching a bundle of papers, hopping for a stamp. You are not a file, you are a witness. Epigraph. Freedom is not a simple word. The real question is, are you free, or are you dom? PD Mpofu. A note on how this book came to be, my love. Let me tell you a secret. The book you are holding was not written in a library. It was written in the silence after a conversation I could not finish. One weekend, when I came to visit you, I was doubled over with a pain in my stomach that I could not explain. Your mother wanted me to go to the clinic. I could not go. Not because I was stubborn, because I had no medical aid, because I had no cash, because my passport said I belonged somewhere else and my visa was already wrinkled from being checked at every roadblock. I could not afford to be seen. I could not afford to be sick. While I lay on the mattress, clutching my abdomen, the television played news of xenophobia, burning shops, men with pangas, families running. Your mother was outraged. She asked me questions I could not fully answer. Why does this keep happening? Why do people turn against the foreigner? How did we get here? What is the history that makes a man's legs illegal without a stamp? You were in the room, you did not speak, but I noticed you. You were lost in our conversation, the way a child gets lost when the adults forget she is listening. Your eyes moved between us. You were absorbing something I could not yet name. I could not answer your mother well, the words would not come. I knew the facts, the Land Act, the past laws, the compounds, but I did not know how to make them speak to her outrage or to your silence. After I left, the questions followed me. I could not sleep, so I began to write, not a book at first, just answers, one answer at a time. What is the fence? Where did it come from? Why does it still stand? And what did the ancestors know that the visitors tried to bury? But in the silence, years later, I realized you were born into these fences. You had been given a map that I had not drawn, and no single conversation could erase it. All I could do was write the history of how the map was made, and hope that knowing it would help you see that it was never the territory. This book is the record of those answers. It is a forensic audit of the fence, but it is also a father's attempt to explain the world to the woman who gave him a daughter, and to the daughter who will inherit both the fence and the memory of the open veldt. You are the witness, my love. You saw the fence before you could name it. Now you will learn how it was built, and how it can be seen, walked through, and outgrown. This conversation was the doorway. The letters that follow are the rooms. Prologue: the day I saw the fence. Again, my love, let me tell you about a memory that came to me in the silence. We were staying at a small complex on 6th Avenue. You were young, still young enough that the world was a mystery you were still learning to name. I was watching you from the step. You had a toy car, red and yellow, the kind you push with your feet. You were running it back and forth along the pavement, tracing the same short line. The gate was open. The street stretched beyond the corner. There was space, real space, open space, just meters away. Why don't you go around the corner? I called out. There's more space. You looked up at me, your brow furrowed. You said, no, Papa, I can't go there. White people stay there. I felt something crack in my chest, not because you were wrong, because you were right, according to the map you had been given. You had never read a history book. You had never heard of the Group Areas Act or the Bantustans or the pass laws. And yet the fence was already inside you. The geometry of the cage had been drawn before you could speak. I spent half an hour trying to explain that a person is not defined by the color of their skin. I thought I had solved the problem. I thought I had pulled the fence out of your mind. I watched you run the car around the corner, tentative at first, then faster. I smiled. I thought the work was done. I am a visitor in this land. My passport says I belong somewhere else, a country I left when I was young. I have stood in the queues at Home Affairs, holding my breath while an official flips through pages, searching for a stamp that proves I am allowed to be the father of a child born on this soil. Your mother is a Mokana of the Free State, Sesotho, rooted here for generations. You belong here in a way I never will, not by paper but by bone. And yet there I was, a man with an expiry date on his belonging, watching his daughter refuse to leave a 3-meter yard because the fence had already moved into her head. That is what this book is about, not the fence you can see. The fence you cannot see because it lives inside you. The visitors came with ships and Bibles and treaties. They drew lines on dirt and called them borders. They wrote laws that turned free people into tenants. They built churches that turned sovereign minds into believers begging for permission. And they did not stop there. They took the same architecture, the fence, the permit, the compound, the tax, the calendar, the creed, and they applied it to everything. Land, water, time, money, education, news, even the way you pray. They did this over 400 years. Not overnight, not with one law or one battle. They engineered it layer by layer, brick by brick, until the cage became invisible because you were born inside it, because you never saw the open veldt. My daughter, you are not the problem. The fence is the problem, but you cannot tear down a fence that you do not know is there. This book is a forensic audit. I am going to show you the fence, the 1913 Land Act that stole 87% of the land, the Glenn Gray Act that invented the wage slave, the Dompas that made your legs illegal without a stamp, the Bantustans that turned neighbors into enemies, the mission schools that taught you to obey, the Gregorian calendar that turned time into debt, the carry shell that became the credit card, the news that manufactures your panic, the visa that expires before your child grows up. And then, because I refuse to leave you only with the cage, I am going to show you what the visitors buried. The stone terraces of Bikoni that engineered soil, the conical tower of Great Zimbabwe that stored lightning, the star maps of Venda that calculated the future, the rock art of the sand that mapped the universe as a web, the drum that shattered walls with sound, the golden rhinoceros of Mapungubwe that traded across oceans. You see, the visitors did not come to a primitive land. They came to a land of engineers, astronomers, metallurgists, soil chemists, acoustic physicists, and global traders. They could not defeat that knowledge, so they buried it. They called it witchcraft. They called it superstition. They called it primitivism. And then they sold us back our own amnesia as a religion. I am not writing this book to make you angry. Anger is a fence too. It keeps you inside a small yard, shouting at the walls. I am writing this book to help you see. Once you see the fence, you cannot unsee it. And once you see it, you can decide, do I stay inside, or do I walk out? I am a visitor in this land, but I am also a father, and a father's job is not to protect his child from the world. It is to teach his child that the world is not as small as the walls they gave her. You were 6 years old when you told me the bad things are out there. You are older now, and I need you to know, the bad things are not outside. The bad things are the fence, the belief that you cannot leave. This book is my map, not a map of roads and borders, a map of the cage and the way out. Let us walk. End of prologue. How to read this book. This is not a book to rush. It is a curriculum for seeing the fence. Read one chapter at a time. Each chapter is a layer of the cage or a key to the open veldt. Let each layer settle before you move to the next. Keep a journal, write down your own fences, the ones you have seen, the ones you still carry. Do the practices. The final chapter, the proclamation protocol, is not a conclusion. It is a beginning. Try one practice a week. Share the book. This is not a private meditation. The fence was built collectively. It must be unmapped together. The chapters are long. That is intentional. The fence was built law by law, year by year. You must feel the weight of that accumulation to understand why it still stands. But do not despair. The open veldt is still there. The ancestors are still humming. The gate was never locked. Table of Contents section, title Prologue, The Day I Saw the Fence, Part I. The Fences, Chapters 1-11, Chapter 1, The Open Veldt Before the Line, Chapter 2, The First Visitors, The Maritime Heist, 1652-1800, Chapter 3, The British Shift, From Trading Post to Colony, 1806-1870, Chapter 4, The Mineral Revolution, Gold, Diamonds, and the Invention of the Migrant Worker, 1870-1890, Chapter 5, The Glenn Gray Act and the Hut Tax, The Invention of the Cash Slave, 1894, Chapter 6, The 1913 Natives Land Act, The Scalpel, Chapter 7, The Native Urban Areas, Act 1923, The City Becomes White, Chapter 8, The 1936 Native Trust and Land Act, The 13% Lie, Chapter 9, The Dompas. Your Legs Are Not Your Own, 1760-1986, Chapter 10, The Bantustans, The Machine of Lateral Violence, 1959-1970s. Section title Part II, The Enclosure, Chapters 12-15, Chapter 12, Water as a Weapon, The Enclosure of the Rivers, Chapter 13, The Mission School, Education for Obedience, Chapter 14, The Enclosure of Information, The News as Alter, Chapter 15, The Government as Monopoly, The Legal Cage, Part III. The Captive Hour, Chapters 16-17, Chapter 16, The Captive Hour, The Gregorian Calendar as Debt Machine, Chapter 17, The Carry Chain, From Shells to Swipe Cards, Part IV. The Buried Knowledge, Chapters 18-24, Chapter 18, The Compound, The Blueprint for the Township, Chapter 19, The Soil Engineers of Bikoni, Feeding the Matrix, Chapter 20, The Acoustic Architects of Great Zimbabwe, Energy Containment, Chapter 21, The Star Trackers of Venda, The Future as Calculation, Chapter 22, The Threads of the San, The Universe as a Web, Chapter 23, The Infrasonic Drum. Ngoma Lungandu and the Walls of Jericho, Chapter 24, The Golden Rhinoceros, The Sovereign Economy, Part V. The Enclosure of the Self, Chapters 25-27, Chapter 25, The Enclosure of Health, The Body as a Factory, Chapter 26, The Enclosure of Education, The School as a Prison. Section title Chapter 27, The Enclosure of Belonging, The Passport as a Leash, Part V. The Way Out epilogue. The visitor becomes the host. The Proclamation Protocol 7 Practices for the Sovereign Traveler. End of Front Matter. Chapter 1. The Open Veldt. Before the line, my love, let us rewind the clock. Not to last week, not to the year I was born, but further, back before the fences. Back before the Union of South Africa was even a scar on the map. Back to when a man could walk from the K River to the Zambezi without showing a single piece of paper. What did that world look like? The world the visitors found when they first stumbled onto our shores was not the dark continent of their imagination. It was not lawless, it was not wandering. It was engineered by people who understood the physics of soil, the mathematics of stars, the chemistry of fire, and the architecture of human belonging. They just did not have a word for engineer. They had other words. The horizon was not empty. If you stand today on the ridge of the Waterberg in Limpopo, looking north toward the Limpopo River, you see a landscape carved by modern lines. Fences, roads, power cables, the geometric scars of private property. But if you close your eyes and listen, if you strip away the wire and the concrete, you can still feel the ghost of something older. The open veldt was never empty. It was held. The Nguni people called this relationship with the land Ubuntu, not as a slogan on a government poster, but as a lived physics of interconnectedness. Ubuntu meant that a person was a person through other people, yes, but also through the cattle, through the grass, through the river, through the ancestors who walked the same paths centuries before. You did not own a piece of earth the way a colonial deed claims ownership. You were a custodian of a living system. You held the land. It held you. The Zulu and Xhosa understood that the self was not a sealed box floating through an indifferent universe. The self was a knot in a web, connected to the landscape, to other creatures, to the ancestors, and to the source they called Umvalinkangi, the one who appeared first. You could not harm the soil without harming yourself. You could not poison the river without drinking the poison. That is not superstition. That is ecology. The land was a bank, not a cage. The most important thing you need to understand, my love, is this. Before the fence, the land was not a commodity. It was a circulatory system. A cattle herder did not look at a valley and calculate how much rent he could extract from it. He looked at the grass, the water, the shade, the minerals in the soil. He asked, what does this land need from me? What can it give to my family? How do I keep this system healthy so my grandchildren can also drink from this stream? Cattle were mobile wealth. A herd of Izinkomo could walk across the veldt, eating grass that grew freely, drinking from rivers that belonged to no single person, converting the open range into milk, leather, social capital, and political alliances. The grass was not owned. It was stewarded. If the rains failed in one valley, a headman did not launch a war. He sent a messenger to the neighboring clan. Our cattle are dying. May we graze on your side until the clouds return? And because next year the favor might need to be returned, the answer was almost always yes. This was not charity. It was mutual insurance, a contract written not on paper but in the memory of shared survival. The visitors looked at this fluid mobility and called it nomadism. They used that word to imply aimlessness, disorder, a lack of civilization. But the truth is the opposite. Nomadism, real nomadism, is one of the most sophisticated forms of land management ever developed. It requires an intimate knowledge of rainfall patterns, seasonal grass cycles, animal migration routes, and the political geography of every neighbor within 100 kilometers. It is not chaos, it is dynamic equilibrium. The pre-colonial mind was not primitive. It was scaled to the horizon. The law was not written, but it was heard. The visitors brought lawyers and deeds and stamps. They believed that a law was only real if it was written in ink, signed by a governor, and enforced by a jail. They looked at our ancestors and said, these people have no laws, they just do what they feel. They were blind. The law of the open veldt was oral, iterative, and collective. It lived in the Mbizo, the gathering of elders under tree. It lived in the ritual of Ukupala, where a libation of water or beer was poured onto the ground, not to beg the ancestors, but to report alignment. We are here. We are listening. We are walking the path you prepared. The ancestors, the Idlozi, were not ghosts haunting graveyards. The Nguni understood that the word Idlozi comes from Ukuloza, a low, persistent humming, a vibration, a frequency. The ancestors were not dead people. They were the frequency encoded in your blood, the hum of survival, the echo of every grandmother who refused to give up, the acoustic signature of a lineage that had weathered drought, war, and plague and was still standing. When you poured water onto the ground and spoke the names of the ancestors, you were not talking to ghosts. You were tuning your frequency to the hum of your bloodline. You were aligning your small, temporary self with the deep, ancient current of survival. That is not superstition. That is acoustic physics. Water was not for sale. One of the most devastating lies the visitors told was this: water belongs to whoever owns the land next to the river. They called it the riparian principle, a fancy Latin way of saying that if you had a piece of paper proving you owned the riverbank, you could take as much water as you wanted, and the person downstream had no right to argue. Before this principle arrived, the rivers belonged to everyone and to no one. The Mutol River in Venda, the Kei in the Eastern Cape, the Caledon in the Free State, these were shared arteries of life. You could drink from them. You could water your cattle. But you could not block them. You could not divert them so that the people below you went thirsty. The visitors changed that. They passed the Irrigation and Conservation of Water Act of 1912, the first major water law of the Union of South Africa, and they tied water rights to land deeds. If you did not have a title deed for the land next to the river, you had no legal right to the water. But the Natives' Land Act of 1913 had already made sure that black people could not own that land. The result was invented water scarcity, not a shortage of rain, but a shortage of permission. The rivers still flowed, the rain still fell, but the law had been rewritten so that black hands could not touch the water without a white signature. The same year the Land Act was passed, just months earlier, June 19, 1913, the new Union government created the Scheduled Areas, a mere 7% of the country's arable land for the African population, which was more than 78% of the people. By 1936, after the Native Trust and Land Act, that figure would creep up to 13%, but mostly barren, waterless ground. The most fertile land, the land with the strongest rivers, the land that could feed a family without a miracle, that was reserved for the visitors. The same fluidity governed the spirit. A traveler could sit under a wild olive tree, close his eyes and speak directly to Umvalinkangi, the one who appeared first. Not a king on a throne, not a judge with a beard. The raw, formless awareness from which all things emerge, which the Nguni understood as the source of all that has been, that is, and all that ever will be. Direct access. No priest, no building, no permission slip. The visitors could not tax that relationship. They could not control it. So they enclosed it. They declared that the divine could only be accessed inside a specific building, through a licensed middleman using an authorized book. They invented spiritual scarcity. The confessional became the pass office of the soul, a place where you must beg an official for a permit called grace to exist righteously. The same architecture that fenced the land, inventing a shortage of soil, now fenced the spirit, inventing a shortage of salvation. The fence was not one fence. It was two fences built from the same blueprint, running on parallel tracks. The open veldt did not disappear overnight. It was dismantled, one law at a time. The land was not the only thing enclosed. Here is where the double helix begins to twist. The same architecture that locked the land was applied to the mind. The visitors did not just fence the soil, they fenced the divine. They took the infinite, open landscape of human spiritual intuition, the sense that you could walk into a cave, light a fire, speak to the ancestors without a middleman, and hear the hum of the universe in your own bones, and they declared that landscape dangerous. They told you, you cannot speak to God directly. You need a priest, you need a building, you need a book. Without these you are lost. That is the theological Dompers. Just as the Native Land Act criminalized unpermitted movement across the physical veldt, the dogmatic enclosure criminalized unpermitted movement across the spiritual veldt. You could not meditate under a tree and call it prayer. You could not sit in silence and call it worship. You had to enter the building. You had to recite the creed. You had to submit to the authority of the man in the robe, and if you refused, you were a heretic, a sinner, a primitive soul who had not yet found the light. They took the word repentance, which originally meant a simple turning, a pivot, a change of direction, and they weaponized it into guilt, shame, and the endless cycle of begging for forgiveness. They turned yucca fenduka, the mechanical 180-degree turn of the mind, into a moral prison. This is the split screen you must learn to hold. On one screen, on the other screen, the 1913 Land Act fencing the soil, the dogmatic creed, fencing the soul, the Dompers requiring a stamp, to move the priest requiring confession, to be saved the cattle herd, as mobile wealth the ancestors as frequency. Not ghosts the rivers shared by all the invented scarcity of water, rights the land as a circulatory system the soul, as an open landscape the machine is one machine. The visitors simply applied it to different territories. The makers were not myths. The visitors did not come to an empty land. They came to a land of engineers. In the Mpumalanga highlands, the ancestors built Bikoni, a sprawling complex of stone terraces that covered hundreds of square kilometers. For over 400 years, from the 1500s to the 1800s, the Bikoni people engineered a massive agricultural system that turned acidic, nutrient-poor hillsides into fertile, high-yield farmland. They built sunken cattle pens that trapped manure and urine, creating concentrated nitrogen fertilizer. They constructed gravity-fed irrigation channels that moved water without pumps. They laid out stone walls that absorbed heat during the day and released it at night, protecting crops from frost and extending the growing season. And they did all of this without cement, without mortar, and without a single piece of paper telling them how. The visitors looked at these stone terraces and called them primitive kraals. They refused to believe that Africans could build with such precision. But the soil itself does not lie. Even today, centuries after the terraces were abandoned, those fields still show higher nutrient levels than the unmanaged hillsides around them. The visitors did the same with Mapungubwe. In the 13th century, at the confluence of the Shash and Limpopo rivers, a kingdom arose that traded across the Indian Ocean. Mapungubwe gold has been found in Persia, in China, in India. Their artisans cast the famous golden rhinoceros, a masterpiece of lost wax casting that required knowledge of metallurgy, furnace design, and precise temperature control. They imported glass beads from India and celadon pottery from the Song dynasty. They were not isolated, they were global. The visitors, when they unearthed these treasures, locked them in vaults and classified the discoveries as state secrets. The apartheid government literally buried the evidence of Mapungubwe because it contradicted the lie that Africans had no civilization before the white man arrived. In the northern reaches of Venda, at Lake Fundudzi, the ancestors built a cosmic calculator. They tracked the rising of T-Shilimla, the Pleiades star cluster, and the movement of the moon against the mountain peaks. They knew that the Earth wobbles on its axis, a cycle of roughly 26,000 years called the precession of the equinoxes, and they built stone markers to track that slow drift. The Domba dance, the Python dance that so confused the missionaries, was not a primitive fertility ritual. It was a kinetic model of the ecliptic, the geometric path the sun and planets trace across the sky. By training the youth to move in an undulating, wave-like trajectory, the elders were encoding the mathematics of orbital mechanics into the muscle memory of the next generation. The visitors looked at the Domba and saw pagan dancing. They could not see the geometry. In the Drakensberg and the Cederberg, the sand painted the oldest open-air galleries on Earth. The intricate cross-hatching, the dotted red lines, the human-animal hybrids, these were not random hallucinations. The Sam were mapping the deep space of the southern hemisphere, the Southern Cross, the pointers Alpha and Centauri, the core of the Milky Way. They called the fine red lines that connect the figures, the threads of the sky. They understood that the universe is not an empty void of isolated objects but an interconnected informational web, a grand code written in light, geometry, and frequency. The visitors looked at these paintings and called them Bushman art, primitive doodles by a dying race. They could not read the code. They did not discover us, they invaded us. The story the visitors tell themselves is that they found South Africa empty, or found it populated by aimless wanderers who had no claim to the soil. This is a lie. It has always been a lie. When the Dutch East India Company established the refreshment station at the Cape in 1652, they did not step onto empty land. They stepped onto the land of the Khoisan, people who had lived there for millennia, whose ancestors had tracked the same stars, hunted the same game, and drunk from the same springs for generation after generation. The Dutch did not ask permission. They simply took. When the British seized the Cape in 1806, they continued the same project. They introduced the doctrine of discovery, a legal fiction invented by the Vatican that declared that any land not ruled by a Christian monarch was empty and could be claimed by any Christian power. This was not a law of nature. It was a permission slip, a theological dompers that allowed the visitors to steal without calling it stealing. When the Boers, the descendants of the Dutch settlers, grew tired of British rule, they packed their wagons and trekked inland. They called it the Great Trek, but you cannot trek through land that already belongs to someone else. They invaded. They fought wars against the Zulu, the Ndebele, the Pedi, the Sotho, the Venda, and the Tsonga, and each time they won, they drew a new line on the map and called it a border. One of the few who resisted successfully enough to preserve a fragment of his nation was King Moshoeshoe I of the Basotho. He did not win by fighting alone. He won by diplomacy, by offering refuge to defeated clans, by building alliances, by welcoming missionaries who could read and write the visitors' language, and by choosing Thaba Bosu, the mountain at night, as a fortress that the Boer commandos could never capture. But even Moshoeshoe eventually lost. In 1869, after decades of war, the British forced him to sign a treaty that reduced his kingdom to half its size. The western lands, the fertile grain fields of the Caledon Valley, were ceded to the Orange Free State. Today, those fields are still called the conquered territory. The visitors did not settle South Africa, they conquered it. And every conquest was backed by a law, a creed, a deed, or a bullet, often all four. The open veldt was not a utopia, let me be clear, my love. I am not saying the pre-colonial world was a perfect paradise. There were wars, there were famines, there was suffering as there is in every human society. The ancestors were not saints. They were engineers, astronomers, metallurgists, and traders, but they were also people with all the complexity and contradiction that entails. Chiefdoms competed for grazing land, cattle were stolen, blood feuds stretched across generations. Women had status in some systems and less in others. The ancestors did not live in a Garden of Eden, but here is the difference. The violence was not structural. It was not encoded in law. It was not permanent. You could negotiate. You could move. You could leave one chiefdom and join another. The open veldt allowed for escape in a way that the fenced cage never does. The visitors brought a different kind of violence, total, inescapable, legalized, and permanent. Once the 1913 Land Act was passed, you could not simply walk away from the fence. The fence was backed by the army. The fence was backed by the jail. The fence was backed by the dompers, the passbook that made your very existence illegal without a stamp. That is the difference between conflict and imprisonment. The ancestors knew conflict. They did not know imprisonment. You are the memory of the open veldt. I tell you all of this, my love, not to make you bitter. Bitterness is another fence. It keeps you small, angry, and trapped inside someone else's cage. I tell you this so that you can remember. You have never seen the open veldt. The fence was there before you were born, but the memory of the horizon is still written in your bones. It is in the way you look up at the stars and feel something stir. It is in the way you stand at the edge of the sea and feel your chest expand. It is in the way you dream of wide, empty spaces where no one is telling you where to stand, where to sit, where to belong. That is your inheritance, not the cage, the horizon. The visitors stole the land, they stole the water, they stole the calendar, the creed, the credit, the clock, but they could not steal the memory. That lives in your blood the same way the frequency of the ancestors hums in your DNA. You do not need to wait for a prophet to tell you your destiny. You do not need a priest to grant you permission. You do not need a deed to prove you belong. You are the child of the open veldt. You belong wherever you stand. Now, let us walk. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2. The First Visitors, the Maritime Heist, 1652–1800. My love, imagine a ship. Not the fishing boats that slid silently across the inland lakes of the Venda, not the reed vessels that carried the sand from bank to bank across the Orange River. A monster. 3 masts, iron anchors, cannon ports, a hull swollen with provisions for a voyage that would take 6 months across an ocean that never ended. On the deck, men with pale skin and cold eyes, clutching muskets and Bibles, convinced that God had given them the right to take whatever they touched. That ship was called the Dromedaris. It anchored in Table Bay on 6 April 1652. The man who stepped ashore was named Jan van Riebeek. He had been sent by the Dutch East India Company, the Verenigd Oostindische Compagnie, or VOC, to establish a refreshment station for ships sailing to the Spice Islands of the East. The company needed fresh water, meat, and vegetables. The Khoisan people who lived in the shadow of Table Mountain had been watering their cattle in the same springs for generations. They did not know that a piece of paper in a distant city had already decided that those springs were not theirs. The doctrine of discovery, a papal bull issued by Pope Nicholas V in 1452 and reaffirmed by Pope Alexander VI in 1493, had declared that any land not ruled by a Christian monarch was terra nullius, empty land, land belonging to no one, land that could be claimed by any Christian power. The Khoisan had no king, they had no churches, they had no written Bible. In the eyes of the law that the visitors brought with them, they did not exist. This is the first fence, my love, not the wire, the word, the company that was not a company. The VOC was not a company in the way you understand companies today. It was a state in the shape of a corporation. It had the power to make war, sign treaties, build forts, and execute its own citizens. It minted its own coins. It raised its own armies. It answered to no one except its shareholders, men who sat in boardrooms in Amsterdam, thousands of kilometers away, who would never see the land they were stealing. The VOC did not come to South Africa to build a colony. It came to build a supply chain. The ships that rounded the Cape of Good Hope on their way to Batavia needed a place to rest, to replenish, to survive the second leg of the journey. The company calculated that it was cheaper to grow its own food than to buy it from the Khoisan. So Van Riebeek built a fort, planted a garden, and began to farm. The Khoisan watched this strange activity from a distance. They had seen ships before, Portuguese caravels, English galleons, the occasional French merchant vessel. They had traded with the sailors, exchanged cattle for copper and beads, and watched the visitors sail away. They assumed Van Riebeek would also sail away. He did not. The company's garden expanded. The fort grew into a settlement. The settlement attracted soldiers, sailors, and farmers who had no intention of returning to Europe. They called themselves Vrijburgers, free citizens, but their freedom was built on a fence. Van Riebeek planted a hedge of wild almond and brambles around the settlement. The hedge was not a garden decoration, it was a border. Inside the hedge, the visitors kept their animals, their crops, their laws. Outside the hedge, the Khoisan continued to live as they had always lived. The hedge was the first fence. It would not be the last. The doctrine that said the land was empty, the legal fiction that allowed the visitors to take the land, was not a law of nature. It was a theological permission slip. In 1452, Pope Nicholas V issued the papal bull Dum Diversas, which granted the kings of Portugal the right to conquer and subjugate Saracens, pagans, and other unbelievers, and to reduce their persons to perpetual servitude. In 1493, Pope Alexander VI issued Interquitra, which divided the non-Christian world between Spain and Portugal, granting them the right to claim any land not already under Christian rule. The doctrine was simple: if you were not a Christian, you did not own your land, your presence was provisional, your sovereignty was an illusion. The Pope had given the visitors the key. The Protestant Dutch did not recognize the authority of the Pope, but they recognized the utility of the doctrine. When the VOC claimed the Cape, they did not cite the papal bulls. They cited the law of conquest, the right of a superior power to take land from an inferior people. The Khoisan had no cannons. They had no ships, they had no written contracts. Therefore, in the logic of the visitors, they had no claim. This is the double helix, my love. The same theology that justified the conquest of the Americas, the enslavement of Africans, and the genocide of the San was now being applied to the pastoralists of the Cape. The fence was not only physical, it was spiritual. The visitors did not need to kill every Khoisan, they only needed to convince themselves, and eventually the world, that the Khoisan had never truly owned the land. The cattle that became currency, the Khoisan were not farmers, they were pastoralists. Their wealth was not measured in land but in cattle. A man with 100 cattle was a man of influence. A woman who controlled the milking of the herd was a woman of power. The cattle moved with the seasons, following the grass and the water, tracing paths that had been used for centuries. The visitors did not understand this economy. They looked at the Khoisan herds and saw only meat and hides. They offered copper, beads, and iron in exchange for cattle. The Khoisan accepted because trade was not foreign to them. They had been trading with neighbors across the continent for generations, but the trade was not equal. The visitors had something the Khoisan did not: guns. A musket could kill a man from 100 paces. A herd of cattle could be scattered by a single volley. The Khoisan understood the power of the musket. They wanted the guns. The visitors were reluctant to trade firearms. They offered alcohol instead. Brandy, the VOC discovered, was a weapon more effective than any musket. A few cups of brandy could turn a proud pastoralist into a bargaining partner. A few more cups could turn him into a beggar. The Khoisan had no tolerance for alcohol. Their bodies had never encountered such concentrated spirits. The visitors exploited this vulnerability with the same cold calculation they applied to their ledgers. The cattle flowed into the settlement. The brandy flowed out. The Khoisan lost their herds, their health, and eventually their land. The visitors called this trade. It was extraction. The smallpox that did the rest. The visitors brought more than guns and brandy. They brought germs. Smallpox, measles, influenza, diseases to which the Khoisan had no immunity, swept through the Cape in the 18th century. The first major outbreak occurred in 1713 when a ship from India carrying infected laundry docked in Table Bay. Within months, entire Khoisan villages were wiped out. The dead were left unburied. The cattle wandered untended. The survivors, weakened and scattered, could no longer resist the encroachment of the settlers. The visitors did not invent smallpox, but they benefited from it. The depopulation of the Cape made it easier to claim that the land was empty. A Khoisan who survived the plague was not a landowner. He was a Hottentot, a slur that reduced him to a caricature of a human being. The fence was not only made of wood and stone, it was made of disease, debt, and degradation. The Khoisan who had once moved freely across the veldt were now confined to labor contracts on farms they had once owned. Their children were taken as servants. Their languages were suppressed. Their rituals were outlawed. The visitors called this civilization. It was enclosure by epidemic. The Trekboer who became the visitor by the end of the 18th century, a new creature had emerged from the settlement. The Trekboer, the wandering farmer, was a Dutch settler who had abandoned the hedge and moved inland, searching for land that was not yet fenced. The Trekboer lived a life that mimicked the Khoisan pastoralist. He moved with his cattle, followed the grass, and built no permanent structures, but he carried with him the legal fiction of the VOC. He claimed ownership of the land he grazed, even if he had no deed. He enforced his claim with a musket. He demanded labor from the Khoisan survivors, paying them in brandy and rations. The Trekboer was a paradox. He lived like the ancestors, but he thought like the visitors. He was the bridge between the old world and the new, the hinge on which the fence would swing. In 1795, the British arrived. They did not come as conquerors, they came as competitors. The Dutch East India Company was bankrupt. The French Revolution had destabilized Europe. The British seized the Cape to prevent it from falling into French hands. The transfer was almost bloodless. The fence did not tremble, it simply changed owners. The British brought new laws, new taxes, new technologies, but the architecture of enclosure remained the same. The fence that Van Riebeeck had planted with wild almond and bramble would soon be replaced by barbed wire and title deeds. The Khoisan who had watched from outside the hedge were now pushed further back into the dry interior, where the grass was thin and the water was scarce. The shadow of the visitor. I am a visitor in this land, my love. My passport says I belong to a country that I left when I was young, that I visit when I can, that sometimes feels more like a memory than a home. I have stood in the queue at Home Affairs, clutching my application, watching the official flip through pages, searching for the stamp that says I am allowed to be the father of a child born on this soil. The first visitors came with ships and Bibles. I come with a foreign accent and a permanent residence permit that must be renewed every few years. The technology has changed, the architecture has not. The fence that Van Riebeeck planted still stands, it is just harder to see. The Khoisan were the first to feel the fence. They were pushed off their grazing lands, stripped of their cattle, reduced to laborers on farms that had once been their home. Their languages are almost extinct, their rituals are forgotten, their descendants live in the same townships as the rest of us, carrying the same passbooks, the same identity documents, the same invisible fence. I am not Khoisan. I am a visitor from across the northern border, a man whose grandmother spoke a different language, whose ancestors followed a different path. But when I stand in the queue at home affairs, I am standing in the same place where the Khoisan once stood, watching the hedge grow, wondering if the visitor will ever leave. The visitor does not leave. The visitor becomes the host. The host builds the fence becomes the law becomes the memory, and the memory is passed down generation after generation until no one remembers that there was ever a world without a fence. The invitation: the first visitors did not come to build a nation. They came to build a supply chain. They did not intend to stay, but the fence has a way of holding you. Once you build a hedge, you must defend it. Once you defend it, you must expand it. Once you expand it, you become the fence. The Khoisan are still waiting, they are still watching. They are still hoping that the visitor will leave, but the visitor has become the citizen. The citizen has become the state has become the fence. You are the descendant of both. You carry the blood of the visitor and the blood of the Khoisan. You carry the memory of the open veldt and the memory of the hedge. The fence is in your mind, but the memory is in your bones. The invitation is not to tear down the fence. The fence is too old, too deep, too entangled with who you have become. The invitation is to see it, to recognize that the hedge is not a law of nature, to remember that there was a time when the grass was shared, the water was free, and the cattle moved without asking permission. The first visitors came in 1652. They are still coming. The difference is that now the visitor is you. Walk carefully. The fence is sharp. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3. The British Shift, from Trading Post to Colony, 1806–1870. My love, the hedge that Jan van Riebeeck planted in 1652 was never meant to be permanent. It was a fence around a vegetable garden, a barrier to keep the Khoisan from stealing the company's cabbages. The Dutch East India Company did not want a colony, it wanted a supply chain. Sailors rested, ships were repaired, gardens were watered, and the VOC counted its profits. The hedge was a temporary line drawn by a merchant, not an empire, but the hedge had a secret. It was alive and it kept growing. By the end of the 18th century, the hedge had spread far beyond the shadow of Table Mountain. The trekboers, wandering farmers of Dutch, French, and German descent, had pushed eastward across the semi-desert Karoo, searching for grazing land that was not yet fenced. They moved with their cattle, their slaves, and their guns, following the same fluid patterns that the Khoisan had followed for centuries. But they carried something the Khoisan did not, a legal fiction that the land they grazed was theirs. In 1795, the British arrived. They did not come as conquerors, they came as competitors. The French Revolution had destabilized Europe, and the British feared that the strategic Cape Sea route might fall into French hands. They seized the colony, held it for 8 years, and then, under the Treaty of Amiens, 1802, returned it to the Dutch. But the Dutch no longer controlled the VOC. The company had gone bankrupt. The Cape was now under the direct rule of the Batavian Republic, a client state of Napoleon's France. The British watched from across the sea, waiting for an excuse to return. In January 1806, the excuse arrived. A British expeditionary force of 6,000 men landed at Blaauwberg, just north of Cape Town. The Dutch garrison, outnumbered and outgunned, surrendered after a brief engagement. On 18 January 1806, the Articles of Capitulation were signed, and the Cape Colony passed permanently into British hands. The Treaty of Paris, 1814, formalized the transfer, and the Netherlands ceded the colony to Britain outright. What had begun as a corporate supply chain now belonged to the most powerful empire on earth. The fence had changed owners, but the fence had not changed shape. The English law that was not a law the British brought with them not only soldiers and administrators, but an entire legal architecture. English property law, with its deeds, registries, and absolute individual ownership, began to replace the looser Dutch system of perpetual quitrent. Under the Dutch, a farmer paid a small annual fee to the government, but did not own the land outright. The British introduced a virtual freehold system of land ownership. A piece of paper, a title deed, now mattered more than centuries of grazing. This was not merely a change in administrative procedure, it was a theological shift. English property law was rooted in a worldview that treated land as a commodity, something that could be bought, sold, and enclosed. The fence was not only physical, it was legal. A man with a deed could claim ownership of a valley, even if his cattle had never drunk from its river, even if his ancestors had never hunted in its hills. The Xhosa, the Khoisan, the San, they had no deeds. In the eyes of the new law, they had no claim. The international legal doctrine of terra nullius, empty land, provided the justification. According to this doctrine, land could be claimed by a European power if it was not being used in ways that Europeans recognized as civilized. Sedentary agriculture, urbanization, written laws, these were the markers of legitimate ownership. Pastoralism, hunting, and communal grazing were not. The Khoisan had neither farms nor towns. Therefore, in the logic of the doctrine, they had no rights that the British were bound to respect. The fence was now encoded in parchment and seal. Ordinance 50, the paper that opened no doors. The British did not only bring fences, they brought contradictions. In 1828, the colonial government promulgated Ordinance 50. This law declared that the Khoisan, the original pastoralists of the Cape, were now free persons of color with the same legal rights as white colonists. It ended legal discrimination on the basis of race, abolished the pass requirement for the co, and explicitly affirmed their right to purchase and possess land. On paper, the fence had fallen. In reality, the fence did not move. Ordinance 50 produced few tangible effects. Colonial opinion was split regarding Khoisan legal right to hold title to land. Most white farmers ignored the law. Land board records for the initial period show only 6 Khoisan applicants for land grants. The Khoisan remained trapped in servitude on white-owned farms, their legal rights rendered meaningless by custom, poverty, and the refusal of the colonial state to enforce the law. The British were experts at what might be called the performative emancipation, a law that looks like liberation but functions as a lock. Ordinance 50 gave the Khoisan the right to own land, but it did not give them the money to buy it. It gave them the right to choose their employers, but it did nothing to break the monopolies of the white farmers who controlled the labor market. It removed the pass, but the pass was replaced by a different kind of permission slip: the wage, the contract, the rent. The fence did not need to be made of wire, it could be made of debt. The Xhosa Wars, the fence moves east while the British were debating the legal status of the Khoisan in the Western Cape. A more violent form of enclosure was taking place on the eastern frontier. The Fish River had long been a shifting boundary between the Cape Colony and the Xhosa chiefdoms. The Xhosa had grazed their cattle on the grasslands of the Zuurveld for generations. The Dutch trekboers had been pushing eastward, and the British, after 1806, accelerated the advance. They viewed the Xhosa not as neighbors or trading partners, but as obstacles to be removed. The British Army launched attacks on Xhosa groups in 1811-12, driving them across the Fish River. The colonial government annexed more land. The Xhosa resisted. A series of 9 frontier wars, stretching from 1779 to 1879, followed, each one pushing the fence further east and further north. The British fought with muskets, cannons, and eventually rifles. The Xhosa fought with spears and the desperate courage of a people who had nowhere else to go. The fence was not only a line on a map, it was a moving wall. Each new war, each new treaty, each new annexation pushed the Xhosa further from their ancestral grazing lands. The land that had once been shared, the open veldt where cattle could move with the seasons, was now divided into white farms and black reserves. The Xhosa were not conquered all at once. They were compressed slowly over decades into smaller and smaller fragments of their original territory. The cattle that had been their wealth became a source of weakness. The British understood that a pastoralist without pasture is a labourer waiting to be hired. The cattle-killing prophecy, the wound that did not heal in April 1856, a teenage Xhosa girl named Nonkawus had a vision. She was drawing water from a pool in the Gizaha River, near the mouth of the Kei, when 2 strangers appeared to her. They told her that the ancestors would rise from the dead. They told her that the cattle would be renewed. They told her that the white settlers would be swept into the sea. But there was a price. The Xhosa must destroy their crops, they must kill their cattle, they must cease all cultivation. If they obeyed, a new world would be born on a specific day, a world without hunger, without war, without the fence. The prophecy swept through the Xhosa nation like fire. Cattle, the very basis of their wealth and identity, were slaughtered by the tens of thousands. Over 400,000 cattle were killed in compliance with the prophecy. Grain silos were emptied, fields were left fallow. The people waited for the ancestors to appear. They did not appear. The day came and went. The ancestors did not rise. The new cattle did not arrive. The white settlers were not swept into the sea. Instead, famine descended. Approximately 40,000 people died of starvation, and 50,000 more left their land to seek food and work in the Cape Colony. The visitors looked at the cattle killing and saw only tragedy, a superstitious people who destroyed themselves in a frenzy of false hope. They used the catastrophe to justify further dispossession. The Xhosa had proven themselves irrational, they argued. They could not be trusted with their own land. But the cattle killing was not a delusion. It was a desperate attempt at spiritual liberation. The Xhosa were not killing their cattle because they believed in magic. They were killing their cattle because every other form of resistance had failed. They had fought wars, they had signed treaties. They had watched the fence move closer with each passing year. The cattle killing was not a surrender to superstition, it was a rejection of the visitor's economy. If the fence was built on cattle, on the demand that the Xhosa sell their herds for cash, on the enforcement of property lines that treated the cow as a commodity, then perhaps the destruction of the cattle would break the spell. It did not, the fence did not break. The cattle died and the fence remained. The Xhosa were left with nothing. No cattle, no crops, no land. The British colonial administration stepped in to relieve the famine, distributing food to the starving Xhosa in exchange for their labor. The survivors were forced onto reserves, their mobility restricted, their autonomy destroyed. The cattle killing was the wound that did not heal. It is still bleeding. The Great Trek, the fence builders become the fence avoiders. Not all white colonists welcomed British rule. The Dutch-speaking farmers of the eastern frontier, the Boers, resented the British legal reforms. They resented the abolition of slavery in 1834. They resented Ordinance 50, which gave the Khoisan rights that the Boers believed belonged only to white Christians. In the mid-1830s, thousands of Boers packed their wagons and left the Cape Colony. They crossed the Orange River, climbed the Drakensberg, and ventured into the Highveld beyond British control. They called this migration the Great Trek. They called themselves Voortrekkers, the pioneers who would reclaim the open veldt. The Great Trek is often framed as a flight from British tyranny, but the Voortrekkers were not fleeing the fence. They were fleeing a fence that had been built by the wrong people. They wanted to build their own. In the interior, the Voortrekkers established republics: the Natalia Republic, the Orange Free State, the South African Republic, Transvaal. They drew their own lines on the map. They wrote their own constitutions. They established their own systems of land tenure, which, like the British system, treated land as private property and black Africans as tenants. The Voortrekkers were the children of the hedge. They had grown up inside the fence, and they carried it with them wherever they went. The open veldt they sought was a fantasy. There was no land without a fence. There was only land that had not yet been claimed. The theology of the English pound, the British transformation of the Cape, was not only legal and military, it was economic and spiritual. The British introduced new crops, new markets, and new pressures. Merino sheep were brought to the colony, and intensive sheep farming replaced cattle grazing on vast tracts of land. Wool became the colony's primary export, feeding the textile mills of Yorkshire and Manchester. The Cape's economy was meshed with that of Britain. English replaced Dutch as the language of administration. The British pound sterling replaced the Dutch Rijksdollar. The landscape itself was reordered. Fences multiplied, fields were enclosed, and the open veldt was divided into geometric parcels. The missionaries who accompanied the British spread a theology that reinforced the fence. They taught that the African was a child in need of discipline, that the land was a gift from God to be cultivated, not wandered, and that salvation required submission not only to Christ, but to the civilizing power of the colonial state. Christianity was the spiritual fence, the belief that the ancestors were dead, that the old rituals were false, and that the only path to the divine lay through the churches of the visitors. The Shepherd of Hermas, an early Christian text, commands believers to bear the name of God as a vessel for righteousness. The British missionaries understood this command in a particular way. The African must empty himself of his old beliefs to become a vessel for the new. He must forget the open veldt to enter the cage. The double helix of the 19th century, let me draw the thread, my love. The British occupation, the transformation, military conquest. Blaauwberg, 1806, legal enclosure, English property law, title deeds, Ordinance 50, 1828. Equality on paper, economic enclosure, wage labor, cash economy, the Xhosa Wars, 1779, 1879, moving fence, theological enclosure, Christian mission. Erasure of ancestors, the cattle killing, 1856-57, spiritual resistance weaponized against itself, the Great Trek, 1835-1846. The fence builders become the fence avoiders. The fence did not fall in the 19th century. It grew eastward, swallowing Xhosa land. It grew northward, following the Voortrekkers into the interior. It grew inward into the minds of the Khoisan, who were taught that their ancestors were ghosts, that their rituals were superstition, that their freedom was a gift from the crown. The visitors had perfected a terrible technology, the fence that builds itself. A man who believes he owns his land will defend it. A woman who believes her salvation depends on a church will tithe to it. A child who is taught that the Bible is the only truth will never ask what the ancestors knew. The British did not need to conquer every hill and valley. They only needed to convince the people that the fence was natural. The visitor who stayed, my love, I am a foreigner in this land. I hold a passport that says I belong elsewhere. But the visitors who came in 1806 are not so different from me. They also came from across the sea. They also carried papers. They also believed that their way was the right way. The difference is that they had guns, ships, and a legal doctrine that declared the land empty. I have none of those things. I have only this book. The British who stayed did not become South African in a single generation. They became South African through the fence, through the land they claimed, the laws they wrote, the churches they built, and the people they buried. I am becoming South African through different means. Through a daughter born on this soil, through a mother whose ancestors are Mokana of the Free State, through a home that I cannot own but will not leave. The hedge that Van Riebeeck planted is still growing. It has grown into the Constitution, the deed registry, the ID document, the visa, the mortgage, the credit score. It has grown into the classroom where you learn to sit still, the newsfeed that tells you what to fear, the calendar that measures your worth in debt cycles. But the hedge is not eternal. It was planted by human hands, and what is planted can be uprooted. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4. The Mineral Revolution, Gold, Diamonds, and the Invention of the Migrant Worker, 1870-1890. My love, imagine a piece of the Earth's crust, buried deep in the blue-grey shale of the Kimberley floor. It is not beautiful, it is not precious. It is a dull, translucent pebble, the kind a child might skip across a river without a second glance. In 1867, a 15-year-old boy named Erasmus Jacobs picked up such a pebble on his father's farm near Hopetown, on the banks of the Orange River. He thought it was pretty. He put it in his pocket. That pebble was a diamond, the first ever discovered in South Africa. Within months, the news had spread across the ocean. Prospectors poured into the Northern Cape, staking claims along the Orange, Vaal, and Harts rivers. By 1870, richer finds had been made in dry diggings, and a full-scale rush was underway. Within 5 years, the cluster of tents and ox wagons known as New Rush had become the town of Kimberley, the world's largest producer of diamonds. The fence that Jan van Riebeeck had planted around his vegetable garden, the hedge that the British had pushed eastward through the Xhosa Wars, the invisible line that the Voortrekkers had carried with them into the interior, that fence was about to explode. The discovery of diamonds, and less than 20 years later, the discovery of gold on the Witwatersrand in 1886, did not merely add new chapters to the story of enclosure. They industrialized the fence. They turned the hedge into a factory, the pass into a database, the cattle into a wage, the family into a cost to be externalized. The mineral revolution was not a gift of prosperity. It was the birth of the modern cage. The birth of the factory fence. The first diamond diggings were chaotic. Claim holders, white and black, worked side by side, digging by hand, hopping for luck. But the riches of the Kimberley pipe lay deep underground. Surface digging soon gave way to industrial-scale underground mining. And industrial mining required something that the open veldt did not have: a captive labor force. From 1872 onward, migrant labor on the diamond fields was regulated by a pass system. The early open compounds, where African workers lived on the employer's property but were not yet sealed in, proved inadequate for the owner's purposes. In 1885, as underground mining intensified, the closed compound was introduced in Kimberley. The compound was the invention that changed everything. Imagine a rectangle of concrete and corrugated iron, surrounded by a barbed wire fence. Inside, rows of bunks crowded with men. No women, no children, no privacy. The gates were locked at night. Guards patrolled the perimeter. In the diamond mines, the stated purpose was to prevent illicit diamond buying, the theft of stones by workers. But the compound was also a containment machine for the human spirit. Before the compound, a man could leave. He could take his wages, walk across the veldt, and return to his family. After the compound, that freedom was gone. To work in the mines was to enter a cage. The cage was not a prison. You could leave when your contract ended, but while you were inside, you were captive. The compound was the industrial version of the pass. The pass made your legs illegal without a stamp. The compound made your body illegal without a fence. Together, they formed the foundation of a new kind of human being, the migrant laborer. The geometry of exploitation. The gold mines of the Witwatersrand, discovered in 1886, inherited the compound system from Kimberley and perfected it. Within a few years, the Rand had become a landscape of concrete compounds, each housing thousands of men. Each sealed off from the world. The gold mines faced a deeper problem than the diamond mines. The ore was not near the surface. It lay in a reef that sloped downward at a steep angle, requiring deep-level shafts that needed massive capital investment. The white mining houses, the Corner House, the Werner Bake Company, the firm that would become De Beers consolidated their control. They created a near monopoly over capital and, increasingly, over the lives of the workers who dug the rock. By the early 1890s, over 97% of the mine workforce lived in single-sex, regimented barracks, the compounds. White miners, mostly from Britain and Europe, lived in houses with their families. Black miners, recruited from across the subcontinent, lived in the cage. Their wages were a fraction of the white miners. A Mozambican worker in the gold mines at the turn of the century earned about 1/9 the wage of a white miner. The compound was not a dormitory. It was a machine for the extraction of labor at minimum cost. The owners did not need to pay a wage that would support a family. They only needed to pay enough to feed the man. The family, the wife, the children, the elderly, was left in the rural reserves to fend for itself on barren soil that could no longer feed it. The mine extracted the man's labor. The land extracted the family's survival. The system was closed. The crack in the family, the compound, did not only hold men, it broke families. The system of migrant labor, as it developed in the 1880s and 1890s, was a deliberate strategy of the mining houses, and later, the colonial state. Its purpose was to reconcile the conflicting needs for cheap labor in the mines and cities of white South Africa, with the desire to restrict black people to rural areas far away from the white cities. The compound was the hinge of that reconciliation. A man who left his family to work in the mines would not see his wife or children for months, sometimes years. The single-sex hostels were places of isolation, loneliness, and desperation. Homosexuality and prostitution flourished in these enclosures, not as a matter of choice but of necessity. Men who had left their families to earn the wages that would keep them alive found themselves in a world where they could not be fathers, husbands, or members of a community. The families left behind were not merely cared for. The women were overburdened by dual roles and responsibilities, trying to raise children alone on land that had been stripped of fertility. Children's development was impeded, and academic motivations and performance were low. The long absence of fathers left wounds that have never healed. To this day, South Africa has uniquely high rates of parental absence from children's lives, a direct legacy of the migrant labor system. The compound did not only fence the body, it fenced the heart. It taught generations of men that they could not be present for the people they loved. It taught generations of women that they could not rely on their husbands to be there. It taught generations of children that fatherhood was an abstraction, a monthly check, a voice on a rare phone call. That is the deepest fence of all, the fence that cuts you off from your own capacity to love. The theology of the stamp, the past laws of the diamond and gold fields were not a new invention. The dompas had been a feature of colonial life since the 18th century, but the mineral revolution turned the past into a system. Racist laws enabled the white-owned mining companies to control workers, keep wages very low, and required black men to carry documents that identified where they could and could not work and live. The pass was not only a means of control, it was a permission slip for existence. Without the stamp, you could not be in the city. Without the stamp, you could not work. Without the stamp, your very presence was illegal. This is the theological enclosure of the mineral revolution. The pass was not a neutral administrative tool. It was a sacrament of the fence. It taught you that your existence was conditional, that you were not a citizen but a tenant. That the land was not your inheritance, but a privilege granted by those who held the stamp. The missionaries who accompanied the miners into the compounds reinforced this theology. They saw the compounds as harmonious sites of learning through magic lantern lectures, singing, praying, teaching, and Bible reading. They believed that if black migrant workers returned as Christians to their homelands, they would become yeomen, independent farmers who would no longer need the mines. This was not liberation. It was resettlement. The missionaries were not dismantling the fence. They were painting it white and calling it a church. The Chinese experiment. The cage gets a new color by 1904. The mines faced a labor shortage. The South African War had disrupted recruitment, and the supply of black labor was uncertain. The Chamber of Mines proposed a solution: import indentured workers from China. On 13 May 1904, an Anglo-Chinese convention cleared the way for the importation of Chinese laborers. Within 6 years, tens of thousands of Chinese men would arrive in the Transvaal, housed in compounds even stricter than those for African workers. They were paid even lower wages. They were forbidden to bring their families. They were not allowed to settle. The Chinese experiment lasted only 6 years, but it revealed the logic of the cage in its purest form. The mine owners did not care about the nationality or ethnicity of the worker. They cared about docility. They needed bodies that could work, that could be controlled, that could be locked up at night and released when their labor was exhausted. The Chinese were not a permanent solution. They were a reminder that the fence could be applied to anyone. The spiritual fence of the mineral revolution was the invention of a new human category, the laborer without a home. A man who works in the cage, sleeps in the cage, eats in the cage, and leaves the cage when his body is too broken to be useful. His family is elsewhere. His community is elsewhere. His ancestors are elsewhere. He is not a person. He is a resource. The diamond that became a lock let me bring this back to the double helix. The fence of the mineral revolution, the mirror in your life, the compound. A physical cage for the body, the single-sex hostel. A cage for the family, the pass. A permission slip for existence, your ID, your visa, your credit score. The modern pass, the missionary. A spiritual fence dressed as salvation, the prosperity gospel. A theology that blesses the cage, the Chinese laborer. A reminder that the fence can hold anyone, the xenophobia of today. The fence turned against the foreigner. The mineral revolution did not only produce diamonds and gold, it produced a template for the modern world. The compound became the model for the township, the hostel, the informal settlement, the labor camp. The pass became the model for the ID book, the work permit, the visa, the lease agreement, the credit check. The missionary became the model for the NGO, the development program, the corporate social responsibility initiative, all of which promised to help the poor while leaving the fence intact. And the family destruction, the separation of men from women, parents from children, became the model for the social fabric of modern South Africa. We are still living in the compound. We are still carrying the pass. We are still separated from each other by a fence that was designed to keep us apart. The visitor who became the laborer, my love, I am a foreigner in this land. But the first laborers who entered the compounds were not foreigners. They were the sons and fathers of the land you now call home. They were Xhosa, Zulu, Sotho, Tswana, Venda, Tsonga, Swazi. They were dispossessed of their cattle, stripped of their land, and forced into the cage to earn the cash that would keep their families from starving. I have never lived in a compound, but I have lived in a system that was built on their bones. The fence that locked them in is the same fence that locks me out, the visa, the permit, the stamp, the question, where are you from? that never quite leaves the air. The visitor and the laborer are not enemies. They are the same knot on the same cord. The mineral revolution did not end in 1890. It is still going. The mines are still there. The compounds have become hostels. The hostels have become townships. The townships have become the locations where the descendants of the laborers still live, still carry their passes, still wait for the fence to fall. The invitation. The diamond that Erasmus Jacobs picked up in 1867 was a pebble. It became a lock. The lock became a key. The key opened a door, but not the door to freedom. The door to the cage is not a historical relic. It is the building you work in, the school you attend, the hospital where you were born, the bank that holds your debt, the algorithm that decides what you see. The fence is in the architecture of your life, in the geometry of your city, in the rhythm of your day. But the fence is not eternal. It was built by human hands, and what is built can be dismantled. The first step is to see it, not as a fact of nature. Not as an inevitable feature of the world, but as a structure that was designed, constructed, and maintained by people who had something to gain. The people who built the compound did not build it to keep you safe. They built it to keep you controlled. The people who designed the past did not design it to identify you. They designed it to restrict you. The people who separated families did not do so by accident. They did it because a man with a family is a man who might demand a living wage. A man with a wife is a man who might refuse to leave. A man with a child is a man who might ask for a future. They did not want you to have a future. They wanted you to have a shift. A shift, a wage, a bed in a compound, a pass in your pocket, and a family far away. The fence is old, but you are young, and the young have a way of walking through fences that the old thought were permanent. The diamond was a pebble. The pebble became a lock. The lock can be broken. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5. The Glen Grey ACT and the Hut Tax, the Invention of the Cash Slave, 1894. My love. In 1894, a man named Cecil John Rhodes stood before the Cape Parliament and proposed a law that would change the shape of this land forever. The Glen Grey Act was not a land law. It was not a tax law. It was a machine. A machine designed to take a self-sufficient human being, someone who grew his own food, raised his own cattle, drank from his own spring, and convert him into a cash slave. Rhodes was honest about his intentions. He told the Parliament, "We want to get hold of these young men and make them go out to work, and the only way to do this is to compel them to pay a certain labor tax." He said that the object of the Glen Grey Act is to bring the native into the labor market. He said that black South Africans had been living in sloth and laziness, and that the act would teach them the dignity of labor. Sloth, laziness, dignity. These were not neutral words, they were weapons. They were the theological fence dressed in the language of moral improvement. The self-sufficient African farmer, the man who owned cattle, grew millet, and owed nothing to any landlord, was not lazy. He was independent, and independence was the one thing the mining magnates could not tolerate. A man who could feed himself would not walk down the mine shaft for the wages that kept him alive. A woman who could grow her own maize would not send her sons to the compounds. A family that owed nothing to the cash economy could not be controlled. The Glen Grey Act was designed to break that independence. The first fence, individual land tenure. The act had two blades. The first blade was individual land tenure. Before 1894, the land in the Cape Reserves was held communally. A family had the right to use the land to graze its cattle, to build its home. But the land itself belonged to the community. The headmen allocated it. The ancestors watched over it. The fence was not a line on a map. It was a shared understanding. The Glen Grey Act cut that understanding with a surveyor's chain. It decreed that communal land would be subdivided into individual lots. Each married man could apply for an allotment of about 4 morgen, roughly 8.5 acres. The allotment came with a title deed, a quitrent fee, and a stamp. The title deed was not a gift. It was a trap. The land was now an asset that could be bought, sold, and mortgaged. A man who could not pay his taxes could lose his land. A man who lost his land had nothing left but his labor. The communal system that had sustained the Kosa for generations was shattered into a grid of individual obligations. The surveyors who carved the land into lots were not neutral technicians. They were the foot soldiers of the fence. They walked the hills, measured the streams, and drew the lines that would turn the open veldt into a patchwork of debt. The government surveyor's report for the Glen Grey district noted that many of the new title holders were absent, working in the mines or the farms or the towns. Their land was worked by relatives or lay fallow. The title was a promise of ownership that required the owner to be elsewhere. The second fence, the labor tax. The second blade of the act was the labor tax. Every able-bodied African male who could not prove that he had been gainfully employed for a certain number of months each year was required to pay a cash tax. 10 shillings. A small sum perhaps, but a sum that could only be paid in British pounds. You could not pay with cattle, you could not pay with grain, you could not pay with your labor. You had to pay with the coin of the empire. The tax was not designed to raise revenue. It was designed to manufacture desperation. A subsistence farmer on the reserves did not earn cash. He grew his own food, brewed his own beer, and traded his surplus for the goods he could not produce. The colonial economy was a separate world, a world of wages and prices and compound interest. The labor tax forced the farmer to enter that world. To earn the 10 shillings, he had to leave his land, travel to the mines or the white-owned farms, and sell his labor for the wages that would keep his family from starvation. The labor tax was the hinge of the migrant labor system. It turned the self-sufficient pastoralist into a temporary visitor in his own home. A man who left his family to work in the mines did not return the same. He returned with cash in his pocket, but with his back bent, his lungs filled with dust, and his spirit thinned by the compound. He returned to a wife who had learned to live without him, to children who barely recognized his face. The labor tax did not only extract labor, it extracted the father from the family. The Glen Grey Act was not applied to white farmers. It was not applied to the English merchants of Cape Town or the Dutch trekboers of the interior. It was applied to Africans, to the Xhosa of the Eastern Reserves, to the Sotho of the mountain kingdoms, to the Zulu of the coastal plains. The tax was a racial fence, a line drawn not in the soil but in the ledger. A white man could owe 10 shillings and keep his land. A black man owed 10 shillings and lost everything. The theology of the wage the visitors did not only fence the land, they fenced the conscience. They told the African that wage labor was not a trap but a moral duty. The missionaries who accompanied the colonial administrators preached that work was the gift of God, that idleness was sin, and that the poor were poor because they had not learned to labor. They quoted the Apostle Paul, "If anyone will not work, neither let him eat." They presented the wage as a sacrament, a sign that the African had been saved from the sloth of his ancestors. Rhodes echoed this theology when he spoke of teaching the natives the dignity of labor. The phrase dignity of labor is a theological term. It comes from the Protestant work ethic, the doctrine that hard work is a form of worship, that wealth is a sign of divine favor, and that poverty is a mark of moral failure. The Glen Grey Act was the secular arm of that theology. It did not force the African to work by pointing a gun at his head. It forced him to work by pointing a tax at his poverty. The wage was presented as liberation, a way out of sloth and laziness. But the wage was a cage. A man who works for a wage is a man who depends on another for his survival. His labor is not his own. It is sold, hour by hour, to the owner of the capital that buys it. The wage does not free him. It binds him to the fence. The theological enclosure of the Glen Grey Act is still with us. Every time you hear that poverty is a choice, that the unemployed should go and look for work, that a salary is a gift, not a right, you are hearing the echo of Rhodes's speech. The fence of the conscience is harder to see than the fence of the land, but it is just as real. Though invented scarcity, the Glen Grey Act did not only target the bodies of the Xhosa, it targeted their relationship to the land. Before the Act, a Xhosa family could live on the reserves with a measure of security. The land was poor, the reserves had been chosen for their barrenness, but it was land. A family could grow enough maize to survive, could keep a few cattle, could raise its children without the constant threat of hunger. The Act changed that. The individual tenure system encouraged fragmentation. A father who had 5 sons could not divide his small allotment among them. The sons had to leave. The hut tax, the 10 shillings per hut, accelerated the exodus. A family with 3 huts owed 30 shillings a year. That was a month's wages for a mine worker. To earn that cash, the men had to leave. The women and children stayed behind, trying to farm the same depleted soil with fewer hands. The fields grew less. The cattle grew thinner. The hunger grew deeper. The colonial authorities were aware of this dynamic. They did not see it as a tragedy. They saw it as evidence. The South African Native Affairs Commission of 1905 stated explicitly that African reserves should not be allowed to provide full economic support for their inhabitants. The logic was the same as the Glen Grey Act. A person who could feed himself would not work for the mines. Hunger was not a side effect of colonial policy, it was the mechanism that made the policy work. The Commission warned that Africans should not be encouraged to believe that they can support themselves entirely from the land. The government circulars clarified that the reserves were designed to provide Africans with no more than bare subsistence. This is the fence of invented scarcity. The land could still feed a family. The reserves were not barren, they were depleted by design. The cattle were not dying of drought, they were being starved of grazing by the cramped conditions of the reserve. The hunger was not a natural disaster, it was an engineered outcome. The cash economy as a prison. The Glen Grey Act forced the Xhosa into the cash economy. But the cash economy was not a neutral marketplace. It was a prison with invisible bars. Before the Act, a Xhosa farmer could trade his surplus for the goods he needed. A barter economy is a horizontal economy. It is based on direct exchange between equals. I give you a goat, you give me a blanket, we negotiate, we bargain, we are partners. The cash economy is vertical. It requires a medium of exchange that is not produced by the people who use it. The Xhosa could not mint British pounds. They could not print the paper money that the colonial government demanded for taxes. To enter the cash economy, they had to sell something. They had no capital, no factory, no mine. They had only their labor. The wage was not a payment, it was a leash. A man who works for a wage does not own the product of his labor. He sells his time, his strength, his attention, and the owner takes the surplus. The wage is the price of his dependence. The Glenn Gray Act forced the COSA to accept that price. The theological fence of the cash economy is the belief that money is a neutral tool, that the wage is a fair exchange, that the market is a natural system beyond human control. This is a dogma. It is taught in the mission schools, repeated in the pulpits, and enforced by the tax collector, but it is not the truth. The truth is that the cash economy was designed, just as the pass laws were designed, just as the compounds were designed. It was designed to extract labor at the lowest possible cost, to keep the worker perpetually in debt, and to ensure that the owner of capital always has the upper hand. The Glenn Gray Act was the blueprint for that design. The body as collateral. Let me tell you about the invisible fence, the one that lives in the body of the migrant worker. A man who works in the mines does not only sell his labor, he sells his health. The dust of the gold reef scars his lungs, the dark of the shaft strains his eyes, the monotony of the shift grinds his spirit, and when his body is broken, the mine discards him. There is no pension, no compensation, no ceremony. He returns to the reserve to die, and the next young man takes his place. The Glenn Gray Act did not cause the migrant labor system single-handedly. But it was the hinge that turned the system from a local practice into a national machine. By 1900, the gold mines of the Witwatersrand employed nearly 100,000 African workers, most of them migrants. The compounds were full, the passes were stamped, the huts were taxed, the land was fenced. The body of the migrant worker was the collateral for the empire. He did not own the mine, he did not own the land, he did not own the house where his family lived. He owned only his muscles, his bones, his breath. The Glenn Gray Act taught him that even those were not truly his. They could be sold by the hour to the man who held the title deed. This is the fence that cuts the deepest, not the fence of wire, the fence of the flesh. The visitor who became the King Rhodes did not write the Glenn Gray Act for the COSA, he wrote it for the mines. He was not a philanthropist, he was a predator in a pith helmet. His fortune came from diamonds and gold, and his fortune depended on a steady supply of cheap, desperate labor. The Act was his solution. It would force the COSA off their land into the labor market, and if all went according to plan, into his shafts. He told the Parliament, "We want to get hold of these young men and make them go out to work." He did not hide his intentions, he did not need to. The Parliament was filled with men who shared his interests, farmers who needed laborers, merchants who needed customers, bankers who needed borrowers. The Glenn Gray Act was not a secret conspiracy, it was a public contract. The state would provide the legal architecture, the mines would provide the wages, and the African would provide the body. Rhodes called it our wise and good government. He called it the dignity of labor. He called it progress. The people who lost their land, their cattle, their fathers, their health, they had no voice in that parliament. Their voice came later, in strikes and songs and the slow, grinding work of resistance. The daughter who inherits the debt, my love, you have never seen a surveyor's chain. You have never paid a hut tax. You have never held a passbook stamped with the words, labor tax paid, but you have inherited the fence. The Glenn Gray Act was the hinge that connected the land theft of the 19th century to the labor exploitation of the 20th. It turned the self-sufficient family into a debt unit. The debt was not a loan, it was a condition. A man who worked for a wage was a man who owed his survival to the boss. A family that depended on that wage was a family that could be controlled. The fence of debt is still standing. Every time you check your bank balance, every time you calculate whether the salary will last until the end of the month, every time you feel the weight of a loan pressing on your chest, you are standing in the shadow of the Glenn Gray Act. The visitors did not only steal the land, they stole the future. They created a world where survival depends on cash, and cash depends on labor, and labor depends on the permission of those who own the capital. The act was repealed long ago. The hut tax was abolished. The pass laws were burned, but the architecture remains. The fence is in your salary slip, your credit score, your rental agreement. The fence is in the 25th of the month, the day the rent is due, the day the lights go out if the payment is late. The fence is in the knowledge that without a job you cannot eat. The invitation, the Glenn Gray Act, was designed to make you forget that you could live without a wage. It was designed to make you believe that land is a commodity, not a relationship. It was designed to make you accept that your body is a resource, not a sovereign vessel. But you are not a resource. Your grandmother was not a resource. Her grandmother was not a resource. They lived on the land, grew their own food, raised their own cattle, and owed nothing to any bank. They were not primitive, they were free. The visitors called them lazy because they could not be exploited. The visitors called them slothful because they refused the wage. The Glenn Gray Act was the first draft of the modern economy. It taught you that you cannot survive without selling your time. It taught you that the land is a possession, not a partner. It taught you that debt is normal, that hunger is your fault, that poverty is a moral failure. These are lies. The land is still there. The spring still flows. The knowledge of how to feed yourself is not lost, it is only buried. The fence is old, but you are young, and the young have a way of remembering what the old were forced to forget. The invitation is not to tear down the salary slip. The salary slip is the condition of the cage. The invitation is to see the cage, to recognize that the 25th of the month is not a law of nature, to understand that the debt you carry was designed, just as the hut tax was designed, just as the passbook was designed, to remember that there was a time when a family could live without a wage. The visitors cannot take that memory. It is in your blood, it is in the soil, it is in the spring that still flows behind the fence. The fence is strong. But you are the descendant of people who walked through stronger fences. Walk. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6. The 1913 NATIVES Land ACT, the scalpel my love. On the morning of 20 June 1913, a man woke up in the Orange Free State. He was not a politician, he was not a soldier. He was a farmer, a black farmer who had worked the same land for decades, who paid rent to a white landlord, who raised his cattle on the same pastures his father had raised his cattle. He had no deed, he had no title, he had no piece of paper that said the land was his, but he had his hands, his back, his family. He had lived on that land his whole life, and then in a single morning that life was gone. The white landlord arrived at the kraal with 2 policemen. He held a folded newspaper. The law has changed, he said. You cannot stay here anymore. You are not a tenant. You are now a laborer. If you want to stay, you must work for me. No more sharecropping, no more rent. You work or you leave. The man looked at his fields. His maize was nearly ready for harvest. His cattle were grazing in the distance. His children were playing in the dust of the yard. He had done nothing wrong. He had broken no law, but the law had broken him. Awakening on Friday morning, June 20, 1913, the South African native found himself, not actually a slave, but a pariah in the land of his birth. Those words were written by Solomon Platje, one of the founding members of the South African Native National Congress, which would later become the African National Congress. He wrote them in his book Native Life in South Africa, a record of the devastation that followed the passing of the Natives Land Act No. 27 of 1913. The act had received royal assent on 16 June 1913 and came into effect 3 days later on 19 June. By the time Platje put pen to paper, the fence had already done its work. That fence was the most precise scalpel yet devised. It did not steal the land all at once. Dispossession had begun long before, with the colonial wars of the 1800s. But the Land Act did something even more devastating. It fenced the theft into law. It took the scattered, haphazard dispossession of the 19th century and turned it into a permanent, legislated, enforceable system. The act was brief, only a few pages. But those pages changed the shape of South Africa forever. It set aside 7.3% of the total land area of the country as scheduled reserves for the African population, which at the time made up nearly 70% of the people. The remaining 92.7%, the fertile valleys, the gold reefs, the well-watered pastures, was reserved for white ownership. An African could no longer buy land outside the reserves. He could not lease land outside the reserves. He could not even occupy land outside the reserves except as a laborer on a white farm. The act prohibited the sale of land from whites to blacks and vice versa, creating a legislated wall between the races that would stand for nearly 80 years. The land that was allocated to Africans was not chosen at random. It was the poorest, most barren, most waterless earth on the subcontinent. The scheduled areas were mostly in the Eastern Cape, Natal and scattered fragments of the Transvaal. They were overcrowded, eroded, and incapable of sustaining the populations forced into them. The act did not need to say that black people would starve. The act only needed to say that black people could not farm. The starvation would follow naturally. The first blade of the Land Act was the prohibition of purchase and lease. An African could not buy land outside the reserves. He could not rent land outside the reserves. He could not even enter into a sharecropping agreement with a white farmer. Sharecropping, a system in which a black farmer worked a portion of a white-owned farm and paid the landlord a share of the harvest, had been the basis of African agricultural independence in much of the country. The Act abolished it outright. In the Transvaal and the Orange Free State, sharecropping was forbidden by law. African farmer who had grown his own food, fed his own family, and kept a measure of independence from the cash economy was now told, you can only stay on this land if you work for wages. You can only survive if you sell your labor. The second blade was the criminalization of independent existence. Before the Act, a black family could live on a white farm as rent-paying tenants or sharecroppers. They had a degree of autonomy. They could decide what to plant, when to harvest, how to trade. The Act eliminated those categories. A black person could live outside the reserves only if they could prove they were in employment. You were not a tenant, you were not a farmer, you were a laborer, and a laborer has no claim to the land he works. The third blade was the creation of the labor reserve. The scheduled areas were not designed to support the African population. They were designed to push them out. A family on a barren, overcrowded reserve could not survive on farming alone. They needed cash. The only way to get cash was to leave the reserve, travel to the cities, the mines, or the white farms, and sell their labor for wages. The Act formed the cornerstone of the migrant labor system through which accumulation of wealth in white-owned mines, farms, and factories followed. The land was not a home. it was a reservoir of cheap labor. This is the spatial algorithm of the Land Act. The same logic that drove the Glenn Gray Act, forced the African off the land into the cash economy, into the wage, was now applied to the entire country. The Glenn Gray Act had been a local experiment in the Cape. The Land Act of 1913 was the national rollout. The fence was no longer a hedge around a garden, it was a wall around a continent. The Act was not only a land law, it was a theological statement. The churches that had accompanied the colonial expansion into the interior had a choice. They could oppose the Land Act, denounce it as theft, and stand with the dispossessed. Or they could remain silent, or worse, support it, justifying dispossession as part of the divine plan to civilize the native. The historical record shows that South African churches largely chose the latter. As the religious scholar Lipho Modize has written, the role played by the South African churches to support and/or oppose the Natives' Land Act of 1913 cannot be ignored. He argues that reasonable to conclude that the South African churches' inclination to and use of the Natives' Land Act of 1913 caused the poverty of many black Africans in the country. The theological fence was the same as the land fence. It told the African that his poverty was his own fault, that his dispossession was the will of God, that his only hope was to accept the wage and submit to the employer who would now dictate where he could live. The missionaries who came to the reserves did not come to restore the land. They came to build churches and schools, to teach the African to read the Bible and obey the law. They were not the architects of the fence, but they were its chaplains. They blessed the cage and called it civilization. The Land Act did not go unchallenged. The South African Native National Congress, founded in 1912, made opposition to the Act its first major campaign. Sol Plaatje travelled to England to petition the British government, arguing that the Act violated the rights of black South Africans who had fought for the Empire in the South African War. A deputation of black leaders met with the Prime Minister, Louis Botha, and pleaded for the Act to be repealed, but the vote had already been cast. The fence was already built. Plaatje's book, Native Life in South Africa, was written as a petitionary dissertation, threading together first-hand observations from investigative journeys to far-flung parts of the Orange Free State and the Eastern Cape. It was not a legal treatise. It was a cry, page after page. Plaatje described the families evicted from their homes, the cattle confiscated, the children left wandering without land, without food, without a future. His work was meant to show the British public what their empire had done, but the British public did not read, and the fence remained. The Land Act created a new kind of human being, the excess human being. A man who had once owned cattle, raised crops, and provided for his family was now classified as surplus. His labor was needed, but his presence was not. He could work in the city, but he could not sleep there. He could dig gold from the earth, but he could not own a piece of it. He was a visitor in his own country, a laborer in his own land, a pariah at his own birth. The Act did not end African farming. It did not need to. It simply made African farming illegal. A black farmer who managed to accumulate capital, who found a piece of land outside the reserves, who negotiated a sharecropping agreement with a white landlord, all of that was now a crime. The Act said, you cannot buy land, you cannot rent land, you cannot farm independently. Your only legal relationship to the land is as a wage laborer. The result was the reserve economy, overcrowded, underfunded, and deliberately dependent on migrant wages. The reserves were not homes. They were dormitories for the unemployed. A family could live there, but they could not thrive there. The soil was too poor, the land was too crowded, the cattle had no grass, the maize would not grow. The Minister of Land Reform and Rural Development, Mzwanele Nyhonso, speaking on the 112th anniversary of the Act, called it a calculated, cruel instrument and strategy of mass dispossession that stripped millions of their ability to sustain themselves, their families, and communities, through farming, which was the main economic activity. He described the immediate aftermath. The violent and merciless eviction of people from their land, their cattle and crops were confiscated, and their homes were destroyed. Up until that point, the African had led a lifestyle of self-sufficiency. The Act ended that overnight. Let me bring this back to you, my love. You have never seen an eviction notice. You have never had a policeman arrive at your door to tell you that you cannot stay where you have always lived, but you have inherited the fence. The Land Act of 1913 was repealed in 1991, one of the last pieces of apartheid legislation to fall. The land was not restored. The inequality was not erased. The pattern of overcrowded reserves, migrant labor, and urban townships was already set. It is still set. The children of the families evicted in 1913 still live in the same crowded reserves, still depend on the same wages, still carry the same ID document that traces its lineage back to the Dompas. The fence is in the geometry of your city, the industrial zone on one side, the residential township on the other, the highway that cuts between them like a moat. The fence is in the lease agreement that requires a credit check, the bank that requires a payslip, the employer that requires a reference. The fence is in the knowledge that without a job you cannot eat, without a salary you cannot sleep, without a stamp you cannot exist. The visitors did not only steal the land, they stole the relationship between the people and the earth. A man who cannot farm the soil is a man who cannot feed his family without permission. A woman who cannot own the land is a woman who cannot build a home without debt. A child who grows up in a reserve learns that the earth is not a partner. It is a resource, and resources are owned by someone else. The Land Act of 1913 was the scalpel, but the scalpel did not cut only the land. It cut the family, the community, the memory. It cut the knowledge of how to feed yourself, how to build your own house, how to survive without a wage. It cut the thread between the grandmother and the granddaughter, between the cattle and the grass, between the spring and the village. The fence is old, but you are young. And the young have a way of remembering what the old were forced to forget. The earth is still there. The spring still flows. The seed still knows how to grow. The fence is a law, not a law of nature. Laws can be repealed. Memories can be recovered. The act was called the Natives' Land Act. It was repealed, but the name remains, a scar on the land, a wound in the memory. Every time you hear the word native, every time you hear the word location, every time you hear the word reserve, you are hearing the echo of the fence. The visitors are gone, but the fence is still standing. Not because it is eternal, because we have forgotten that it was built. The first step is to see it, not as a fact of nature, not as an inevitable feature of the world, but as a structure that was designed, constructed, and maintained by people who had something to gain. The people who built the fence did not build it to keep you safe. They built it to keep you controlled. The people who signed the act did not sign it to protect your future. They signed it to protect their minds. The fence is strong, but you are the descendant of people who walked through stronger fences. Walk. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7. The Native Urban Areas, ACT 1923, The City Becomes White. My love. Imagine a man walking through a city he helped build. His father carried the bricks. His grandfather blasted the rock in the mines. His own two hands have stacked the stone of the factories, laid the asphalt of the roads, cleared the filth from the sewers. His labor has poured into every street, every building, every engine that drives the urban engine forward. And yet he is a visitor. He cannot sleep here more than 3 nights without a stamp. He cannot walk down certain streets without a permit. He cannot bring his wife to live with him without the signature of a white employer. He is a man who builds a home but can never live inside it. That is the city the visitors made. On 14 June 1923, the Parliament of the Union of South Africa passed Act No. 21 of 1923, the Natives' Urban Areas Act. It was presented to the public as a measure of compassion, a law to provide for improved conditions of residence for natives in or near urban areas and the better administration of native affairs. It spoke of locations, hostels, sanitation, order, and the well-being of the native. These were the euphemisms of the fence. The act was not about improving conditions. It was about inventing illegality. Before 1923, a black man in a city was a presence that could be ignored or tolerated. After 1923, his presence was a crime unless a piece of paper, a pass, a permit, a labor contract said otherwise. The act did not create urban segregation. It legislated it. The fence was no longer a hedge around a garden. It was now a wall around the soul of the city. The Stallard Commission, the theology of the sojourner. The act was not a spontaneous invention. It was the legislative expression of a commission, the Stallard Commission of 1922, which had been tasked with finding a solution to what the white establishment called the urban native problem. The problem, as the visitors saw it, was simple. Too many black people were staying in the city. They were not only working, they were living. They were renting houses, raising families, sending children to schools. They were beginning to believe, heresy of heresies, that the city belonged to them as much as to the white man. The Stallard Commission formulated a doctrine that would become the theological spine of urban segregation. The Commission famously declared that the native should only be permitted within municipal areas in so far and for so long as his presence is demanded by the wants of the white population. Read that sentence again, slowly. The native should only be permitted within municipal areas in so far and for so long as his presence is demanded by the wants of the white population. The black man in the city was not a citizen. He was not a resident. He was not even a guest. He was a temporary necessity, a tool to be used while needed and discarded when no longer required. His presence was not a right. It was a privilege, granted at the pleasure of the white employer, revocable at any moment. This is the theological fence of the 1923 Act. It did not merely restrict movement. It redefined the black person's relationship to the soil. Before the Act, a black family could live in the city, raise children, plant gardens, and build a life. Their presence was a fact, not a debate. After the Act, their presence became a question. Every day, every night, every hour of the 72-hour clock was an interrogation. Do you belong? Are you useful? Have you earned the right to breathe this air? The Stallard Commission did not invent racism, but it gave racism a mathematical formula. The presence of the black person in the city was reduced to a function of labor demand. When the mines needed men, the gates opened. When the harvest was done, the gates closed. The black person was not a human being with aspirations and attachments. He was a unit of production, measured in days worked and passes stamped. The architecture of the cage, the 1923 Act, was described by one scholar as a portmanteau law covering a great many issues. It was not a single fence but a system of fences, each designed to control a different dimension of black urban life. First, the Act required proclaimed local authorities to set aside land for African locations. These were not suburbs. They were concrete cages, geometrically laid out grids of single-room hostels and barracks, deliberately overcrowded, deliberately underserviced, deliberately designed to break the spirit. The Act forbade the granting of freehold property rights to Africans, explicitly on the grounds that they were not permanent urban residents. A black man could work in the city for 40 years, and he could never own the ground beneath his feet. Second, the Act created the Native Revenue Account, a separate financial pool into which the rents, service fees, and liquor monopoly profits of the black locations would flow. White municipalities did not reinvest this money into the townships. They used it to subsidize white services. The black location was not a community, it was a cash cow. The people who lived there paid for the privilege of being locked in. Third, the Act gave local authorities the power to limit the African population to the labor requirements of their area. This was the labor formula made law. A municipality could calculate how many black workers were needed to service the white economy, and could expel everyone else. A man could lose his home not because he had committed a crime, but because the factory down the street had automated a production line. Fourth, the Act introduced the first version of the notorious Section 10, the 72-hour rule. An African could not remain in an urban area for more than 72 hours unless he could prove that he had been born in the city and had lived there continuously for 15 years, or that he had worked for the same employer for 10 years, or that he had been granted a special permit by the authorities. The burden of proof was on the African. He had to carry his papers everywhere, ready to prove his innocence at any moment. The 72-hour rule was the clock of the cage. 3 days, that is the lifespan of a weekend. You could arrive in Johannesburg on a Friday morning, find work, attend a funeral, visit a sick relative, and stay for the weekend. But by Monday evening, your presence was illegal, not because you had stolen. Not because you had hurt anyone, because the clock had run out. The 72-hour rule was the theology of the temporary. It taught you that you are a visitor in the land of your birth. It taught you that belonging is conditional, that presence is provisional, that the earth beneath your feet belongs to someone else who can revoke your access at any moment. The stamp that determines existence, the past laws of the 1923 Act, were not a new invention. The Cape had regulated African movement since the 18th century, and the Boer republics had their own systems of passes. But the 1923 Act nationalized the pass. It made the stamp a condition of existence across the entire country. An African man in the city had to carry a pass at all times. The pass listed his name, his employer, his wages, his residential address, and his fingerprints. It was not a passport, it was a ledger of permission. A man without a pass was an idle and disorderly person. A man with an expired pass was a criminal. A man whose pass did not match the address where he was found was a squatter. The police could stop any black person on any street at any time and demand to see the paper. The paper was the permission slip for life. This is the spiritual fence of the pass. It taught the African that his existence was not his own. It taught him that he had to account for his presence at every moment. It taught him that his body, his legs, his arms, his breath, were not his to move without an external authority. The pass was the dompers of the soul. The 1923 Act did not only control the African's presence, it criminalized his very being. The historian Nigel Worden writes that the Act forbade the further granting of freehold property rights to Africans on the grounds that they were not permanent urban residents, and should only be permitted within municipal areas in so far and for so long as their presence is demanded by the wants of the white population. A black man could build a house, lay bricks, plaster walls, plant a garden, raise a family, and still he was a visitor. The law declared that his presence was temporary, that his roots were shallow, that the city would never be his home. This was not a description of reality. It was a manufacture of rootlessness. The visitors understood that a man who cannot imagine a future in the city is a man who will accept any wage, any condition, any cruelty. He has nowhere else to go. The city is not his home. The reserve is his only anchor, and the reserve is designed to fail. The double helix of 1923, the 1923 Act, did not stand alone. It was the urban twin of the 1913 Land Act. Together, they formed the complete fence. The 1913 Land Act, the 1923 Urban Areas Act fenced the rural reserves, fenced the urban locations, prohibited land purchase outside reserves, prohibited freehold property within cities, created the labor reserve, created the labor formula, forced Africans into migrant labor, criminalized their presence in the city, made the farm a cage, made the city a waiting room, the 1913 Act said. You cannot own the land where you live. The 1923 Act said, you cannot own the city where you work. Together they said, you have no permanent place on this earth. Your existence is a loan. Your presence is a privilege. Your home is a fiction. This is the double helix of dispossession. The 1913 Act pushed Africans off the land. The 1923 Act pulled them into the cities, but only as temporary labor, only as visitors, only at the pleasure of the white economy. The two acts worked together to create a circulatory system of exploitation. A man who cannot farm must work for wages. A man who cannot live in the city must accept the compound. A man who cannot belong anywhere will accept any condition. The 1923 Act was not about managing urbanization. It was about weaponizing it. The theft of inheritance, my love, you have never carried a pass. You have never been stopped by a policeman demanding to see your 72-hour exemption, but you have inherited the fence. The 1923 Act was repealed in 1986, together with the pass laws. But the architecture of the Act, the separation of the location from the city, the concentration of black poverty in peripheral townships, the dependency on transport, the absence of freehold ownership, is still standing. The townships you see from the highway are the children of the 1923 Act. The hostels where men still sleep in single-sex barracks are the grandchildren of the Stallard Commission. The commute that takes 2 hours each way, that is the distance of the fence. The Act did something else that the visitors do not talk about. It stole inheritance. Before 1923, a black father could pass a home to his children. He could build a house, acquire a lease, and bequeath it to his son. The 1923 Act forbade freehold property rights. A black man could not own the land. He could only rent it from the municipality. When he died, his children had no claim. The house returned to the location. The family became homeless. The line of inheritance was severed. This is the theological fence of the family. The visitors understood that a people who cannot pass property to their children are a people who cannot build a future. A man who cannot leave his son a house is a man who cannot plant a tree. A woman who cannot inherit her mother's home is a woman who cannot send her daughter to school. The 1923 Act did not only steal the present, it stole the future. My love, you are the daughter of a visitor. I carry a passport from a country I left when I was young. I have never owned a house in this land. I have never passed a deed to a child, but you have been born on this soil. Your mother is a Mokoner of the Free State, rooted here for generations. The fence that the 1923 Act built is not your fence. It is a fence of the visitors, but it still stands and it still blocks. The 1923 Act said that a black man cannot own a home in the city. It did not say that a white man cannot own a home in the city. It did not say that a visitor from across the sea cannot buy a house in the suburbs. The fence was color-coded. It was designed to keep the African out and the foreigner in. The irony is not lost on me. I am the foreigner who was let in. I am the visitor who was given the key. And I am the father who watches his daughter stand at a gate that should never have been built. The crack in the wall, the Act did not go unchallenged. The South African Native National Congress, the forerunner of the African National Congress, protested the 1913 Land Act and the 1923 Urban Areas Act as twin pillars of racial dispossession. Black intellectuals, church leaders, and trade unionists organized petitions, deputations, and strikes. They did not win in the moment, but they planted seeds. In 1946, the African mine workers' union struck against the compound system and the pass laws. The police killed hundreds of workers. The strike failed, but the memory of that resistance, the knowledge that the fence could be shaken, was passed down. In 1952, the Defiance Campaign against unjust laws mobilized thousands of volunteers to deliberately break the pass laws and flood the prisons. The campaign did not end apartheid, but it showed that the fence was not invisible. It showed that the fence could be seen, and that seeing was the first step to dismantling. In 1960, after the Sharpeville massacre, the Pan-Africanist Congress organized a nationwide pass-burning campaign. Thousands of men and women surrendered their passes and invited arrest. The state responded with violence. The fence did not fall, but the images of burning passes traveled across the world. The 1923 Act was repealed in 1986 during the state of emergency. The apartheid regime hoped that repealing the pass laws would ease international pressure. It did not. The fence was already too deep. The pass had become a memory, not a law, and memories are harder to tear down than paper. The city that remembers my love, when you walk through the streets of Johannesburg, through the high glass towers of Sandton, the crowded pavements of the CBD, the winding streets of Soweto, you are walking through a city that remembers. The high glass towers were built on gold. The gold was dug by men who carried passes. The passes were stamped by officials who quoted the Stallard Commission. The Stallard Commission was the voice of the fence. The fence is in the architecture of the city, in the geometry of its streets, in the separation of its suburbs. But the city remembers something else. It remembers the workers who stayed, the families who built homes in the locations despite the law, the mothers who raised children in single rooms, The fathers who walked 2 hours to work and 2 hours back, who never owned the ground beneath their feet, who still planted gardens in the dust. They did not wait for the law to change. They lived. They made the location a home. They transformed the cage into a neighborhood. They turned the fence into a shelter. The visitors built the city as a cage. The people turned it into a home. That is the crack. The crack is not in the law, it is in the memory. You are the memory, my love. You are the daughter of a foreigner and the granddaughter of the free state. You carry the blood of the dispossessed and the blood of the visitor. You are the crack that the fence could not seal. The 1923 Act is gone. The pass is a relic. The 72-hour rule is a footnote, but the fence still stands. Not because the law says so, because we have forgotten that it was built. Because we have learned to see the city as naturally segregated, the township as naturally poor, the location as naturally broken. The fence was built by human hands. It can be unmade by human hands. The first step is to see it. The city is watching. End of Chapter 7, Chapter 8. The 1936 Native Trust and Land Act, the 13% lie my love, 23 years. That is how long the African population of South Africa had to wait for the promise of 1913 to be fulfilled. When the Natives Land Act was passed in that fateful year, the colonial government had offered a bitter consolation. The 7% set aside for the black majority was not final. Maori land would come. The reserves would be enlarged. The wound of dispossession would be dressed, if not healed. The wound was never dressed, it was deepened. On 18 June 1936, General J.B.M. Hertzog, the Prime Minister of the Union of South Africa, stood before Parliament to deliver the culmination of his life's work, the 3 native bills that would complete the segregationist architecture his predecessors had begun. The first was the Representation of Natives Act, which stripped black voters in the Cape Province of the franchise they had held since 1854, replacing the common roll with a separate, powerless electoral college. The second was the Native Trust and Land Act, which added a small patch of additional territory to the reserves, a net increase of roughly 6.5% of the country's land, bringing the total reserved for the black majority to about 13%. The third was the Native Administration Act, which gave the Governor-General sweeping powers to govern Africans by proclamation, bypassing Parliament entirely. Hertzog called this package a final settlement of the native question. It was a settlement in the same way that a knife settles a wound. It sealed the fence. The 1936 Acts did not give land back, they gave a trust. The South African Native Trust, established by the Land Act, was a bureaucratic cage dressed in the language of stewardship. It would hold the released land, the 6.5% added to the reserves, not for the people who lived on it but in perpetuity. The trust was the landlord, the African was the tenant. The title remained with the state. The people could not buy, they could not sell, they could not mortgage, they could not pass the land to their children. The Native Trust and Land Act did not restore ownership. It institutionalized dispossession. The visitors had learned from the mistakes of 1913. They had seen how the scheduled areas had become sites of resistance, how the communal system of land holding had allowed a degree of autonomy to survive. The 1936 Act dismantled that autonomy. It turned the reserve into a laboratory of permanent tenancy. A man could work the land, but he could not own it. He could live on it, but he could not leave it to his children. The land was not his. It was a temporary accommodation, a dormitory for the labor that the mines demanded, a holding pen for the bodies that the white economy needed to survive. The 13% figure, the number that would be repeated in every history textbook, cited by every politician, debated in every land claim, was a lie dressed as a statistic. The 13% was not arable land. It was not well-watered land. It was not land that could feed a family, support a herd, sustain a community. It was the dregs of the country, the scraps left behind after the choicest pastures, richest gold reefs, and most fertile valleys had been carved up into white-owned farms. The 13% was a fiction of the surveyor's chain. It was a number on a map that had no relation to the living, breathing, hungry soil. This is the theological fence of 1936. The number 13, repeated, reinforced, ritualized, was not a description of reality. It was a sacrament. It told the African, this is your portion, this is your limit, this is the measure of your belonging. The number was a cage drawn in ink, a perimeter of the spirit. The released areas added by the act were not a gift, they were a transaction. The government would purchase land from white owners willing to sell at market prices, paid for with taxes extracted from African labor, and add it to the reserves. The trust would hold the title. The African would have the use, but the trust was not a neutral custodian. It was the arm of the state. It could evict, it could relocate, it could redesign the boundaries of the reserves at will, and it did. The betterment schemes of the 1940s and 1950s, the fencing of grazing lands, the forced culling of cattle, the consolidation of fragmented holdings, were carried out under the authority of the trust. The trust was not a protector, it was a manager. It managed the African's poverty, his mobility, his very existence. The Native Trust and Land Act did not only fence the land, it fenced the future. A man who cannot pass land to his children is a man who cannot plan for the next generation. A woman who cannot own the ground beneath her feet is a woman who cannot build a home. The 1936 Act severed the link between the family and the soil that the 1913 Act had only loosened. It made the reserve a waiting room, a temporary holding cell for bodies that would eventually be expelled into the mines and the factories, into the single-sex hostels and the townships, into the wage economy that would consume their labor and discard their dreams. The Act was the hinge that connected the land acts of the early 20th century to the Bantustan policy of the apartheid era. The 13% reserves, fragmented into more than 200 separate blocks scattered across the country, became the foundation for the homelands, the Bantustans that would strip millions of South Africans of their citizenship in the 1970s. The 1936 Act did not invent the Bantustan. It built the cage that the Bantustan would lock. Herzog did not believe that the reserves could ever sustain the African population. He did not intend them to. The purpose of the 1936 Act was not to restore the land, it was to legitimize the wage. The Native Trust and Land Act was the Labor Act in the clothing of land reform. The reserves were designed to fail. A family that cannot feed itself from its own soil must buy food with cash. Cash requires wages. Wages require labor. Labor requires leaving the reserve, traveling to the mines and the cities, submitting to the pass, the compound, the clock. This is the economic fence of 1936. The Act was not a compromise between white farmers who feared black competition and white industrialists who feared black labor shortage. It was a synthesis. The farmers got the land, the industrialists got the labor, the African got the reserve, a depleted, overcrowded, demoralized pasture that would produce nothing but workers. The 1936 Acts were not merely segregationist, they were theological. They announced that the African was not a citizen, but a subject, not an owner but a tenant, not a person with a future but a problem to be managed. The Representation of Natives Act removed the Cape franchise, the last surviving remnant of the Cape liberal tradition. The Native Administration Act gave the executive branch the power to govern Africans by decree. The Native Trust and Land Act made the land itself an instrument of control. The fence of 1936 was invisible because it was normalized. The 13% figure became a fact of life, a number that could be cited without argument, a limit that could not be questioned. The African accepted that his land was scarce, his rights were conditional, his presence was temporary. The Act did not only fence the veldt, it fenced the imagination. My love, you have never seen the Native Trust and Land Act. You have never read the Hansard of Herzog's parliamentary speeches, but you have inherited the fence. The 13% is still the map of the country in the white imagination, the limit beyond which the African cannot claim. The myth of scarcity is still the justification for every delay in land reform, every compromise in restitution, every argument that there is not enough land to give back. The 13% was a lie. It was not land. It was a receipt for theft, a document of dispossession, a number that sealed the fence. The Native Trust and Land Act of 1936 was not a settlement, it was a sentence. The fence is old, but you are young, and the young have a way of walking through fences that the old thought were permanent. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9. The DOMPAS, Your Legs Are Not Your own 1760 1986. My love, there is a word in Afrikaans that means stupid pass. Dompers. It was the name the people gave to the book that carried their lives. The Dompers was not a passport, it was not an identity document, it was a permission slip for existence. Without it you could not walk, without it you could not work. Without it you could not sleep in a city, without it you could not breathe without asking. The Dompers was the fence made paper, the wall folded into a booklet, the cage you carried in your pocket. The Dompers did not appear suddenly. It grew slowly over 2 centuries, from a piece of paper for a slave to a metal badge for a miner to a reference book for every black man, woman and child in the country. The pass was the invisible architecture that held the fence together. It was the key that locked every other door. The history of the pass is the history of the fence, and the fence began with a slave who wanted to walk. The first thread, 1760, the slave's permit. The first pass in South Africa was not designed for an African, it was designed for a slave. In 1760, the Dutch East India Company ruled that slaves in the Cape Colony could not move between the city and the countryside without a written permit. The permit was not a tool of racial segregation, it was a tool of property management. A slave was capital. A slave who ran away was a loss. The pass was a leash. The pass did not ask the slave his name. It did not ask his age. It asked only who owns you. The owner's signature was the stamp that made the slave's legs legal. This is the theological fence of the pass. It was not invented in Pretoria or London. It was invented on the auction block. The pass was the document of dispossession. It told the slave, you are not a person, you are a thing, and things do not move without permission. The architects of the fence would spend the next 2 centuries perfecting this technology. The Hottentot Proclamation, 1809, the first racial pass in 1809, the British governor of the Cape Colony, the Earl of Caledon, issued the Hottentot Proclamation. It was the first pass law explicitly targeting the Khoisan people, the original pastoralists of the Cape. The proclamation declared that every Khoisan person must carry a pass. The pass had to be signed by a white employer. Without the signature, you were a vagrant. A vagrant could be arrested, assigned to a white farmer, and forced to work without pay. The Hottentot Proclamation did not only fence the Khoisan, it manufactured labor. Before 1809, the Khoisan had survived on the margins of the colony. They hunted, gathered, traded, and sometimes worked for wages. They were poor, but they were free. The proclamation ended that freedom. It declared that a Khoisan without a white employer was a criminal. The only way to avoid prison was to accept a job on a white farm. The pass was not a security measure. It was a recruitment tool. The colony needed workers. The pass delivered them. The proclamation was also a theological document. It announced that the Khoisan were not citizens. They were not even residents. They were Hottentots, a name the colonists used to reduce a people to a category, to strip them of individuality, to make them easier to manage. And with a name could demand rights. A Hottentot with a pass could only obey. The Metal Badge, 1896, the Industrial Pass in 1896, the South African Republic, the Boer Republic in the Transvaal passed 2 new pass laws. These laws did not ask for paper, they asked for metal. Every black man working on the gold mines of the Witwatersrand had to wear a metal badge around his neck. The badge listed his employer, his labor number, and the mine where he worked. Without the badge, he could not enter the mine. Without the badge, he could not leave the compound. Without the badge, he was a criminal. The metal badge was the industrialization of the pass. The paper pass could be lost, forged, or hidden. The metal badge was fixed to the body. It was a constant reminder, you are not a person. You are a unit of production. The badge was also a timekeeper. It recorded the hours the worker had spent underground. It tracked his movements. It enforced the 72-hour rule. A man who finished his contract had to leave the city within 3 days. The badge was his clock and his cage. Pass laws were widely used to prevent Africans from remaining in urban areas for more than 72 hours to enforce labor tenancy. The metal badge was the theology of the machine. The industrialists did not see workers. They saw inputs, labor, or capital, profit. The pass was the ledger that converted a human life into a cost-benefit equation. The passport to nowhere, 1797, the first internal passport long before the metal badge. The first internal passport had been invented. In 1797, Earl Macartney, the British governor of the Cape Colony, introduced a pass system that required all natives to carry a document authorizing their presence in the colony. The pass was designed to prevent vagrancy and to regulate the movement of Africans into white areas. The first internal passport was not a travel document, it was a containment device. The internal passport was the ancestor of the Dompas. It established the core logic that would govern African life for nearly 2 centuries. Your presence is provisional, your belonging is conditional, your existence is a privilege, not a right. The pass could be revoked at any moment. An official could cancel a pass without explanation. A policeman could demand to see it at any time on any street for any reason. The pass was not a protection. It was a weapon. It could be used against you at the whim of the visitor. The Reference Book, 1952, the DOMPAS perfected in 1952, the National Party government passed the Natives Abolition of Passes and Coordination of Documents Act. Despite its name, the act did not abolish passes, it made them worse. The passbook was replaced by the reference book. Every black man over the age of 16 had to carry one. Women were added later. The reference book was not a single document, it was a compendium of control. It contained black circle, a photograph, black circle, fingerprints, black circle, identity, number, racial classification, under the Population Registration Act of 1950. Employment history, black circle, tax records, black circle, residential permits. The reference book was the Dompas, the stupid pass that became the symbol of apartheid oppression. It was the fence made paper, the wall in your pocket, the permission slip you could never put down. The reference book did not only restrict movement, it reduced identity to a file. A black man was not a father, a son, a friend, a believer. He was a number in a book. His photograph was his face. His fingerprints were his soul. His racial classification was his destiny. The pass said, you are not a person, you are a data point. Between July 1978 and July 1979, 20,777 people were prosecuted under curfew laws alone. Every year, hundreds of thousands of black South Africans were arrested for pass law violations. The system was not designed to catch criminals, it was designed to produce criminals. A man who forgot his pass was a criminal. A man whose employer changed his name was a criminal. A man who looked suspicious was a criminal. The pass was the theology of the arrest. It taught the African that he was always guilty. It taught him that his freedom was a loophole, not a right. It taught him that the visitor could take his life at any moment and that the law would call it justice. The psychology of the stamp, the pass, did not only fence the body, it fenced the mind. A man who carries his pass everywhere learns that his existence is conditional. He learns that he must account for his presence at every moment. He learns that the stamp is more important than his name. The pass is a daily ritual of humiliation. Every time you show it, you are reminded you are not a citizen, you are a visitor, and visitors can be expelled. The pass laws were not only about control, they were about depersonalization. The pass turned a human being into a file. It reduced a life to a number. It replaced a name with a classification. Pass laws are an indication of the depersonalization of the African native, for a pass is but a temporary guarantee of freedom from molestation. The pass was designed to teach the African that he was not a person. A person has rights, a person has dignity, a person can say no. The pass was the instruction manual for internalized obedience. The pass taught you to fear the knock on the door. It taught you to avoid eye contact with the police. It taught you to apologize before you asked. It taught you to shrink, to hide, to disappear. The pass was the architect of the caged mind. The women who refused the pass laws were not applied to black women until the 1950s. The architects of apartheid hesitated. They knew that women were the center of the family. They knew that a woman with a pass was a woman who could not care for her children. They knew that the pass would break the last remaining thread of family life, but the logic of the fence was inexorable. If women could move freely, they could undermine the pass system. A man without a pass could live with a woman who had one. A child born to a woman without a pass could claim rights in the city. In 1913 and again in the 1950s, the government attempted to extend the pass laws to women. The women resisted. In October 1958, the Federation of South African Women organized a national protest against the extension of passes to women. The slogan was simple: you strike a woman, you strike a rock. The women marched to the Prime Minister's office. They left bundles of petitions. They sang. They refused to carry passes. Thousands were arrested. The government backed down, then tried again, then backed down again. The pass was not extended to women in full force until the 1960s. The women who refused the pass were not only resisting a law, they were resisting the theology of the stamp. They were saying, my body is not a file, my name is not a number, my presence is not a privilege. I was born here, I will die here, and you cannot reduce my life to a piece of paper. The SHARPVLLE massacre, 1960, the pass bleeds on 21 March 1960, the Pan-Africanist Congress called on black South Africans to leave their passes at home and march to the police stations. It was a protest against the pass laws, a refusal to carry the fence. The Sharpeville police station was surrounded by a crowd of about 5,000 people. The mood was angry but not violent. The police were outnumbered. They were afraid. Without warning, they opened fire. 69 people were killed. More than 180 were wounded. Most were shot in the back as they fled. The Sharpeville massacre was not a battle. It was an execution. The massacre was a direct result of the pass. The protesters were not throwing stones. They were not carrying weapons. They were standing in front of a police station with empty hands. Their crime was that they had refused to carry the fence. The pass laws were not a bureaucratic inconvenience. They were a death sentence. In the 1960s, more than 500,000 people were arrested annually for pass law violations. The government's own records showed that passes were used to control the flow of labor, not to prevent crime. Pass law violations were the most common criminal charge in the country, far outnumbering theft, assault, or murder. The pass did not protect anyone. It enslaved everyone. The burning of the passport, 1986, the Fence FALLSON paper in 1986. Under international pressure and internal unrest, the South African government repealed the pass laws. The reference book was abolished. The 72-hour rule was ended. The fence, it seemed, had fallen, but the fence did not fall. It changed shape. The pass was replaced by the identity document, the ID card that every South African citizen must carry. The ID card was the child of the Dompers. It still contained a photograph. Number, a classification. It still had to be produced on demand. The police could still stop you and ask to see your papers. The work permit replaced the employment stamp. The lease agreement replaced the residential permit. The credit score replaced the tax record. The visa replaced the entry pass. The fence was not burned. It was digitized. It was privatized. It was internalized. Today, a black South African can walk without a pass, but he cannot work without a payslip. He cannot rent without a credit check. He cannot cross a border without a visa. He cannot exist without a paper trail. The Dompers is gone. The permission slip remains. The pass was not a law, it was a philosophy. And the philosophy is still alive. The shadow on the wall, my love, you have never carried a pass. You have never been arrested for failing to produce a reference book, but you have inherited the philosophy of the stamp. Every time you hand over your ID, you are performing the ritual of the pass. Every time you submit a payslip for a rental application, you are showing your permission slip. Every time you wait for a visa, you are standing in the shadow of the Dompers. The visitors did not burn the fence. They painted it white. They renamed it. They put it in a database. The fence is still there. The pass taught the African that he was a visitor in his own country. It taught him that his presence was provisional, that his rights were conditional, that his life was a file to be managed. That lesson has not been unlearned. It is passed down from grandmother to mother to daughter, from father to son to grandson. The Dompas is gone. The memory of the Dompas remains. The memory is the deepest fence. It is the voice that says, "Who do you think you are? Where do you think you belong? Do you have permission to be here?" That voice is not your own. It is the echo of the stamp, the ghost of the past, the shadow of the Dompas on the wall of your mind. The past was abolished in 1986, but the fence is still standing, not because the law says so, because we have forgotten that it was built. The first step is to see it, to recognize that the ID card is the child of the past, to understand that the credit check is the grandchild of the employment stamp, to remember that the visa is the great-grandchild of the slave's permit. The fence is not an ancient ruin, it is the building you live in. The past was a piece of paper, but it was never only a piece of paper. It was a weapon, it was a theology, it was a fence that could be folded and carried in your pocket. And it is still being carried, even now, by people who have never heard the word Dompas. The fence is old, but you are young, and the young have a way of seeing fences that the old have learned to ignore. The past is gone, but the stamp is still on your soul. Walk carefully. The fence is made of paper. Paper can be burned. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10. The Bantustans, the Machine of Lateral Violence, 1959-1970s. My love, what happens when you trap a people in a cage and then paint a map on the floor telling them they are different tribes destined to fight? In 1951, the apartheid parliament passed the Bantu Authorities Act. Government called it tribal rehabilitation. A man named Hendrik Verwoerd called it the foundation of separate development. But I am telling you, it was the blueprint for the prison yard fight. It took the open veldt of human identity, fluid, interwoven, porous, and fractured it into fragments. It drew lines where no lines had ever been. It turned neighbors into foreigners, cousins into competitors, and the land of your birth into a foreign country you could enter only on paper. The Bantu Authorities Act did not create tribes. Tribes had always existed as shifting, negotiated communities of language, lineage, and land. What the Act did was freeze them. It turned fluid identity into fixed category. It appointed chiefs who served the apartheid state, not the people. It deposed chiefs who refused to cooperate. It created a hierarchy of headmanships, chieftaincies, and territorial authorities that answered to Pretoria, not to the ancestors. The chiefs who accepted this arrangement became the fence's guards, paid, uniformed, and despised. In 1959, Verwoerd pushed through the promotion of Bantu Self-Government Act. This act relabeled the scattered, barren reserves, the 13% of land that had been set aside for the black majority since 1913 and 1936, as homelands. 8 homelands, later expanded to 10, each designated for a specific ethnic group defined by white ethnographers who had never spoken a word of isiZulu or isiXhosa. The Zulu were assigned KwaZulu, a fragmented strip of land along the natal coast. The Xhosa were split into Transkei and Ciskei, as if the Ampondo and the Jikalika were not cousins. The Sotho were fractured into Leboa for the northern Sotho, Kiwakwa for the southern Sotho, and Boputa Tswana for the Tswana. The Venda were sent to Venda, the Tsonga to Gazankulu, the Swazi to Kaangwane, the Ndebele to KwaNdebele. The homelands were not nations, they were fragments. The land assigned to them was not contiguous, it was scattered in dozens of disconnected parcels, like a broken mirror glued back together with gaps and overlaps. A man could live in one fragment and work in another, crossing white South Africa each time as a foreigner in his own country. The homelands were not economically viable. They had no industry, no ports, no mines, no fertile soil. The majority of their populations depended on jobs in South Africa, 65% of the working population of Boputa Tswana, for example, while most of their government's income came from direct transfer payments from the South African government. The Bantu Authorities Act did not give power to the people, it gave power to the state. Chiefs who did not cooperate were removed. Those who did were given control over taxes, public works, licenses, and trading rights. They became the local face of the fence, the authority that would evict families, allocate land, and enforce the pass. The Act sought to create hierarchy of local governments for the black rural reserves, with an orderly progression of power from headmen to chiefs to territorial authorities, all flowing upward to the white minister in Pretoria. The people who resisted were not rebellious, they were defending the last scraps of autonomy the fence had not yet swallowed. The chain of citizenship in 1970, the apartheid state tightened the chain. The Bantu Homeland Citizenship Act declared that every black South African, irrespective of actual residence, was a citizen of one of the homelands designated for their ethnic group, not of South Africa, of a barren, fragmented, internationally unrecognized territory they might never have visited. This act did not give citizenship, it stripped it. The aim was to ensure that, in the long run, there would be no black South Africans. If every black person was a citizen of a homeland, and those homelands eventually became independent, then the white minority would be the demographic majority within the remaining territory of South Africa. The logic was as simple as it was brutal. A person without a country is a person without rights. A person without rights is a person without protection. A person without protection is a person who can be moved, confined, expelled, or killed without consequence. Between 1976 and 1981, 4 homelands were granted independence. Transkei in 1976, Bophuthatswana in 1977, Venda in 1979, and Ciskei in 1981. Not a single foreign government recognized them as independent states. Not one. The United Nations condemned them as frauds. The Organization of African Unity rejected them. But the South African government did not need international recognition. It needed a legal fiction, a piece of paper that could be waved in court, at the border, at the pass office, to prove that the black person standing before the magistrate was not a South African citizen, but a foreigner from a homeland that had no obligation to protect her. The Bantu Homelands Constitution Act of 1971 had given the Prime Minister the power to devolve self-government to the homelands by decree, bypassing the legislature entirely. The homelands became laboratories of extraction. They were not intended to develop. They were intended to depress wages. A man who is a citizen of a barren, jobless territory will accept any wage offered in the industrial heartland of South Africa, because the alternative is starvation. A woman who cannot feed her children on the eroded soil of the reserve will send her husband to the mines, her sons to the factories, her daughters to the domestic service of white suburbs. The homelands were not homes. They were reservoirs of cheap labor. The homelands were also dumping grounds. Between the 1960s and 1980s, the South African government forcibly removed millions of black South Africans from white farms, from urban townships, from black spots, pockets of black-owned land surrounded by white farms, and dumped them into the homelands. Families were loaded onto trucks, driven across the border of their own country, and deposited in barren patches of earth with no houses, no water, no jobs, no future. A man who had lived on a farm for 40 years, whose father had worked that same land, whose ancestors were buried in its soil, was declared a squatter and loaded onto a lorry. His children grew up in the dust of the camps. His grandchildren still live in the shacks of the former homelands, still carry the ID number that marks them as citizens of nowhere. The homelands were also the source of Bantustanification, a term used by contemporary commentators to describe the post-apartheid landscape's reproduction of the same patterns. Fragmented, marginalized, economically dependent territories, governed by chiefs whose authority derives not from the people but from the state. The poverty, the dependency, the spatial isolation, all were engineered. The violence of the Bantustans was not only the violence of forced removal. It was the violence of broken kinship. A family in the homelands could not feed itself without the wages sent from the cities. The father who went to Johannesburg to work became a stranger to his children. The mother who remained in the reserve became a laborer on her own land, growing what food she could on soil that had been stripped of its nutrients by overcrowding and erosion. The elders, too old to work, too young to die, waited in the dust for the monthly remittance that never came. The children grew up without schools, without clinics, without hope. The homelands were also the source of lateral violence, neighbors fighting neighbors over the scraps of land, the few jobs, the meager resources. The prison yard fight was not an accident. It was the intended outcome. A people who are fighting each other are not organizing against the fence. A chief who is busy collecting taxes for the apartheid state is not leading a rebellion. A man who is competing with his cousin for a spot on the migrant labor list is not marching on the union buildings. But the homelands were not only sites of oppression. They were also sites of unexpected life. In the cracks of the cage, the people planted gardens. In the dust of the camps, mothers taught their children to read with books smuggled from the cities. In the silence of the night, poets wrote in languages that the censors could not understand. The homelands produced a black middle class, teachers, nurses, clerks, traders, tribal administrators, who were supposed to be the collaborators of the fence, but some of them became its sharpest critics. A teacher in the Transkei, trained in a mission school, reading banned literature under the covers, could become a revolutionary. The homelands were the cradle of the black consciousness movement, the birthplace of the generation that would tear the fence down. The Bantustans were a machine of lateral violence, but they could not kill the spirit. The spirit is older than the fence. It has been walking the open veldt since before the first pass was stamped, before the first chief was bought, before the first border was drawn. The homelands were created to divide, to control, to extract. But the people who lived in them learned to bend the fence, to find the gaps, to pass through. This is the theological fence of the Bantustans, the belief that identity is a cage, that ethnicity is a prison, that you belong where the paper says you belong. The visitors drew the map, stamped the passport, appointed the chief. But they could not erase the memory of the open veldt, the knowledge that you are not a fragment, not a category, not a file in a database. The Bantustans were abolished in 1994. The homelands were reincorporated into a unified South Africa, but the fence has not disappeared. It has been decentralized. The spatial pattern of the Bantustans, the fragmented parcels, the marginalized locations, the dependence on distant economic centers, is still visible in the former homelands of the Eastern Cape and Mpumalanga and Limpopo. The poverty is still there. The isolation is still there. The border of the homeland is gone, but the memory of the border remains. My love, you have never lived in a Bantustan. You have never been forced onto a lorry and dumped on barren earth, but you have inherited the fence. Every time you hear a politician speak of tribalism, every time you see a community turn against its neighbors because they speak a different language, every time you witness a fight over a scarce resource that could have been shared, you are seeing the ghost of the Bantustan. The prison yard fight is not natural. It is engineered, but the engineering was not magic. It was law, surveyor's chain, forced removal, and the long, grinding work of teaching a people to see their neighbor as an enemy. The Bantustan was the laboratory of lateral violence, and the experiment succeeded. But the fence is not eternal. It was built by human hands. What is built can be dismantled. The first step is to see it. The Bantustan is not a footnote in a history book. It is the structure of the present. It is in the township that is still a dormitory, the homeland that is still a labor reserve, the identity card that still classifies you by a category you did not choose. The fence is in the shape of the map, the rhythm of the calendar, the color of the pass. The Bantustans were designed to make you believe that you are a fragment, that your tribe is your only home, that your neighbor is your enemy, that your land is not your own. But you are not a fragment. You are a descendant of people who walked the open veldt, who negotiated access across borders that were not yet drawn, who spoke languages that had not yet been frozen into categories. The memory is still in your bones, the spirit is still walking. The fence is old, but you are young, and the young have a way of walking through fences that the old thought were permanent. End of Chapter 10, Chapter 11. Forced removals, the breaking of 3.5 million lives, 1960–1983. My love, imagine waking up to the sound of a lorry grinding to a halt outside your door. It is still dark. The light from the headlights spills through the cracks in your window, illuminating the familiar shapes of your room. The chair where your grandmother used to sit, the table where you ate your supper, the wall where your mother hung the photograph of your father who left for the mines and never came back. Then the knock comes. Not a neighbor, a policeman. He is holding a piece of paper. He does not say good morning. He says, you have 30 minutes, take what you can carry. The truck will take you to a place you have never seen. You cannot come back. This is not a nightmare. This is the morning of 3.5 million lives. This is forced removal. Between 1960 and 1983, the apartheid government of South Africa engaged in one of the largest mass removals of people in modern history. By the most conservative estimates, 3.5 million black, colored, and Indian South Africans were uprooted from their homes, loaded onto government trucks, and dumped on barren patches of earth hundreds of kilometers away. Their houses were bulldozed, their streets were renamed, their communities were scattered like seeds thrown onto concrete. The government called this slum clearance and separate development. The people who lived through it called it the time of the trucks. The machinery of removal was not improvised. It was a legislative engine built piece by piece over decades. The Group Areas Act of 1950 provided the racial map. It designated which areas of every city, town, and rural district were reserved for which race. The Natives Resettlement Act of 1954 provided the authority to expropriate land, demolish structures, and resettle residents with minimal compensation. The Native Laws Amendment Act of 1952 tightened the pass system, making it illegal for a black person to remain in an urban area for more than 72 hours without a permit. The Group Areas Development Act of 1955 provided funding for the bulldozers, the trucks, and the matchbox houses that would replace the communities they destroyed. The engine did not discriminate. It consumed everyone. The bulldozer at dawn, SOPHITOWN, 1955, the bulldozers arrived in Sophiatown at 5 o'clock on the morning of 9 February 1955. By sunrise, 110 families had been forced to remove all their belongings from their homes, pile into police trucks, and move out to Meadowlands, where hundreds of matchbox homes awaited them. But the trucks did not stop at Meadowlands. Over the next 8 years, 65,000 residents were removed from Sophiatown, dumped in faraway places like Lenasia, Western Coloured Township, and other peripheral settlements. Sophiatown was not a slum, it was a miracle. A freehold township established in 1905 where black South Africans could own land, one of the few places in the country where that was possible. It was the home of artists, writers, journalists, musicians, and activists. The drum beat of its nightclubs was the soundtrack of a generation. The pages of Drum magazine, printed in Sophiatown, carried the voices of Ezekiel Mfalel, Kanthemba, and Nat Nakasa across the continent. The jazz that rose from its shebeens was the sound of a people who had refused to be broken. The bulldozers did not care about jazz. They cared about the map. Sophiatown was too close to white Johannesburg. It was a black spot, a pocket of black ownership surrounded by white ambition. The Natives Resettlement Act of 1954 gave the government the power to erase it. The government renamed the area Triumph, and built a white suburb on the rubble. When the bulldozers were finished, the jazz did not die. It moved. It moved to meadowlands where the matchbox houses had no space for pianos. It moved to the shebeens of Soweto, where the drums beat a different rhythm, the rhythm of resistance. The music that was silenced in Sophiatown became the anthem of the struggle, but the people who were silenced, some of them never found their voice again. The Cape Flats, District 6. Cape Town's District 6 was declared a whites-only area on 11 February 1966. The removals began 2 years later and continued for a decade. By 1978, more than 60,000 people had been evicted from their homes and relocated to the Cape Flats, a vast windswept, sandy plain more than 20 kilometers from the city center. The soil of the flats could not grow a garden. The wind carried the sand into your eyes, your food, your bed. The houses were small, cold, and far from everything, far from work, far from school, far from the community that had been your anchor. District 6 was not a slum, it was a home. It was a place where colored, African, Indian, and white families lived side by side, not because the law permitted it, but because the people had built something that the law could not touch. The streets had names like Hanover, Canterbury, and Constitution, names that carried the memory of a different kind of society. The mosques stood next to the churches. The shops were owned by people who knew your name. The children played in the streets until the streetlights came on, and no one locked their doors. The government called District 6 a slum because it needed an excuse to destroy it. The Group Areas Act declared that the land beneath District 6, land in the heart of Cape Town, land that overlooked Table Mountain, land that was valuable, belonged to white people. The people who lived there were temporary sojourners. Their homes were deemed to be slums. The value of their community was measured not in the bonds of kinship, but in the price of the real estate. When the bulldozers came, the residents of District 6 did not go quietly. They marched, they petitioned, they sang. A group of women stood in front of the bulldozers and refused to move. They were arrested. The bulldozers continued. By the early 1980s, District 6 was a field of rubble. The government renamed it Zonnebloem after an 18th-century colonial farm. The name was an erasure, but the memory of District 6 refused to be erased. The rubble still speaks. The Valley of Death, Cato Manor in Durban, the machine found another target. Cato Manor, known to its residents as Mpofu, was a vibrant, mixed community of African and Indian families, living and working together in the hills overlooking the port city. The Indian families who had moved there after the end of the indenture system had built homes and businesses. The African families who had migrated from the rural reserves had built shacks and gardens. The two communities traded, intermarried, and fought, but they also built a life. The Group Areas Act of 1950 designated Cato Manor as a white area. The government began removing Indian families first, then African families. By the mid-1960s, the entire community had been dispersed to distant townships, the Indians to Chatsworth and Phoenix, the Africans to KwaMashu and Umlazi. The houses were bulldozed, the hills were leveled. The valley that had been called Mpofu, the place of milk, became a ghost. The removals from Cato Manor were not only brutal, they were economic warfare. The Indian shopkeepers who had built businesses over generations were given a few months' notice to sell their stock, close their doors, and move to barren plots of land with no customers. The African families who had scraped together savings to build their shacks were given no compensation at all. The government called this slum clearance. The people called it the day the valley died, the mountain that was emptied. Lady Selborne in Pretoria, the machine climbed the slopes of the Magalisberg. Lady Selborne was a freehold township, one of the few places where black families could own land in the capital. By the 1960s, it was densely populated, with thriving businesses, schools, and churches. In 1965, the government declared Lady Selborne a white area under the Group Areas Act. The residents were given a few months to leave. Their homes were bulldozed. Their land was expropriated. They were relocated to Mamelodi, Gar-Rankuwa, and Atteridgeville, distant townships with no infrastructure, no jobs, and no future. The families who were removed from Lady Selborne did not only lose their homes, they lost their freehold. They went from being landowners to being tenants. A man who had owned a title deed, who could pass his house to his children, was now a renter in a government-owned matchbox. The status of landowner, the status that had been held by black families in Lady Selborne since the early 20th century, was erased overnight. The theology of the bulldozer, the forced removals, were not only a physical act, they were a theological act. The Group Areas Act was not only a zoning law, it was a creed. It announced that proximity to whiteness was a privilege, not a right. It declared that a black family living in a city, even a family that had lived there for generations, even a family that owned its home, even a family that had contributed to the economy, was an illegal presence unless a piece of paper said otherwise. The removals were also a sacrament of the fence. They taught the African, the colored, the Indian that the land was not theirs, that the city was not theirs, that the soil beneath their feet could be revoked at any moment by a man with a stamp. The theology of the removal was the theology of the pass, the theology of the reserve, the theology of the homeland, but intensified, concentrated, weaponized. A family that is loaded onto a truck and dumped in a barren field learns that it has no claim on the earth. A child who grows up in a matchbox house, far from the city where her parents worked, learns that the world is a place of scarcity, not abundance. A grandmother who watches her garden, the garden she planted with her own hands, the garden that fed her children, being buried under the blade of a bulldozer, learns that her labor means nothing, that her love means nothing, that her life means nothing to the men who draw the lines on the map. The removals were also a theft of the future. A man who cannot pass a home to his children cannot plan. A woman who cannot plant a garden cannot hope for a harvest. A child who grows up in a transient camp cannot imagine a permanent place. The forced removals did not only steal the present, they stole the ability to imagine a tomorrow. The removals were also a machine of lateral violence. A family that is dumped in a new location must compete for scarce resources, water, land, jobs, schools, with the families who were already there. The fence that divided the races also divided the same race. A Xhosa family from District 6, dumped on the Cape Flats, found themselves competing with colored families for the same scarce housing. An Indian family from Kato Manor, dumped in Chatsworth, found themselves competing with other Indian families for the same scarce shops. The removals did not only break communities, they set them against each other. The psychology of the removal, the forced removals left wounds that have not healed. The trauma of losing one's home is not only a loss of shelter, it is a loss of identity. A home is not a building, it is a container of memory. The chair where your grandmother sat is not a piece of furniture, it is a vessel of her presence. The tree in the yard where you played as a child is not a plant, it is a mark of your own growth. The street where you walked to school is not a road, it is a map of your becoming. When the bulldozers came, they did not only destroy buildings, they destroyed maps. The children who were removed from Lady Selborne grew up in Mamelodi, speaking a language that was not their own, attending schools that had no memory of their parents' achievements, living in houses that had no history. The grandchildren of those children still carry the absence. The forced removals also broke the thread of inheritance. A house that is passed from father to son is a statement of continuity. It says, we belong here, we will always belong here. This soil is ours, not because a deed says so, but because our feet have pressed it for generations. The removals severed that thread. A man who cannot leave a home to his son is a man who cannot leave a legacy. A woman who cannot plant a garden is a woman who cannot feed her grandchildren. The trauma of the removals is intergenerational. The children of the removed carry the wounds of their parents. The grandchildren of the removed carry the silence of their grandparents. The absence of a home is not a single event. It is a permanent condition. A family that was uprooted in 1965 is still uprooted, even if they have a roof over their heads. The roof is not a home. The home is a memory, and the memory is a wound. The apartheid state understood this. The removals were not only about land, they were about memory. A people who have lost their homes will eventually lose their stories. A people who have lost their stories will eventually lose themselves. The bulldozer was not only a tool of destruction, it was a tool of erasure. The government renamed Sophiatown Triumph, because they wanted the people to forget that there had ever been a community there. They renamed District 6 Zonnebloem because they wanted the people to forget that there had ever been a neighborhood. The renaming was not a gesture, it was a weapon. It was an attempt to rewrite history, to erase the memory of the removed, to make the empty field seem natural. But memory is not erased by a name. The people of Sophiatown did not forget. The people of District 6 did not forget. The people of Lady Selborne, Kato Manor, Marabastad, Kroonstad, Nelspruit, they did not forget. The memory of the removal is still alive. It is in the songs they sing. It is in the stories they tell. It is in the names they give their children, names that carry the echo of the home that was lost. The visitor who was also removed, my love, I am a visitor in this land. I carry a passport from a country I left when I was young. I have never been loaded onto a truck and dumped on a barren field, but I have felt the weight of the fence. I have stood in the queue at Home Affairs, watching the official flip through pages, searching for the stamp that says I am allowed to be your father. I have felt the cold sweat of waiting, the fear that my name might not make it onto the right list, the humiliation of being reduced to a file number and a piece of paper. Your mother is a Mokana of the Free State, Sesotho, rooted here for generations. You belong here in a way I never will, not by paper but by bone. And yet I am here, I am your father. I am writing this book in the land that will never fully claim me, for the daughter who will never be questioned at the border. The forced removals did not only target black South Africans, they targeted anyone who was not white. The Indian families of Kato Manor were removed. The coloured families of District 6 were removed. The families of Lady Selborne were removed. The fence did not distinguish between a Xhosa and a Tamil, a Zulu and a Sotho, a colored and a white. The fence distinguished between the citizen and the visitor, the legal and the illegal, the permitted and the forbidden. The removals were the ultimate expression of that distinction. They said, you are not a citizen, you are a visitor, and visitors can be expelled. I am a visitor. But I am also a father, and a father's job is not to protect his child from the world. It is to teach his child that the world is not as small as the walls they gave her. The removals tried to make the world small. They tried to fence the horizon, to limit the imagination, to break the spirit. They failed. The spirit did not break. It bent like a tree in the wind, and then it straightened. The jazz that was silenced in Sophiaton found new voices. The community that was scattered from District 6 found new ways to connect. The families that were dumped on the Cape Flats built new homes from the rubble, new gardens from the sand, new songs from the silence. The fence is old, but you are young, and the young have a way of remembering what the old were forced to forget. The removals are over. The Group Areas Act was repealed in 1991. The Natives Resettlement Act is a footnote. The bulldozers are silent. But the fence still stands, not because the law says so, because we have forgotten that it was built, because we have learned to see the townships as naturally poor, the Cape Flats as naturally barren, the land as naturally divided. The removals were not a natural disaster, they were a crime, and the memory of that crime is the key to the fence. The first step is to see it, to recognize that the Matchbox house is not a home, it is a temporary accommodation, to understand that the Cape Flats are not barren, they were stripped, to remember that the land was taken, not given, and that the taking left wounds that have not healed. The removals stole 3.5 million futures, but they could not steal the memory. The memory is still alive. It is in the stories of the grandmothers who survived the trucks. It is in the songs that were sung in the camps. It is in the names that were given to the children born in exile. The memory is the fence, but the memory is also the key. The fence is old, but you are young. Walk. End of chapter 11, chapter 12. Water as a weapon, the enclosure of the rivers, my love. Imagine a spring, not a tap, not a pipe. Place where the earth breathes water up from its own dark belly, cool and clear, unmeasured by any meter. Your grandmother went there with a clay pot balanced on her head, not because she was poor, but because the water was alive. The spring had a name. The spring had a story. The spring was an ancestor. The Venda people of the Zoutpansberg have a saying, Zwisima Nuzwipais Ndif Hesuha Zwifho. Springs, both ordinary and heated, are places of tradition and spirituality. They are sacred. Are protected by myths and legends. It is forbidden to use a rusty container to fetch water from certain springs, for the people believe that if you do, you will fetch a snake. This is not superstition. It is an environmental regulation, a rule encoded in story, passed down through generations, designed to keep the spring pure. Now imagine a dam, concrete, steel, water backed up behind a wall, measured in cubic meters, owned by a company whose shareholders have never seen the river. The dam does not have a name, it has a number. The water does not have a story, it has a price. The dam is not an ancestor, it is an asset. This is the difference between a relationship and a resource. The visitors looked at the rivers of this land and saw not living systems but raw material. They did not ask the name of the spring. They asked how many liters per second. They did not honor the myth, they wrote a law. And with that law they built a fence that you cannot see, a fence of paper, of deeds, of permits, of meters. The fence of water is the deepest fence of all, because water is life, and the visitors understood that whoever controls the water controls the body. The law that drew the line, the first blade of the water fence, was the Irrigation and Conservation of Waters Act of 1912. It was one of the first laws passed by the newly formed Union of South Africa, passed just 1 year before the Natives Land Act that would fence the land. The law was presented as a modernizing measure, a way to regulate the scarce water resources of a semi-arid country, to prevent waste, to promote irrigation, to bring progress to the farming community. The politics behind the act, however, were fundamentally influenced by racial and class dynamics. Water, like land, was intended to be controlled by the white minority. The act introduced the principle of riparian rights, a legal doctrine imported from English common law, designed for the rain-soaked river valleys of Britain. Riparian rights simply meant that the person who owned the land next to the river had the right to take water from it. If you were a white farmer with a title deed to a riverfront farm, you could irrigate your fields, water your cattle, and dam the stream. If you were a black family living on a communal reserve, with no title deed and no riverfront property, you had no rights at all. The Act also made a distinction between public water and private water. Public water was regulated by the state. Private water, water that flowed entirely within a single property, or water that had been diverted into a dam, belonged to the landowner. That water could be bought, sold, and hoarded like any other commodity. The 1912 Act replaced the old Roman Dutch principle of dominus fluminis, the idea that rivers belonged to the people, with the English principle of riparian ownership, which tied water to private property. The 1912 Act was merely the first step. The Water Act of 1956 tightened the screws. It consolidated riparian rights with the state's claim of ultimate ownership, giving the apartheid government sweeping powers to allocate water according to its political agenda. The National Party government used the act to prioritize water for white agriculture, white industry, and white cities. Black communities were not merely neglected, they were deliberately excluded. The scholarly literature calls this invented water scarcity, the deliberate creation of shortages through law and policy, not through lack of rainfall. The map that erased the springs before the act, there was no public water and private water. There was just water. The rivers belonged to everyone. The springs were guarded by the ancestors, not the deeds. The allocation of water was not a transaction, it was a relationship. Traditional systems of governance in pre-colonial South Africa were not lawless. They were characterized by traditional systems of governance that characterized most forms of administration and governance in rural communities. Access to water was managed by chiefs and headmen, who allocated it according to customary law. The water was not owned, it was stewarded. The vendor understood this clearly. They protected springs through taboos and sacred prohibitions, not because they were superstitious, but because they understood that a polluted spring would kill the community. They conducted initiation ceremonies at rivers and lakes, not for entertainment, but because water was the threshold between childhood and adulthood, between the living and the ancestors. The National Water Act of 1998 would later abolish the distinction between public and private water and incorporate the public trust doctrine, a complete regime change. But by then, the fence had already been standing for nearly a century. The legal framework had shifted from one that tied water to land ownership to one that acknowledged that water belongs to all people. The visitors could not read these maps. They saw only superstition, chaos, and waste. They did not see that the prohibition against the rusty container was a sanitation regulation, a rule to prevent the contamination of the drinking supply. They did not see that the sacred spring was a protected area, a conservation zone maintained by collective ritual, not by a government department. They replaced the stewardship of the ancestors with the tyranny of the deed. The dams that drowned the valleys, the second blade of the water fence was the dam. In the early decades of the 20th century, the South African government embarked on a massive program of dam construction. The stated purpose was irrigation, to turn the arid interior into a garden for white farmers. The true purpose was control. A dam is not a neutral reservoir. A dam is a weapon. It captures the flow of a river, stores it behind a wall, and releases it at the discretion of the engineer. A river that is dammed is no longer a living system, it is a pipeline. The people who live downstream no longer have a relationship with the water, they have a relationship with the dam operator. The Hartbeespoort Dam, completed in 1925, and the Valharts irrigation scheme, completed in 1938, were both designed to uplift poor white farmers at the expense of black South Africans. White settlers were given land and water rights in these schemes. Black families who had lived in those valleys for generations were removed, loaded onto trucks, dumped in the reserves, and told to find work in the mines. The same families who had depended on the river for generations were now told that they could not touch it. Their homes were drowned, their fields were flooded, their ancestors' graves were covered by meters of water. The scholars who studied these forced removals found that they resulted in invented water scarcity for black communities. The lack of water was not a natural shortage. The water was there, the rain still fell, the river still flowed, but the law said, this water is not for you. The apartheid government later tried to use irrigation schemes to stem the flow of black people to the cities, hoping that better water access in the reserves would keep them on the land, but these schemes were never intended to make the reserves self-sufficient. They were designed to ensure that the reserves could produce enough food to keep the people alive, but not enough to make them independent. The irrigation schemes were another form of the migrant labor system, a way to keep the worker fed while extracting his labor for the mines. By the 1940s, black workers in the cities were receiving inadequate water supplies because the government refused to invest in their housing and infrastructure. The dam was not only a weapon against the land, it was a weapon against the memory. A river that is dammed is a river that has been renamed. The valley that is flooded is a valley that has been erased. The ancestors who are buried beneath the water are ancestors who can no longer be visited. The visitors did not build dams to store water. They built dams to store power. The theology of the meter, the third blade of the water fence, was the meter. The meter is a small box, usually made of plastic, attached to a pipe. It measures the flow of water in liters per second, cubic meters per month, rand per kiloliter. The meter is the sacrament of the commodity. It transforms a relationship into a transaction. It turns a gift into a debt. Before the meter, water was free. It was given by the earth, received by the community, shared by all. After the meter, water is a product. It is produced by a utility, delivered by a pipe, and billed by an algorithm. The meter is the permission slip of the modern age. You do not have water because you are a descendant of the ancestors. You have water because you have paid your bill. Stop paying and the meter stops. The water stops. The life stops. the meter is the water dumpers. Black townships were deliberately supplied with inferior water infrastructure during apartheid. White municipalities received significant investments in water reticulation systems. Black locations received shared taps, polluted streams, and dry seasons. The government established separate water supply systems for different racial groups. Black people were not just given less water, they were given water that was dirtier, more expensive, and less reliable. In 1994, the new democratic government inherited a system in which 14 million black South Africans had no access to safe water, and 21 million had no access to adequate sanitation. This was not a failure of the system, it was the intended outcome. The water fence had been engineered to keep black bodies alive enough to work, but not healthy enough to thrive. The National Water Act of 1998 was supposed to tear down the fence. It abolished the distinction between public and private water. It declared that water belongs to all people. It established the principle that water is a public trust, not a commodity. But the fence cannot be torn down by a single act. The meters are still there, the deeds are still there. The memory of the spring that was sacred, the spring that had a name, the spring that was not a resource, that memory is still buried beneath the concrete of the dam. The spring that refused to dry. The visitors were not able to fence every spring. Deep in the gorges of the Soutpansberg, hidden from the surveyors and the lawyers, there are springs that have never been mapped. The Venda call them sacred. They are protected by myths, by taboos, by the fear of ancestors. No law has been passed to guard them. No meter has been attached to their flow. They are guarded by something older than the deed, the memory of the people. One such spring is Fifidi, a sacred waterfall in the Venda region. For generations, the Venda have performed rituals at its base, honoring the ancestors, asking for rain, ensuring the health of the community. The waterfall has no permit, it has no price, it answers only to the ancestors. It continues to flow not because the state permits it, but because the people remember it. Another is the Sagal Hot Spring, a geothermal spring that emerges from the earth at a constant temperature. It is not a tourist attraction, it is a place of healing. The Venda believe that the water has the power to cure illnesses, to purify the spirit, to connect the living with the dead. No doctor certified this, no scientist confirmed it. The water heals because the people believe it heals, and the people believe because the ancestors believed. The springs of Venda are the last open veldt of the water fence. They are the places where the law of the deed has not yet reached. They are the places where the visitor has not yet built a dam. The visitors may come. They may build a fence, they may pass a law, but the spring does not read the law. The spring does not recognize the fence. The spring flows where it has always flowed, through the rock, through the soil, through the memory of the people. The fence cannot stop it. The meter cannot measure it. The dam cannot drown it, because the spring is not a resource. The spring is an ancestor. The flood that is coming, my love, you have never carried a bucket of water from a spring. You have turned on a tap, and the water has come, not always, not reliably, but often enough. You have never known the drought that the visitors engineered, the dry season that was not a season of the earth, but a season of the law, but you have inherited the fence. The meter in your house is the child of the 1912 Act. The bill you pay is the grandchild of the riparian principle. The worry you feel when the water is shut off, that worry was designed, just as the pass was designed, just as the compound was designed. A person who cannot rely on water is a person who cannot plan. A family that does not know when the tap will run is a family that cannot build a future. The National Water Act of 1998 promised to change this. It declared that water is a public trust, that it must be managed in the public interest, that every person has the right to access sufficient water, but a promise is not a pipe. The law is not the river. The fence of water is still standing, not because the law says so, but because the memory of the fence is still alive. The memory is the belief that water is a product, not a relation. The memory is the assumption that the spring has no name, that the river has no story, that the dam is a solution, not a wound. The memory is the forgetting that there was ever a world before the meter. The spring still flows. The memory can be recovered. The fence can be seen. The first step is to see it, not as a fact of nature, not as an inevitable feature of the world, but as a structure that was designed, constructed, and maintained by people who had something to gain. The people who built the dam did not build it to keep you safe. They built it to keep you controlled. The people who wrote the 1912 Act did not write it to conserve water. They wrote it to conserve power. The fence is old, but you are young, and the young have a way of remembering what the old were forced to forget. The flood is coming, not the flood of water, the flood of memory. Let it wash the fence away. End of chapter 12. Conviction that the African soul was a blank page waiting to be written on. The first formal school for black children was established at Genedendel in 1738 by the Moravian missionary Georg Schmidt. By 1859, there were 19 so-called established schools and 178 aided schools scattered across the Cape Colony, staffed by missionaries, funded by the state, and built on the premise that the African child must be saved from his own culture. The curriculum was a cage. In the early mission schools, children learned to read and write in Dutch or English, not to become scholars, but to become clerks, catechists, and servants. The Protestant work ethic was hammered into every lesson. Idle hands were the devil's workshop. Obedience was the highest virtue. The missionary James Henderson, who ran Lovedale Missionary Institution for nearly 3 decades, wrote that the purpose of the school was to produce a sober, industrious, and educated class of natives who would be a credit to themselves and an asset to the country. He did not mean that they would become doctors or lawyers. He meant that they would become reliable laborers, men who would show up on time, follow instructions, and never question the order of things. The mission schools were not prisons. They were training camps for the wage. A boy who learned to read the Bible could also read a contract. A girl who learned to sew could also sew uniforms for the white families who employed her. The education was not designed to lift the African out of the cage. It was designed to make him a more efficient occupant, but the fence had a crack. The mission schools produced a small but self-sustaining, intellectually oriented black middle class. And this class gave rise to many of the colonial, and later apartheid system's most prominent opponents, including UNISA alumni Z.K. Matthews, Anton Lembed, O.R. Tambo, and Nelson Mandela. The Bible that was used to teach obedience was also the text that the students used to argue for their own liberation. The English that was imposed as a language of commerce became the language of the Freedom Charter. The fence could not control the seeds it planted. By the 1930s, the vast majority of schools serving black students were run by missions with state aid. Most children, however, did not attend these schools at all. The visitors were impatient. The missionary system was too slow, too uneven, too expensive. They wanted a fence that covered the whole country, not just the patches where missionaries had settled. In 1949, the government appointed a commission, headed by anthropologist W.W.M. Iselen, to study and make recommendations for the education of native South Africans. The Iselen Commission report of 1951 urged the government to take charge of education for black South Africans in order to make it part of a general socio-economic plan for the country. The report was a blueprint for the fence. It said that schooling should be tailored toward the needs and values of the cultures in which the schools were located. This was the language of separate development, the theological justification that the African child should not be taught the same curriculum as the white child because his destiny was different. The bell tolls for the mission on 1 January 1954, the Bantu Education Act came into effect. It transferred control of all African schools from the mission churches to the Department of Native Affairs, a department explicitly designed to administer oppression, not education. The government would no longer subsidize mission schools. The missionaries had a choice: fund their own schools or close them. All but 3 of them chose to close. The act did not need to say that black children would receive an inferior education. It simply ensured that the funding would be inferior. The government spending per African child in 1953 was 14% of that for each white pupil. By 1968, it had dropped to 6%. The curriculum was stripped to the bone: arithmetic, social studies, Christian religion, needlework for girls, handcraft, planting, and soil conservation. There was no physics, no chemistry, no advanced mathematics, no history that challenged the narrative of colonial triumph. The Bantu Education Department aimed to even out classroom sizes across the country by abolishing a year of studies between junior and secondary school. 1976, this meant that double the normal number of students were taking part in the first year of junior secondary schooling, creating an unwieldy bulge that meant even more crowding, double shifts, more shortages of textbooks and qualified teachers. Verwoerd, the Minister of Native Affairs who would later become Prime Minister, was brutally honest about the purpose of the act. He said, "What is the use of teaching a Bantu child mathematics when it cannot use it in practice?" He said that black children should be trained only for the type of work they're able to do. That type of work was manual labor. That is the fence of the curriculum. It does not need to ban you from the university. It simply ensures that you never learn what you would need to get there. The act forced institutions to be under the direct control of the state. The National Party now had the power to employ and train teachers as it saw fit. Black teachers' salaries were extremely low, and this led to a dramatic drop in trainee teachers. Only 1/3 of black teachers were qualified. The classrooms were overcrowded, understaffed, and undersupplied. Of the black schools, 30% had no electricity, 25% had no running water, and more than half had no plumbing. The per capita government spending on black education in the 1970s was 1/10 of the spending on white education. This was not a failure of the system. This was the system. The theology of the desk, the theological fence of Bantu education, was built on the foundation of Christian national education, a doctrine that blended Afrikaner Calvinism with racial segregation. The Institute for Christian National Education wrote in 1943, "Our Afrikaans schools must be places where our children will be imbued with the Christian and national spiritual and cultural material of our nation." We wish to have no mixing of cultures, no mixing of religions, and no mixing of races. The missionaries who had run the schools before 1954 had their own theology, a theology of paternalism, of the civilizing mission, of the African as a child to be raised into adulthood, but even that theology had contained the seed of its own opposition. The black preachers and teachers who emerged from the mission schools read the same Bible that their white masters read, and they found verses that spoke of liberation, not obedience. The Bantu Education Act was designed to kill that seed. It replaced the missionary with the civil servant. It replaced the Bible with the textbook. It replaced the promise of salvation with the certainty of the wage. The hidden curriculum of Bantu education was not in the syllabus. It was in the structure. The bell taught you that your time is not your own. The uniform taught you that your body must conform to the expectations of the state. The desk in a row taught you that you are a number in a grid. The punishment for speaking your mother tongue taught you that your language is shameful, that your ancestors are silent, that the voice of the visitor is the only voice that matters. White apartheid officials had the ability through education to create learners who were subservient, apathetic bystanders in society. The Act also extended its reach to higher education. In 1959, the Extension of University Education Act made universities tribal, forcing black students into ethnically based colleges. The University College of Fort Hare, which had produced some of the brightest minds of the liberation struggle, was taken over by the government and degraded to being part of the Bantu education system. The fence now stretched from the first grade to the last. Just as the 1913 Land Act had carved the soil into ethnic reserves, the Bantustans, the scheduled areas, the fragments of a broken mirror, the missionary enterprise carved the spirit into denominational reserves. Methodist, Catholic, Anglican, Lutheran, Zionist, each claimed to hold the exclusive deed to heaven. Each built its own fence, its own pulpit, its own doctrine of exclusion. They forced black believers to compete over doctrinal scraps, ensuring that they never consolidated a unified horizontal consciousness. The lateral violence of the prison yard, neighbor fighting neighbor over a scarce job, a patch of grazing, a government contract, was mirrored by the lateral violence of the pulpit. A Zulu Methodist and a Zulu Catholic were taught to see each other as spiritually deficient. A Xhosa Anglican and a Xhosa Zionist were separated by the same logic that separated a Transkei resident from a Ciskei resident. The visitors fragmented the land to control the body. They fragmented the spirit to control the mind. Both fences served the same master. The sound that broke the fence, the students of Soweto, refused to be numbers in a grid. In 1974, the regional director of the Department of Bantu Education issued a directive that Afrikaans was to be used as a medium of instruction for mathematics and social science in black schools. Afrikaans was the language of the oppressor, the language of the passbook, the police van, the magistrate's court. The students saw the directive for what it was, the final tightening of the screw. The language of the fence would now be the language of the classroom. You would learn to obey in Afrikaans. You would learn to calculate in Afrikaans. You would learn to submit in Afrikaans. The first significant protests took place in March and April 1976, among the 13 and 14-year-old students most affected by the changes. Pupils at Fefani Junior Secondary School embarked on a go slow. They refused to go to class after lunch and spent the afternoons discussing the directive that Afrikaans should be the medium of instruction in their school. These meetings were a space where very young students could engage with each other, reflect upon their own experiences, and move from reflection to action. It is possible to cast these meetings as the true starting point of the Soweto uprising. On 16 June 1976, thousands of students gathered at school assemblies across Soweto for a protest march to Orlando Stadium. They were young. Some of them were as young as 12. They carried no weapons. They carried placards that read "Away with Afrikaans" and "To hell with Bantu education." They sang freedom songs. They walked. The police were waiting. Heavily armed police opened fire on the students as they were marching peacefully. Hector Pietersen was 13 years old. He was shot. He died. The photograph of his body being carried by a weeping classmate, Mbiasa Makubo, with his sister Antoinette running alongside, was seen around the world. The Soweto uprising did not end apartheid, but it ended the illusion that the fence could hold. The students of Soweto were not the first to resist. In the 1980s, the school boycotts spread across the country. In 1984 alone, 45,000 black students walked out of their classrooms, refusing to return until the government provided decent schools, qualified teachers, and a curriculum that respected their dignity. They fought running battles with police who responded with tear gas, rubber bullets, and live ammunition. The schools became battlefields. The government's response was not to improve the schools, it was to close them. By the mid-1980s, education in many black townships had collapsed entirely. A generation of young people, the so-called lost generation, grew up with no formal schooling at all. They learned on the streets, in the struggle, in the underground. They became the soldiers of the liberation armies. They paid for their education with their blood, but the students also resisted in quieter ways. Black Africans subverted apartheid law by holding secret schools, in which they learned mathematics through playing games. The key was that they were playing in English, whereas the laws of the land stated that Africans should be taught in state schools in their native languages, a deliberate attempt to limit the opportunities of Africans. The hidden curriculum of the state was met with a hidden curriculum of liberation. The Bantu Education Act was repealed in 1979, replaced by the Education and Training Act, which continued the system of racially segregated education, but eliminated the most blatant forms of discrimination. The Interim Constitution of 1994 made segregation unconstitutional, and the South African Schools Act of 1996 repealed the remaining sections of the apartheid education laws. The fence of the school was torn down on paper. But the fence of the mind remains. The crack in the desk, my love, you have never carried a passbook. You have never been forced to learn in a language you despised, but you have inherited the fence. The bell that wakes you for school, the uniform you must wear, the timetable that tells you where to be at every hour of the day, these are the ghosts of the mission school. The desk in a row, the teacher who demands silence, the test that measures your worth in a number, these are the children of Bantu education. The visitors designed the school to produce laborers, not leaders. They designed the curriculum to produce obedience, not curiosity. They designed the classroom to produce compliance, not sovereignty. The fence of the school is the fence of the mind. It teaches you that your time is not your own, that your body must be hidden, that your voice must be silenced, that the question is more dangerous than the answer. But the crack in the fence is the same as it has always been: the student who refuses to forget, the student who reads the banned book, the student who speaks her mother tongue when the teacher is not listening, the student who asks the question that has no answer in the textbook. Your grandmother did not have a matric certificate. She could not read the books that the visitors assigned, but she knew something that no school could teach. She knew that the fence was not eternal. She knew that the land remembers. She knew that the spring still flows even when the meter is dry. She taught you not with a lesson but with her presence. She taught you that obedience is not a virtue, it is a condition, and conditions can be changed. The school is a cage, but the cage has a door. The door is not locked. The lock is the belief that you cannot leave. You are the descendant of people who walked out of the classroom and into the streets, who sang freedom songs while the police shot, who refused to speak the language of the oppressor even when it meant failing the test. The fence is old, but you are young, and the young have a way of walking through fences that the old thought were permanent. The bell is ringing, you do not have to answer. End of Chapter 13. Chapter 14. The Enclosure of Information. The news is all to my love. Before the printing press, the news was not news. It was a story told around a fire, a message carried by a runner, a rock painting that had lasted for thousands of years. The sand did not read a headline to know that the spring had dried. They walked to the spring. The vendor did not watch a broadcast to know that the Pleiades had risen. They looked up. Kosa did not scroll through a feed to know that the enemy was approaching. They felt the ground tremble. The visitors did not invent the news. They invented the altar, a secular church where the priest wears a suit, the scripture is the bulletin, and the sacrament is fear. A printing press in a colonial office, a radio transmitter in a state building, a television studio in a government compound, a social media algorithm in a Silicon Valley data center. The technology changed, the architecture did not. News was never neutral. It was always a ritual, designed to shape belief, manufacture panic, and bind the people to the fence. The first fence of information was the Licensing Act. In 1662, the English Parliament passed the Licensing of the Press Act, which required all printers to obtain a royal license before publishing any text. The stated purpose was to prevent sedition and heresy. The real purpose was to ensure that no voice could speak without the permission of the Crown. The Act was allowed to lapse in 1695, but the censors did not disappear. They simply replaced the royal license with the stamp duty, a tax on newspapers, on paper, on advertisements, a financial fence that made it expensive to speak and profitable to silence. Their architecture was simple: make it illegal to publish without permission, then tax the permission so heavily that only the wealthy could afford it. The same logic that would later be applied to the land, invent scarcity, then sell access, was applied to information. The fence of the mind was built with the same blueprint as the fence of the soil. The missionary press in the 19th century, the fence traveled to Africa in the cargo holds of missionary ships. The first printing presses in what would become South Africa were not owned by Africans. They were owned by the London Missionary Society, the Wesleyan Missionary Society, and the colonial administration. The first newspaper in the Cape Colony, the Cape Town Gazette, an African Advertiser, was published in 1800 by the colonial government. Its purpose was not to inform. Its purpose was to administer. The Gazette published official notices, proclamations, and regulations, the voice of the fence speaking in ink. The missionary press performed a double theft. It stole the word, teaching Africans to read in English and Dutch, while suppressing their own languages as primitive. and it stole the story, replacing the oral histories of the ancestors with the printed narratives of the colonizers. A child who learned to read from a missionary textbook did not learn about the engineering of Great Zimbabwe or the astronomy of the San. He learned about Adam and Eve, about Noah's Ark, about the dark continent that needed the light of the gospel. The printed word was not a tool of liberation, it was a weapon of erasure, but the fence had a crack. The African press emerged from the same printing presses that had been used to subjugate them. Imvo Zabantsundu, African Opinion, was launched by John Tengo Jabavu in 1884. It was the first independent black newspaper, and one of the earliest avenues for African political and cultural expression in print. It gave voice to African intellectuals during an era when colonial print culture dominated the public sphere. Izwi Labantu, the voice of the people, followed in 1897, publishing weekly in isiXhosa, Sesotho, and English. The African press was the first crack in the news altar. It showed that the voice of the colonized could not be permanently silenced. The radio that preached the gospel of fear in the 20th century, the fence went electric. The South African Broadcasting Corporation, SABC, was founded in 1936. It was not a public service, it was a pulpit. For decades, the SABC served as a propaganda organ for the apartheid government. The state did not need to force the SABC to comply. The SABC anticipated the state's desires. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission later heard that the SABC was a willing lackey of the government, its policies identical to those of the National Party. The radio did something that print could not do. It entered every home simultaneously, black homes, white homes, urban flats, rural huts, and spoke with a voice that could not be questioned. The listener could not talk back. The listener could not ask for a source. The listener could only receive. The radio trained the public to accept the disembodied voice as authority. The state broadcaster was the priest, the news bulletin was the scripture, and the listener was the congregation. The SABC also turned the airwaves into a weapon of division. It created Radio Bantu, 7 separate stations broadcasting in Zulu, Xhosa, Sotho, Tswana, Venda, Tsonga, and Swati. To a foreign observer, this looked like cultural recognition. To a black listener, it was a cage. The content was not neutral. It was designed to fragment a unified black consciousness into ethnic fragments, Zulu against Xhosa, Sotho against Tswana, Venda against Tsonga. The radio preached not liberation but the Bantustan. The theological fence of the broadcast is the same today, only the enemy has changed. The foreigner is the new communist. The migrant is the new terrorist. The algorithm has replaced the editor. The panic spreads faster. The television as hypnotic hearth. After the radio came the television, the most powerful hypnotic device ever invented. The flickering light, the narrative closure, the commercial breaks. Television conditions the brain for passive consumption, sit, watch, buy. The average person watches 4 or more hours per day. That is 1/6 of waking life spent in a trance. French philosopher Louis Althusser called television an ideological state apparatus, a machine that reproduces the conditions of production by shaping what people believe, desire, and fear. Althusser argued that the state does not only rule by force, the police, the army, the prisons. It also rules by consent, by shaping the very categories through which people understand the world. Television was the most powerful apparatus of consent ever built. It does not need to tell you what to think. It only needs to decide what you see, how you see it, and what you never see at all. The television is the altar of the 20th century. The family gathers around it at the appointed hour, the evening news, and receives the daily sacrament of fear. The news anchor is the priest. The broadcast is the sermon. The commercial break is the collection plate. And the viewer sitting in the flickering glow is the worshipper who does not know that he is being prayed into compliance. The SABC's television service was launched in 1976, the same year as the Soweto uprising. The timing was not accidental. As the students marched against Afrikaans in the classroom, the state broadcast in Afrikaans from the living room. The message was the same: you are a visitor in your own country. Your language is not the language of power. Your story is not the story that will be told. The algorithm as liturgy in the 21st century, the fence went digital. The social media platforms that South Africans use daily, Facebook, TikTok, X, formerly Twitter, WhatsApp, are not neutral infrastructure. They are businesses. Their product is your attention. Their business model is engagement. And decades of research, including internal studies from Meta, show that the content most likely to sustain engagement is content that provokes anger. Anger travels. A video of a foreign national behaving badly, stripped of context, spreads further and faster than any evidence-based article about what immigrants contribute to the economy. The algorithm does not care if the content is true. It cares if it keeps you scrolling. The result is a machine of manufactured panic. Researchers have found that ordinary, non-criminal behavior, a person walking, waiting, or simply being unfamiliar, is often labeled as suspicious, with no evidence of wrongdoing. A moment of discomfort can be broadcast as a threat. Once that message is reinforced by others, it gains authority it does not deserve. Ordinary behavior becomes criminalized by the mobile kangaroo court, and that is dangerous. The algorithm rewards outrage. Populist leaders and influencers circulate incendiary content without context. Those videos are algorithmically rewarded, reaching millions. A study of Twitter's ranking algorithm found that it amplifies charged outgroup hostile content that users themselves say makes them feel worse about their political outgroup. The algorithm is not broken. It is working exactly as designed. It does not give you what you want. It gives you what keeps you watching: outrage, fear, envy, lust. The phone is a leash. Every buzz demands your attention. The notification is the altar bell, calling you to worship. The sovereign mind turns off notifications. The sovereign mind does not watch the news, it reads the primary sources, or it rests in silence. The theology of the broadcast, the news altar, is a secular church. It has its priests, the anchors, the editors, the columnists, its scriptures, the headlines, the bulletins, the scrolling ticker. Its sacraments, the daily broadcast, the hourly update, the breaking news alert. Its sins, heresy, misinformation, the challenge to the official narrative. Its salvation, being informed. The visitor who sits before the screen is the worshipper. He does not kneel. He sits, he does not pray. He watches, he does not tithe, he pays with his attention. The ritual tells you you are not safe, the economy is collapsing, the criminal is at your door, the foreigner is taking your job, the government is failing. The ritual does not need to be true, it needs to be effective. The theological enclosure of the broadcast is the same as the enclosure of the creed: invented scarcity. Just as the church invented a shortage of salvation to sell you grace, the news altar invents a shortage of safety to sell you attention. A person who is afraid is a person who will consume. A person who is panicking is a person who will not question. The news is not information, it is emotional engineering. The TRC heard testimony that news bulletins maintained and cultivated a mindset amongst white viewers that apartheid was natural. The same mechanism operates today. The news tells you that xenophobia is natural, that poverty is natural, that the fence is the only protection against the chaos outside. The news is not reporting the world. The news is building the world, a world of fear, a world of scarcity, a world where the only safety is the cage. The xenophobia algorithm, the panic, is not random, it is targeted. Statistically, migrants make up only about 3.9% of the total population of South Africa, roughly 2.4 million people in a nation of 62 million. The country is not being overrun, but the algorithm does not care about statistics. A 2025 Human Sciences Research Council survey found that 42% of South Africans would welcome no immigrants, while 77% agreed that immigrants increase crime. The crime link is not supported by evidence, but these numbers reveal something significant. A large portion of the population has already been persuaded by a narrative. The panic is not a spontaneous outbreak, it is a manufactured fire. The wood was laid long ago by the pass laws, the Bantustans, the propaganda of the apartheid state. The algorithm is only the match. Beyond algorithmic mechanics lies something more deliberate, what researchers call coordinated narrative architecture, the strategic seeding of divisive content by small, well-resourced operations. The walls of the cage are now built from code. In the lead-up to the 2026 protests, populist leaders circulated incendiary content. The videos were algorithmically rewarded. The panic spread. African ambassadors refused to attend South Africa's Africa Day celebrations. Nigeria and Ghana began repatriating their citizens. At least 7 people were killed. The fence had become a wildfire, and the algorithm was the wind. The crack in the screen, the news altar, is old, but it has always had a crack. The African press of the 19th century was a crack. Imvo Zabantsundu and Izwi Labantu spoke truths that the colonial papers would not print. The alternative press of the 1980s was a crack. The Weekly Mail and New Nation exposed the atrocities of the state when the mainstream media looked away. The community radio stations of the 1990s were a crack. They broadcast in languages the SABC had tried to silence. The crack is not in the technology. The crack is in the attention. You can close the app. You can turn off the television. You can put down the phone. You can sit in the silence and ask, what do I actually know? What is true? What is manufactured? The ancestors did not have a screen. They had the fire. They had the stars. They had the story told by an elder who had walked the path and knew the dangers. The news was not a commodity to be consumed. It was a relationship. The community did not watch the fire, it gathered around it. The news was not broadcast from a distant studio. It was shared between neighbors who could look each other in the eye. The fence is not the screen. The fence is the belief that you cannot look away. The belief that the panic is real, that the enemy is at the gate, that the foreigner is the cause of your pain. The algorithm did not invent these beliefs. It inherited them from the passbook, the SABC, the colonial newspaper. It only made them faster. The practice of curated ignorance. Here is a practice, my love. It is simple, it is difficult, it is sovereign. First, delete the news apps, not the browser, not the ability to search for information when you need it. The apps, the ones that push notifications that demand your attention, that feed you the daily liturgy of fear. Your phone is not a leash. It is a tool. Use it as a tool, not as an altar. Second, turn off notifications. The buzz is the bell. The bell is the call to worship. You do not have to answer. The sovereign mind decides when to seek information. It does not allow information to seize it. Third, curate your inputs like a garden. You would not let a stranger walk into your house and plant weeds in your living room. Why do you let a stranger scroll past your eyes and plant fear in your mind? Choose your sources. Choose your frequency. 1 hour of primary text, the original document, the peer-reviewed paper, the direct testimony, is worth a week of commentary. Fourth, practice silence. Turn off the screen. Sit in the dark. Listen, not to the news, to the hum of the ancestors, to the breath of your own body, to the quiet that the algorithm cannot monetize. The visitors did not want you to know that silence is not emptiness. Silence is the medium, the space between the sounds, the pause between the drum beats, the quiet where the ancestors can be heard. The news altar feeds on noise. The sovereign feeds on silence. The sovereign's choice, my love. You have never lived under the SABC's monopoly. You have never watched a broadcast that told you that your skin made you a threat, but you have inherited the fence. The news is not the enemy. The fear is the enemy. The fear that keeps you scrolling, the fear that makes you distrust the stranger, the fear that tells you the world is closing in. The visitors understood something fundamental. A fearful population is a manageable population. A person who is afraid will accept the fence. A person who is panicking will not question the cage. The news altar is the most powerful tool they ever built because it does not need to hold you with wire. It holds you with your own attention, but you can look away, not into ignorance, into presence. The ancestors did not need a headline to know the season. They looked at the sky. The sand did not need a breaking news alert to know that the spring was dry. They walked to the spring. The vendor did not need a social media feed to know that the community was in danger. They gathered around the fire. The screen is not the problem. The gaze is the problem. The fence is in your eyes. The invitation is not to smash the screen. The invitation is to turn, to look at the sky, to walk to the spring, to sit with a neighbor and ask, what have you seen? What do you know? The news altar will still be there. The algorithm will still be feeding, but you do not have to bow. You do not have to tithe. You do not have to believe. The fence is old, but you are young, and the young have a way of looking away and seeing what the panic tried to hide. The panic is manufactured. Your peace is not. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15. The government as monopoly, the legal cage, my love. Imagine a key, not a key to a door, a key to a cage. The cage has many doors, but they all open with the same key. The key is a stamp. The stamp is a permit. The permit is a piece of paper that says, you may exist here for now provided you obey. The visitors did not only build fences, they built the bureaucracy of the fence. A fence made of wire can be cut. A fence made of law is invisible. It does not stop your body, it stops your right to move your body. It does not imprison you, it makes you a prisoner of your own paperwork. This is the government as monopoly, the state that claims the exclusive right to grant permission. You cannot build a house without its stamp. You cannot start a business without its license. You cannot cross a street without its permission. You cannot be born without its certificate. You cannot die without its form. The apartheid state was not a failure of governance. It was the perfection of a certain kind of governance, a governance that treats the human being not as a citizen, but as a file. The bureaucracy of the cage, the architecture of apartheid, was not only made of laws. It was made of offices. In every town there was a Bantu Affairs office, a native commissioner, a pass office, a labor bureau, a permit desk. Each office was a node in a network of surveillance. Each desk was a checkpoint. Each clerk was a gatekeeper. The state did not need to use violence every day. It only needed to make you afraid of the stamp and grateful when it came. The 1937 Native Laws Amendment Act promised to eject the urban surplus, those black workers who were no longer needed by the white economy, and to protect the rural innocents who were not suited to urban life. The language was clinical. The effect was brutal. A man who had worked in Johannesburg for 20 years could be declared surplus overnight. His permit could be revoked. He could be loaded onto a truck and dumped in a homeland he had never seen. The Native Urban Areas Act of 1923 and the Native Laws Amendment Act of 1937 placed constraints on the number of black people allowed to reside in urban areas, restricted their free movement, and required them to carry permits at all times. A man arriving in Johannesburg had to report within 24 hours to apply for a permit to seek work. The permit was valid for 6 days, renewable but never secure. 6 days, that is the length of a working week. You could work for 6 days, and then you had to prove that you were still useful, still needed, still allowed to breathe the city's air. The Native Laws Amendment Act of 1952 introduced the new Section 10, which limited the category of black people who had the right to permanent residence in urban areas. To qualify for Section 10 rights, you had to prove that you had been born in the city and had lived there continuously for 15 years, or that you had worked for the same employer for 10 years. A man who had lived in Johannesburg for 14 years and 11 months had no rights at all. A worker who changed employers after 9 years and 11 months lost his right to stay in the city. The clock was reset by the stamp. The 1952 Act also imposed a 72-hour limit on how long a black person could remain in an urban area without permission. 3 days, that is the lifespan of a weekend. You could arrive on Friday, look for work, attend a funeral, visit a sick relative, and stay for the weekend, but by Monday evening your presence was illegal. Not because you had stolen, not because you had hurt anyone, because the clock had run out. The permit system created a new kind of human being, the temporary sojourner. A man who lives on permits is a man who cannot plan. A family that depends on permits is a family that cannot plant a garden. A community that is governed by permits is a community that cannot build a future. The permit is the fence that you carry in your pocket. The laws that made the paper the architecture of the legal cage was built piece by piece, decade by decade. The Group Areas Act of 1950 divided every city, town, and rural district into racial zones. It was the map of the fence. If you were classified as black, you could not own property in a white zone. You could not rent a house, open a shop, or even sit on a bench. The Act mandated residential segregation throughout the country, and over the 1950s and 1960s, it was used to forcibly remove over 860,000 people. A disqualified person in a white area was simply removed. Their house was knocked down, their community was scattered, their permit was cancelled. The Group Areas Act was implemented over several years and amended repeatedly in the 1950s. Each amendment tightened the screw. Each amendment closed another loophole. Each amendment reminded the black South African that he was a visitor in his own city. The Natives Resettlement Act of 1954 was the scalpel that cut out Sophiatown. It authorized the government to force the removal of Africans from any area in the magisterial district of Johannesburg. The act was specifically aimed at displacing Africans from Sophiatown, a vibrant, multiracial, freehold township that had become a symbol of resistance. Over a period of 5 years, beginning in February 1955, around 60,000 people were removed. Their homes were bulldozed, their streets were renamed, the rubble was paved over, and a white suburb called Triumph was built on the ruins. The permit was the instrument of erasure. The Native Administration Act of 1927, later known as the Black Administration Act, set up a separate legal system for the administration of African law. It made proclaimed black areas subject to a separate political regime, ultimately subject only to rule by proclamation, not by parliament. This act did not need to say that black people were inferior. It simply placed them outside the protection of the common law. A white man arrested for a crime could go to court. A black man accused of a pass violation was tried by a native commissioner, who was also the prosecutor, the judge, and the representative of the state. The same office that issued the permit also revoked it. The same official who decided your fate also signed your death warrant. The files that replaced the face the state did not need to see you. It only needed to read your file. The Population Registration Act classified every South African by race. The classification was not optional. It was not based on self-identification. It was based on the judgment of a bureaucrat who could look at your hair, your skin, your language, your parents, and assign you to a category. The classification determined where you could live, where you could work, whom you could marry, and whether your children would inherit your permit. Apartheid could not have been implemented without the classification of people by race. The Population Registration Act was the law that made every other apartheid law enforceable. It was the keystone of the legal cage. Without it, the Group Areas Act could not be applied. Without it, the pass laws could not be administered. Without it, the Bantustans could not be justified. The classification reduced a human being to a data point, a number, a letter in a file. The reference book, the Dompers, was the physical embodiment of the file. It contained your photograph, your fingerprints, your identity number, your racial classification, your employment history, your tax records, your residential permits. It was not a document. It was a summary, a bureaucratic digest of a life. Every black man over the age of 16 had to carry it at all times. Every police officer could demand to see it at any time. The reference book was the interface between the human being and the state, and the interface was designed to remind you that you had no rights except those granted by the stamp. The pass laws were applied with vigor, and the control of the free movement of black people was a founding pillar of the apartheid state. Between July 1978 and July 1979, 20,777 people were prosecuted under curfew laws alone. Every year, hundreds of thousands of black South Africans were arrested for pass law violations. The system was not designed to catch criminals. It was designed to produce criminals, to ensure that every black person was always guilty, always dependent, always grateful for the stamp that proved their temporary innocence. The theology of the license, the legal cage, was not only a system of control. It was a theology, a doctrine about the nature of power, authority, and belonging. Theology of the license teaches that the state is the source of all permission. You do not have rights, you have privileges. Privileges are granted by the state. The state can revoke them at any time. The state does not need to justify its decisions. The state is the justification. This theology is not unique to South Africa. It is the logic of every bureaucracy that treats the human being as a file, a case number, a data point. But in South Africa, under apartheid, the theology was explicit. The state did not hide its power, it displayed it. Every permit, every stamp, every checkpoint was a sermon. The sermon said, "You are nothing without us. You exist because we permit you to exist. Be grateful." The churches that supported apartheid or remained silent were the priests of this theology. They taught that the state was ordained by God, that obedience was a virtue, that the black man's suffering was the will of the Almighty. The National Party government, led by Verwoerd, was a Christian institution. Its leaders prayed in church. Its policies were justified from the pulpit. The legal cage was sanctified by the cross. But the fence of theology had a crack. The same Bible that was used to justify apartheid was used by the liberation theologians to condemn it. The same churches that taught obedience produced priests who led the resistance. The same prayers that blessed the fence were sung in the struggle. The theology of the license could not silence the theology of liberation. The voice of the prophet was louder than the voice of the clerk. The visitor who became the gatekeeper. I am a visitor in this land, my love. I carry a passport from a country I left when I was young. I have stood in the queue at Home Affairs, clutching my application, watching the official flip through pages, searching for the stamp that says I am allowed to be your father. I have felt the cold sweat of waiting, the fear that my name might not make it onto the right list, the humiliation of being reduced to a file number and a piece of paper. The official behind the counter is not the enemy. The official is a clerk, a worker just like me. The enemy is the system that makes the clerk the gatekeeper. The enemy is the belief that the stamp is more important than the face, that the file is more real than the person, that the permission slip is the source of existence. The visitors who came in 1652 did not build the legal cage alone. They built it over centuries, law by law, permit by permit, stamp by stamp. They built it with the 1913 Land Act and the 1923 Urban Areas Act. They built it with the 1937 Native Laws Amendment Act and the 1950 Population Registration Act. They built it with the Group Areas Act, the Native Resettlement Act, the Bantu Authorities Act, the Bantu Homeland Citizenship Act. They built it with the reference book, the permit, the license, the stamp. The legal cage is not a single law. It is a system of systems. It is the interlocking network of regulations, procedures, forms, offices, and officials that govern every aspect of your life. You cannot be born without a birth certificate. You cannot go to school without a registration number. You cannot drive without a license. You cannot work without a tax number. You cannot buy a house without a title deed. You cannot get married without a marriage certificate. You cannot die without a death certificate. The state does not need to control your every movement. It only needs to control the paperwork of your movement. The crack in the stamp, the legal cage, is old, but it has always had a crack. The 1952 Defiance Campaign was a campaign against the pass laws and other unjust laws. The volunteers deliberately broke the law, surrendered to the police, and filled the jails. The campaign did not end apartheid, but it proved that the permit could be refused. It proved that the stamp could be ignored. It proved that the fence was not invisible and that people could see it. The 1960 pass-burning campaign, organized by the Pan-Africanist Congress, was a direct challenge to the legal cage. Thousands of men and women surrendered their passes and invited arrest. The government responded with violence. The fence did not fall, but the image of the burning pass traveled across the world. It showed that the permit was not sacred. It was paper. Paper can be burned. The 1976 Soweto uprising was a rebellion against the classroom, not the court. But the classroom was part of the same system, the system that classified, categorized, and controlled. The students did not ask for a permit. They marched, they sang, they died, and the world watched. The legal cage was dismantled on paper in the 1990s. The 1993 Interim Constitution and the 1996 Final Constitution enshrined the rule of law, human rights, and the principle that the state derives its authority from the people, not the other way around. The pass laws were abolished. The Group Areas Act was repealed. The Population Registration Act was burned. The Native Administration Act was incrementally repealed in 2002, but the cage was not burned, it was digitized. Today, the permit has become the PIN. The license has become the login. The reference book has become the credit score. The classification has become the algorithm. The files are stored in servers, not filing cabinets. But the logic is the same. You exist because the system recognizes you. You have rights because the data says you do. Your life is a file to be managed. My love, you have never carried a reference book. You have never been arrested for failing to produce a pass. But you have inherited the legal cage. Every time you fill out a form, you are performing the ritual of the stamp. Every time you submit your ID, you are presenting your permission slip. Every time you wait for approval, you are standing in the shadow of the Native Commissioner's office. The fence is not the law. The fence is the belief that the law is the source of your existence, the belief that you cannot build a house without a permit, that you cannot start a business without a license, that you cannot love without a certificate, that you cannot die without a form. The visitors built the legal cage to control your body, but they could not control your will, they could not file your spirit, they could not stamp your hope. The crack in the cage is the same as it has always been: the person who refuses to be reduced to a file, the person who speaks without a permit, the person who builds without a license, the person who loves without a certificate, the person who dies without a form. Your grandmother did not have a birth certificate. She was born under a tree. Her mother was born under the same tree. The tree did not ask for a permit. The tree did not demand a form. The tree simply stood, and the children were born, and the ancestors watched, and the soil received them. The tree is still standing. The soil is still receiving. The ancestors are still watching. The legal cage is old, but you are young, and the young have a way of walking through fences that the old thought were permanent. The permit expires. The stamp fades. The file collects dust. Your will does not. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16. The captive hour, the Gregorian calendar's debt machine. My love, look at the clock on your wall. It is not measuring time. It is measuring your life. Every tick is a unit of your existence being converted into a commodity. Every tock is a reminder that you are behind, that you are running out, that you have not yet earned enough to justify the hours you have already spent. The visitors did not invent the clock, but they invented the cage of the clock. Before the clock there was the sun. Before the sun there were the stars. Before the stars there was the body, the breath, the hunger, the ache, the sleep. A woman did not need a watch to know that her child was hungry. She did not need a calendar to know that the summer was ending. The world told her. Her body told her. The ancestors who had walked the same paths told her. The visitors replaced the body with the bell. They replaced the sun with the punch card. They replaced the stars with the deadline. They replaced the ancestors with the debt cycle. This is the captive hour, the time that is not yours, the calendar that does not belong to the land, the debt that accrues while you sleep, the panic that rises on the 25th of every month when the salary that was deposited 10 days ago has already vanished. The calendar that was not a calendar, the Gregorian calendar, was introduced by Pope Gregory XIII on 24 February 1582. The official reason was to fix the date of Easter. The spring equinox had drifted, and the Church wanted to realign the celebration with the season of renewal. But the calendar was never only about Easter. The word calendar itself comes from the Latin calendi, the first day of the month in ancient Rome when debts were due, taxes were collected, and interest was recorded. It was not a natural cycle. It was a payment schedule. The Gregorian reform erased 10 days from human history. People went to sleep on Thursday, 4 October 1582, and woke up on Friday, 15 October 1582. The missing days were not a correction of nature. They were an adjustment of the debt cycle. Easter would now fall on a date that suited the financial calendar of the empire. The months were named for Roman emperors: July for Julius Caesar, August for Augustus, and numbered by Latin words that no longer matched their positions. September means 7th month, but it is the 9th. October means 8th month, but it is the 10th. The calendar is a relic of power, not a reflection of the sky. The Gregorian calendar ignored the moon. It prioritized the sun, the masculine, the linear, the progressive, over the lunar cycles that govern tides, planting, and human fertility. It erased the feminine, the intuitive, the cyclical, and when the British Empire imposed this calendar on the colonies, it was not an innocent gift. It was a weapon of erasure. Indigenous timekeeping systems that had been developed over centuries, calendars tied to the Pleiades, to the flooding of rivers, to the movement of game, were replaced by a grid that had no relation to the land. The Basotho calendar, for example, names the months for what happens in the world. Fato August means dig, the month when the barren fields are ploughed. Pulangwana November means the young wildebeest, the month when the calves are born. Tshitwe December names the small grasshoppers that appear when the milk begins to dry. The Tswana, the Venda, the San, the Kosa, all had calendars that were not printed on paper, but written in the soil, in the stars, in the milk of the cows. The visitors erased these calendars. They replaced them with a grid of months that mean nothing. When you look at your wall calendar, you are not looking at the world. You are looking at a receipt of conquest. The bell that broke the day, the Gregorian calendar, imposed a new rhythm on the year. But it was the clock that imposed a new rhythm on the day. Before the clock, time was task-oriented. A person worked until the task was done, rested when the body was tired, ate when the stomach was empty. The day was not divided into hours. It was divided into events: the morning milking, the midday rest, the evening meal, the night of the new moon. E.P. Thompson, the British historian, called this the shift from task-oriented to time-oriented labor. He charted the transition from a world where people worked at their own pace, intermingling labor with social life, to a world where the factory whistle divided the day into precise, monetized units. The clock was not invented to help people organize their lives. It was invented to discipline them. The factory owner did not want workers who worked until the job was done. He wanted workers who arrived at the same time, who took breaks at the same time, who ended the shift at the same time. The clock was the instrument of synchronization. It turned the human being into a cog in a machine, and the machine was the debt cycle. Thompson showed that the imposition of clock time was resisted. Workers clung to the old rhythms, the Saint Monday tradition of taking the day off to recover from the weekend. The festivals and fairs that broke the monotony of the working week. The factory owners responded with fines, with preaching, with the suppression of sports and holidays, with the constant ringing of bells. They did not only want the worker's labor, they wanted his consciousness. They wanted him to believe that time was a resource that could be wasted, that idleness was a sin, that every minute had to be improved. This is the theology of the clock. The same Puritan ethic that told the faithful that the devil finds work for idle hands also told the worker that his leisure was theft, theft from the employer who had purchased his time, theft from himself, who was squandering the only capital he possessed. Improve each shining hour, the hymn said. The worker was taught to fear the silence, to dread the empty afternoon, to fill every moment with productivity. The clock was the instrument of internalized obedience. The visitor weaponized prophecy to paralyze the mind. A people waiting for a supernatural revelation, a voice from the sky, a burning bush, a prophet's prediction, will never calculate the rising of the Pleiades, the cycle of the market, or the procession of their own trauma. They will sit in the dust of their lives, begging for a sign, while the cosmic clock ticks on without them. The vendor did not need a prophet. They had the structural data of the stars. They knew that when Tishalimla, the Pleiades, rose low on the horizon and the giraffe stars, Ensadzi and Endona, stood in their proper positions, the soil was warm and the rain was coming. They did not pray for a season. They calculated it. True faith is not blind hope. It is high-precision internal alignment with universal law. The visitor turned faith into a transaction, belief in exchange for salvation, because a person who is waiting for a miracle is a person who has stopped calculating their own coordinates. The sovereign does not wait, the sovereign calculates. The stamp that measured the soul, the clock, was the dompers of the day. It stamped your arrival, your departure, your lunch break, your overtime. Your wage was not a payment for your work. It was a payment for your availability. You were not paid for what you produced. You were paid for the hours you sat in the chair, stood at the machine, stared at the screen. The clock did not measure your labor, it measured your submission. The 25th of the month, the day the salary is deposited, the day the rent is due, the day the lights go out if the payment is late, is not a natural event. It is an invention of the fence. The Gregorian calendar divides the year into 12 artificial blocks, each with a different number of days, each designed to maximize the extraction of interest. The 30-day billing cycle is not a law of nature. It is a law of debt. The payday panic is not an accident of finance. It is the engine of exploitation. A person who lives from salary to salary is a person who cannot plan, cannot invest, cannot dream. A person whose survival depends on the 25th is a person who will accept any condition, any wage, any humiliation, because the alternative is hunger. The visitor does not need to hold a gun to your head. He only needs to hold your payslip. The migrant labor system that the visitors perfected was a machine of temporal extraction. A man leaves his family in the reserve, travels to the city, works a shift that is measured by the clock and sends his wages home. But the wages never arrive on time. The bank deducts its fees. The rent consumes the rest. The food is bought from the company store. By the time the money reaches the family in the reserve, it is already gone. The worker is not paid for his labor. He is paid for his desperation. The clock is the fence of the wage. It tells you that your time belongs to someone else. It tells you that your life is a resource to be sold. It tells you that the hours you spend with your children in the garden under the stars are not productive, are not real, are not valuable. The clock measures only what the visitor values, and the visitor values only what can be extracted. The debt that runs while you sleep, compound interest, is the clock of the ledger. It does not sleep, it does not rest, it does not observe the Sabbath. Every day, every hour, every minute, the debt grows. The Gregorian calendar is not a neutral grid, it is a compounding engine. The 365 days of the year are not a cycle of renewal. They are a cycle of accumulation. The visitor does not need to work harder. He only needs to wait. The calendar does the work for him. The indigenous calendars of southern Africa were not designed for accumulation. They were designed for circulation. The Basotho year began in August, not January, because that was when the fields were plowed. The Tswana tracked the heliacal rising of stars to know when to plant, not when to pay. The vendor marked the months by the abundance of food, the color of the leaves, the behavior of the animals. These calendars did not measure debt. They measured life. The Gregorian calendar measures only one thing, the time between payments. The year is not the cycle of the sun. It is the cycle of the statement. The month is not the cycle of the moon. It is the cycle of the debit order. The week is not the rhythm of work and rest. It is the rhythm of the payroll. The hour is not the span of a task. It is the unit of the wage. The visitor replaced the sun with the clock. He replaced the moon with the calendar. He replaced the stars with the interest rate. He replaced the ancestors with the compound interest, and we have forgotten that there was ever another way to measure time. The crack in the clock. The clock is not a law of nature. It was built by human hands. It can be dismantled by human hands. The worker who refused the bell was not lazy. He was resisting the fence. The woman who refused to wear a watch was not primitive. She was remembering the body. The community that still plants by the stars, that still tracks the moon, that still knows when the milk will dry, they are not backward. They are sovereign. The Gregorian calendar is the fence of the year. The clock is the fence of the day. The debt cycle is the fence of the life, but you do not have to live inside the fence. You can learn to read the stars. You can learn to listen to your body. You can learn to distinguish between the panic of the 25th and the peace of the full moon. The ancestors did not have watches. They had the sun. They did not have calendars. They had the stars. They did not have debt. They had the cattle. They did not have compound interest. They had the community. The clock is ticking, but you do not have to answer. The calendar is turning, but you do not have to obey. The 25th is coming, but you do not have to panic. The fence is old, but you are young. And the young have a way of walking through fences that the old thought were permanent. The hour is not captive. The hour is yours. End of chapter 16, chapter 17. The carry chain, from shells to swipe cards, my love, before the iron, before the gold, before the copper of the great Zimbabwean traders, there was the shell. A small, white, delicate marine gastropod, Monetaria moneta, the money carry. It originated in the warm shallows of the Indian Ocean, particularly the Maldives Islands, and for centuries it circulated across the African continent as a trusted medium of exchange. From the markets of Mogadishu to the trading posts of the Congo, from the Swahili coast to the hinterlands of the Kingdom of Congo, the carry was accepted without a king's face, without a government seal, without a promise to pay. How did it become that way? Not by force, by trust. A carry shell was a shell. It had no intrinsic value. Its value came from the collective agreement of the people who used it, an agreement that transcended language, culture, and distance. A Zulu woman in the interior could accept carries from a Swahili trader from the coast, because both understood that the shell could be exchanged elsewhere for something they needed. The carry was not a resource, it was a relationship. The visitors could not create such trust. They could only counterfeit it. They saw the carry's power and they decided to weaponize it. Dutch and English and Portuguese traders sailed ships to the Maldives, scooped up millions of shells from the lagoons, paying almost nothing, and carried them to the African coast. There they exchanged these ocean-born tokens for gold, ivory, and human beings. The price of an enslaved person was quoted in carries, and this price constantly increased throughout the 18th century peak of the transatlantic slave trade. The shells that had once been a symbol of mutual trust became the medium of a human carry conversion. A brutal alchemy that turned the life of a captured person into a pile of dead shells on a trader's scale. This is the carry chain, any system where you exchange something real, your labor, your land, your dignity, for something the other person prints or harvests for almost nothing. The shell is the ancestor of the banknote. The banknote is the parent of the swipe card. The machine has not changed, only the face on the paper. The currency that came from the sea, the carry, had a quality that made it perfect for money: scarcity. The shells were harvested almost exclusively in the Maldives, a remote archipelago in the Indian Ocean. This meant that African kingdoms could not artificially expand the supply of carries. The supply was locked by geography, by distance, by the monsoon winds that dictated when ships could sail. No chief could wake up one morning and mint more money. The carry was self-limiting. The visitors understood this scarcity as a vulnerability. They did not mind the shells, they controlled the shipping routes. Between the 16th and 18th centuries, Portuguese, Dutch, and English vessels dominated the Indian Ocean trade lanes. They harvested carries in vast quantities, hundreds of tons at a time, and transporting them not only to Africa but also to Europe, Arabia, and across the Atlantic to the Americas. They used their control of the sea to regulate the supply of money in the African interior. When they wanted to flood the market and drive down the value of African wealth, they released a glut of shells. When they wanted to restrict trade, they withheld them. The carry was no longer a circulating token of mutual trust. It became a lever of manipulation. By the time the transatlantic slave trade reached its peak, the carry currency zone had expanded across West and Central Africa. Imported carries devalued local shell currencies, like the Zimbo Nzimbu of the Congo Kingdom, and replaced them with a monetary system the visitors could control. The Nigerian archaeologist Akinwumi Ogundaran has described this trade as a human carry conversion, the transformation of a living, breathing person into a pile of dead shells to be weighed and counted. But the conversion worked both ways. The shells were not worth much in Europe, they were tokens, but in Africa they bought kingdoms. The visitors understood that a piece of paper, or a shell, is worth what people believe it is worth, and they were very good at shaping belief, the gold that stayed in the ground. The carry chain was not the only medium of ancient African commerce. On the plateau south of the Limpopo River, long before the first Dutch ship rounded the Cape of Good Hope, the kingdom of Mapungubwe had built a sophisticated economy based on gold, ivory, and glass beads from India. The rulers of Mapungubwe mined gold from the deep quartz veins of the plateau, extracted ivory from the herds of the Limpopo Valley, and traded them for imported goods, celadon pottery from China, cotton cloth from India, and millions of glass beads from the manufacturing centers of the Indian Ocean world. But Mapungubwe did not hoard its gold. The golden rhinoceros, the golden scepter, the golden bowls found in the royal grave were not bullion. They were not savings accounts. They were symbols, objects of spiritual significance, markers of royal authority, instruments of social cohesion. The gold was not locked away, it was circulated. It moved from hand to hand, kingdom to kingdom, coast to coast, carrying not only value but meaning. The carry operated on a different principle. The shell's value was not in its substance, it was a dead thing, a piece of calcium carbonate, but in its circulation. A carry that sat in a jar was worthless, a carry that moved was wealth. This is the law of the shell. Value is not stored, it is performed. A coin that never changes hands is just a metal disc. A banknote that stays in the vault is just paper. The carry taught the ancestors that wealth is not a pile, it is a path. The visitors reversed this law. They taught that wealth is accumulation, that you must save, hoard, compound, store. They turned a flowing river into a stagnant pond. And they convinced you that the stagnant pond is the only safe water. The theft of the shell, the carry's fall, was as engineered as its rise. In the 19th century, as European colonial powers consolidated their control over Africa, they banned the further import of carry shells. In many regions, they established colonial currencies, pounds, francs, marks, and made the old shell money illegal tender. The transition was not smooth. The volume of carry imports had dropped during the first half of the 19th century, and the death of the carry currency brought painful economic change to the areas where the shells had circulated for centuries. In some places, shell money lingered as a subsidiary currency for very small purchases, but the machine was being dismantled. The visitors did not want a currency they could not control. The Portuguese, the Dutch, the British, they did not mine the shells, they captured the roots. The Maldives, the source of the money carry, had no strategic value except for its lagoons full of shells. The trading companies understood that whoever controlled the supply of money controlled the trade, so they used the carry as a blunt instrument, flooding markets to cause inflation, withholding supply to cause deflation, always extracting more wealth from the continent than they put in. In place of the shell, the visitors introduced the paper promise. A piece of printed paper, signed by a governor, stamped with a seal, backed not by a shell or a grain of gold but by the authority of the colonial state. The paper promise was a miracle of theology. It required you to believe. You had to believe that the piece of paper in your hand would be accepted by the next trader, the next merchant, the next landlord. You had to believe that the state that printed it would not collapse. You had to believe that the promise was worth more than the shell. The ancestors did not need to believe in the shell. The shell was a thing. You could hold it, weigh it, hear it rattle. It did not require faith. It required relationship. The paper promise required faith. And faith is the fence of the mind. The debt that sleeps on the 25th, the paper promise did not remain paper for long. It became plastic. The plastic became a chip. The chip became a swipe. The modern credit card is the grandchild of the carry. It has the same hollow center, a token whose value is not in its substance but in the collective agreement to accept it. But where the carry was a thing, physical, finite, limited by the number of shells in circulation, the credit card is a promise backed by nothing but a computer entry. The bank does not lend you its money, it lends you a number. The number is created by keystrokes, approved by an algorithm, and charged against a future you have not yet lived. South African consumers are some of the most indebted in the world. The post-apartheid credit debt landscape expanded rapidly in the 1990s, justified as a new form of inclusion, but many critics see it as credit apartheid perpetuated through different means. The financial system, built on the exclusionary logics of apartheid, simply shifted from state-backed exploitation to market-driven exploitation. The 25th of the month, the day the salary is deposited, the day the rent is due, the day the loan repayment is deducted. It is the altar of the debt cycle. You do not own your money, you receive a temporary lease on a portion of it before the algorithms sweep it away. Your salary is not your own, it has already been promised to the bank, the landlord, the credit provider. The 25th is not a payday, it is a rearrangement of obligation. The carry did not have a payday. The carry circulated without interest, without debt, without the anxiety of the deadline. The loan shark in the township, the micro-lender charging 60% interest, the bank that extends a credit card with a 45% annual rate, these are not new inventions. They are the descendants of the carry ship. They are the visitors who figured out that you do not need to import shells to control a population. You only need to import debt. Researchers estimate that approximately 10 million South Africans are over-indebted, with 37% of formal credit borrowers facing repayment issues. Illegal lenders exploit gaps in regulation. Those excluded from the formal banking system turn to informal lenders who charge exorbitant rates. The cycle is self-reinforcing. The poor pay more for credit than the rich, and they are punished more severely for falling behind. The theology of the debt cycle is simple. The rich lend, the poor borrow. The rich create the rules, the poor obey them. The rich charge interest and the poor pay it. When you fall behind, you are not failing a bank. You are failing a theological test. The visitors taught that debt is a moral failure, that if you could not pay, you were lazy, irresponsible, undeserving of the money you had already earned. This is the theology of the prosperity gospel. The rich are blessed by God, the poor are cursed by their own lack of faith. The credit card is the communion wafer of this theology. The mortgage on the future, the carry chain, is not only about money, it is about time, the carry circulated in the present. You exchanged a shell for a basket of grain, and the transaction was complete. There was no future debt, no compound interest, no anxiety about the 25th of next month. The shell was a lateral token. It moved sideways across the present, connecting this transaction to that transaction, this village to that village, this life to that life. The banknote is a forward token. It points to the future, a promise that the state will honor its debt. Credit card points further, a promise that you will honor your debt. The mortgage points even further, a promise that you will honor your debt for 20, 30, even 40 years into the future. The chain of promises extends across decades, binding your future labor to the bank that approved your application. This is the theological fence of the future. The visitors taught that you must mortgage your future to survive today. They taught that a home is not a home until you owe it to a bank for 30 years. They taught that a car is not a car until you are paying it off in monthly installments that exceed the car's value. They taught that the carry which circulated freely was primitive, and that the mortgage which imprisons you in a cycle of debt was civilized. The ancestors did not mortgage their future. They planted seeds and the seeds grew. They built homes with their hands and the homes stood. They raised children with their love and the children remained. The mortgage is not a tool for building a future. It is a tool for stealing a future that has not yet been lived. The crack in the card, the carry chain, is long. It stretches from the lagoon of the Maldives to the swipe terminal at the supermarket checkout. It has passed through Portuguese caravels, British trading posts, Afrikaner banking dynasties, and American financial technologies. The chain has not broken, it has only thickened. It is a chain of belief, of faith, of agreement. The chain is not made of iron, it is made of paper promises. And paper can be refused. The visitors could not force the carry on Africa. They had to persuade African traders to accept it. They did this by offering goods that could not be obtained otherwise: guns, cloth, metal goods, and by gradually demonstrating that the shell would be accepted at other trading posts. The persuasion was slow, patient, incremental. But it was still persuasion. It was not a law of nature. It was a social agreement. The same agreement can be unmade. Not by a revolution. Revolutions often replace one chain with another. By a refusal. A refusal to accept that your labor is a commodity. A refusal to accept that your debt is a moral failure. A refusal to accept that the 25th of the month is a law of physics. Your grandmother did not have a credit score. She had a name. When she needed help, she did not apply for a loan. She knocked on a neighbor's door. The neighbor did not ask for her credit history. The neighbor asked, "How are your children?" The transaction was not a loan, it was a gift. And the gift would be returned when the neighbor needed help, not with interest but with presence. The carry chain is real, it is heavy. It has been forged over centuries, but you are not bound to it. The ancestors lived without the chain. They did not starve, they did not freeze, they did not perish. They lived in abundance, not because they had more, but because they circulated what they had. The chain is not a law of nature. It is a contract, and you can refuse to sign. The visitor who became the debtor, my love, you have never held a carry shell. You have never paid a ransom in human curry conversion, but you have inherited the chain. Every time you swipe your card, you are performing a ritual of the chain. Every time you check your bank balance, you are reading the scripture of the ledger. Every time you worry about the 25th, you are bowing at the altar of the payday. The carry chain is not only about money, it is about trust. The carry required trust in the community, the agreement that the shell would be accepted elsewhere. The paper promise requires trust in the state, the belief that the government will honor its currency. The credit card requires trust in yourself, the belief that you will earn enough next month to pay for what you bought this month. The chain has moved from the community to the state to the self, and you have been taught that the self is the weakest link, but you are not weak. You are the descendant of people who trusted the carry, not because they were naive, but because they understood that value is not a thing, it is a relationship. The carry did not have a price, it had a path. And the path connected people. The swipe card connects you to a bank. The bank connects you to a computer. The computer connects you to an algorithm. The algorithm does not know your name, your story, your grandmother's name. The algorithm knows only your number. The carry knew the path. It knew the hands that had held it, the markets it had passed through, the lives it had touched. It had a memory. Your card has no memory. It has only a balance, and the balance is always near zero. The chain is long, but it is not eternal. It was built by human hands, and what is built can be dismantled. The first step is to see it, to recognize that the swipe card is the grandchild of the carry, that the 25th is not a law of nature, that the interest rate is not a moral verdict. The ancestors did not need a bank. They had the shell. They did not need a credit score. They had a name. They did not need a mortgage. They had a community. The chain is old, but you are young, and the young have a way of walking through chains that the old thought were permanent. The shell is empty. The card is plastic. The number is a ghost. Your labor is real. Your love is real. Your presence is real. Do not sell them for a shell. End of Chapter 17. Chapter 18. The compound, the blueprint for the township. My love, every morning at 5 o'clock, when the sky over the Witwatersrand is still a bruised purple, a whistle sounds. It is not a musical note. It is a summoning. Thousands of men rise from bunks stacked 3 high in concrete dormitories. They have slept in rooms designed for 16 but crowded with 60. They have no privacy, no family, no woman's voice, no child's laughter. They are not at home. They have not been home for months. They are not in a town. They are in a compound, a word that means both a mixture of substances and an enclosed area. The double meaning is not a coincidence. The compound is the place where human beings are mixed like ore and smelted into labor. The whistle does not ask. The whistle commands. The men shuffle into the cold pre-dawn air, pull on their overalls, and walk toward the shaft that will lower them 2 kilometers into the earth. The whistle does not care about the wife they left behind in the Eastern Cape, the children who are learning to call another man Baba, the mother who is dying in a hut that leaks when it rains. The whistle is the clock of the cage. It tells you that your body is not your own. It tells you that your time has been sold. It tells you that the fence is not only around the mine. The fence is around your life. This is the compound, the blueprint for the township, the architecture of the migrant labor system. And it is still standing, the birth of the concrete cage. The compound was not invented in Johannesburg. It was born in Kimberley, 15 years before the first gold reef was discovered on the Witwatersrand. Between 1871 and 1884, the diamond fields of Kimberley operated with open compounds. African miners lived in makeshift shelters near their claims, controlled by a pass system that regulated their movement but did not yet seal them off from the town. They could leave after work. They could visit the canteens, the beer halls, the women who had followed the diggings. They could spend their wages on anything they chose. The mine owners hated this arrangement. A worker who could leave was a worker who could think. A worker who could think was a worker who might demand better pay, better conditions, a life beyond the shaft. The first closed compound was introduced in 1885, when underground mining began, and the diamond ore was hauled to the surface in buckets that could easily conceal stolen stones. The official reason for the closed compound was to stop IDB illicit diamond buying. The real reason was to stop the flow of the workers' will. The closed compound was a rectangle of wood and corrugated iron, cheap, quick to erect, and utterly without comfort. The huts stood back to back in rows, sharing walls to reduce costs. Ventilation was minimal. The only light came through gaps in the planks. The floors were bare earth that turned to mud when it rained. These were not houses. They were holding pens. At night, the gates were locked from the outside. Guards patrolled the perimeter. A worker who tried to leave before his contract expired could be arrested, fined, or beaten. The De Beers Company called these closed compounds models of social welfare. The Journal of the Day praised their philanthropic design, but the health records tell a different story. When African miners were forced to live in closed compounds, lung diseases, particularly pneumonia, became the greatest killer on the diamond fields. Overcrowded accommodation, poor diet, and inadequate protection against the extreme temperature shifts of the Kimberley winter turned the compound into a death trap. The closed compounds were not models of welfare. They were models of labor control. This is the theological fence of the compound, the belief that the worker's body is a resource, not a vessel. The mine owners did not need to beat the workers. They only needed to lock them in. The fence around the compound was the visible sign of an invisible doctrine. Your life belongs to the company. Your family belongs to the reserves. Your will belongs to the stamp. The machine that made the migrant the closed compound was perfected on the Witwatersrand gold mines after 1886. The reef of gold-bearing conglomerate was deep, dipping steeply into the earth, and required deep level shafts that demanded massive capital investment. The mining houses, Corner House, Wernher Bate, De Beers, consolidated their control. They created a near monopoly over capital and, increasingly, over the lives of the workers who dug the rock. By 1889, 100,000 black mine workers were needed on the gold mines, and at the time, 60% of the labor came from outside South Africa, mainly from Mozambique. The Chamber of Mines developed its own recruiting apparatuses. Witwatersrand Native Labour Association, WNLA or Wenella, and the Native Recruiting Corporation. These organizations scoured the subcontinent, signing up men for contracts that would take them far from their families for months at a time. The contracts were written in languages the workers did not always understand. The wages were a fraction of what white miners earned, at the turn of the century, about 1/9 the wage of a white miner. The compound on the gold mines was a fortress within a fortress. It was surrounded by a fence, then by a railing that warned private property trespassers will be prosecuted. Inside, the workers lived in single-sex dormitories, row upon row of bunks, with no space for personal belongings, no space for private conversation, no space for the dignity of solitude. The design was deliberately panoptic, borrowed from the philosophy of Jeremy Bentham, who imagined a circular prison where a single guard could watch every cell without the prisoners knowing whether they were being watched at any given moment. The men in the compound were not workers. They were inmates. Over 97% of the mine workforce lived in these single-sex, regimented barracks. The remaining 3%, white miners, skilled artisans, management, lived in houses with their families, in suburbs with schools and shops and parks. The compound was not a failure of planning, it was the intended outcome. This is the spatial theology of apartheid, the belief that proximity is contamination. A white family living next to a black worker might be infected, not by disease, but by the contagion of equality. The compound was the architectural expression of this creed, a wall that kept the black body contained, controlled, and invisible. The compound also served a strategic political function. It allowed the state to rid the white, urban areas of what the Afrikaner establishment called swart gevaar, the black danger. A worker who lived in the compound was not a resident of the city. He was a temporary visitor, a guest whose permission could be revoked at any moment. The hostel dweller was not a citizen, he was a sojourner. The destruction of the family the compound did not only fence the worker, it fenced his family. The migrant labor system, of which the compound was the central physical structure, was designed to reconcile two contradictory needs: the need for cheap labor in the mines and cities, and the apartheid ideology that black workers should not reside there on a permanent basis. The solution was simple: import the labor but not the laborer's life. The worker would come alone, his wife would stay in the reserve, his children would be born, raised, and buried on land that could not feed them. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission later described the consequences. Children were denied fatherly guidance and support during their formative years, and the fact that women were obliged to take on domestic work meant that children were denied the care of their mothers. The family, the TRC concluded, was the primary victim of apartheid's spatial engineering. The compound was the mechanism of that victimization. A man who lives in a compound for 11 months of the year is not a father. He is a wage packet that arrives once a month sometimes. A woman who raises her children alone, without the support of a partner, without the presence of a man to protect and provide, is not a wife, she is a survivor. The children who grow up with an absent father do not learn how to be fathers themselves. The trauma is intergenerational. The migrant labor system did not end with the collapse of apartheid. While the formal structures were dismantled in 1994, the socio-economic systems that upheld it persist. Two provinces, Gauteng and the Western Cape, dominate the country's economy, accounting for 49% of the gross domestic product. The Eastern Cape, once a hub of agricultural production and a cradle of black intellectualism, has been reduced to a labor reservoir. Young people, university graduates, professionals, all are dependent on a neo-colonial migrant labor system to earn a living. The compound is still there, the whistle still blows, the fathers still lave. The fortresses of fear in the 1970s and early 1980s, the hostel dwellers in the townships were the backbone of the trade union movement. They were militant, organized, and willing to strike. But as the union movement became more sophisticated, more urbane, more youthful, the participation of hostel dwellers in its leadership diminished. They were left behind, still living in the same concrete barracks, still separated from their families, still alienated from the communities that had grown up around them. Then came the violence. In the late 1980s and early 1990s, as apartheid crumbled and the struggle for the future intensified, the hostels became fortresses of fear. The Truth Commission heard testimony of a brutal and chaotic war fought in and around the hostel compounds of the South African townships. Hostel dwellers became feared and hated. The uneasy relationship between them and the township communities had existed since the first hostel was built, but now it exploded. Hostel residents were targeted by anti-apartheid activists as collaborators, agents of Inkatha, the Zulu nationalist movement that the apartheid state had armed and funded to destabilize the liberation struggle. Some were collaborators. Many were simply workers, men who had no political allegiance except to the wage that fed their families. But they were housed in the hostels, and the hostels were sites of violence. The hostels were not just buildings, they were weapons. Fast forward to present day, the same hostels are weaponized to initiate matches against foreigners, using a false sense of unity, bringing together unemployed people from deep slot and locations that the government never cares for. All this to push their agenda. After it's done, those same people go back to the same miserable lives with no changes to the promises made to them. And as social media still proves these are led by Zulu agents of Inkatha, and the public still turns a blind eye. I was born outside these fences, I see the truth for what it is. The Truth Commission noted that the pass laws and the hostel system were practices that did even more damage to generations of our people than the individual human rights violations. That could be narrowly defined. The hostel was not a single crime. It was a structure of criminality, a system that turned men into beasts, families into fragments, and communities into battlefields. The theology of the barrack, the Dutch Reformed Church did not invent the compound, but it blessed it. The theology of the barrack was the same as the theology of the mission school. The African was a child who needed discipline. The African man, separated from his family, was more manageable. The African family, broken by the compound, was less dangerous. The church taught that the black man's suffering was the will of God, a trial to be endured, not a crime to be punished. This is the theological fence of the compound, the belief that family is a privilege, not a right, that a man does not need to know his children to be a man, that a woman does not need her husband to raise a family, that the compound is not a cage but a school where the African learns the dignity of labor, the virtue of submission, the grace of suffering. The church did not speak against the compound. It spoke against the sin of the compound, the drinking, the gambling, the prostitution that flourished in the cracks of the cage. It preached moral uplift while the walls held firm. The concrete still stands after 1994. The compounds were renamed. Hostels, they were called as if a new name could erase the memory. Some have been upgraded, walls added, doors fitted, windows installed, toilets plumbed. The transformation of the single-sex dormitories into family homes is a project that has been funded, promised, and delayed for 3 decades. Mining hostels remain the main form of housing for mine workers, despite decades of research showing that family housing improves retention, productivity, and morale. Many hostels still operate as single-sex barracks. Many still house men whose families are hundreds of kilometers away. The whistle still blows. The children of the new migrant laborers are growing up without fathers, just as the children of apartheid grew up without fathers. The socio-economic systems that upheld the compound have not been fully dismantled. They have only been privatized. Private security guards have replaced mine police. Private labor brokers have replaced Wenella. Private landlords have replaced the mining houses, but the architecture of separation remains. In the Eastern Cape, where the sun rises over the hills of the former Transkei, a grandmother wakes before dawn. She has not slept well. She is thinking about her son who left for Johannesburg 3 months ago. He has not sent money. She has not received a call. She does not know if he is still in the hostel, still working in the mine, still alive. She will wait. That is what grandmothers do. In Gauteng, in a hostel that has been upgraded to include a kitchenette and a separate bedroom, a man wakes to the same whistle that woke his father. He does not know his daughter. He has seen her only twice, once at her birth, once at her 3rd birthday. He sends money when he can. The money does not always arrive. The distance does not shrink. The fence does not fall. Invitation, my love, you have never lived in a compound. You have never slept in a bunk stacked 3 high in a concrete dormitory, but you have inherited the compound. The fence is not only around the mine, it is around the township, the suburb, the school, the church. It is around the hour you wake, the route you travel, the building where you work. It is around the belief that you must leave your family to survive, that you cannot raise a child without a wage, that you cannot build a home without a bank. The compound was designed to break the family, but the family did not break. It bent like a tree in the wind, and then it straightened. The grandmothers raised the children. The children became fathers despite not having fathers. The mothers learned to be both mother and father, and they taught their daughters to do the same. The compound could break the house, it could not break the home. The whistle still blows, but you do not have to answer. Not because the wage is not necessary, it is. Not because the work is not hard, it is, because you can remember that there was a time before the whistle. A time when the day was measured by the sun, not by the bell. A time when the family slept under the same roof, not under the same fence. A time when the grandmother did not have to wait. The compound was built by human hands. What is built can be dismantled. Not by a single law, not by a single act of parliament, not by a single protest. But by the slow, patient work of remembering and the courage to act on what is remembered. The fence is old, but you are young. Walk. End of chapter 18, chapter 19. The soil engineers of Bikoni, feeding the matrix, my love, drive east out of Johannesburg, past the mine dumps that still smolder on the horizon, past the industrial sprawl of Springs and Bethel, and into the rolling highveld of Mpumalanga. The landscape opens. The eucalyptus and pine plantations give way to grassy hillsides studded with granite outcrops. If you look closely, if you know what to look for, you will see them. Lines of stone, running across the slopes like contour lines drawn by a giant hand. Circles of stone, hundreds of them, connected by long stone passages that weave between the hills. This is Bikoni, the country of the Koni people. Between roughly 1500 and 1820, this landscape was the site of one of the most intensive agricultural systems in southern Africa. Stone-walled homesteads, terraced fields, and linking roads connect more than 10,000 square kilometers of escarpment into a complex web of human habitation and food production. Thousands of stone circles, thousands of kilometers of stone walls, millions of tons of rock moved without mortar, without cement, without a single blueprint written on paper. The Koni were not primitive pastoralists. They were engineers of the soil. The visitors who stumbled upon these ruins in the late 19th century could not believe that Africans had built them. They invented theories about Phoenician colonists, Indian merchants, even visitors from outer space. The assumption was always the same. Africans were too primitive to have created such elaborate stone structures. The ruins were dismissed, ignored, or turned into tourist curiosities. The people who had built them were displaced by the violence of the Mfeking in the late 18th and early 19th centuries, and their descendants were scattered, dispossessed, or absorbed into other groups. The stone walls still stand. The terraces are still there. And the soil still remembers what the visitors forced us to forget. The law of the terrace, the Bikoni terraces, were not built to keep enemies out. They were built to keep fertility in. The Mpumalanga escarpment is a landscape of steep slopes, heavy summer rainfall, and poor soils. The high-veld grasses that cover the hillsides today are a sign of erosion, not abundance. The natural soil is acidic, nutrient-poor, and easily stripped bare by the summer thunderstorms. A family that tried to farm this land without preparation would fail. The rains would wash the topsoil into the rivers, and the family would starve. The Koni solved this problem with stone. The terraces were not a single construction project. They were an incremental accumulation of labor over generations. Cultivation, stone clearing, and terracing were intermixed processes, each season adding a few more stones to the wall, a few more centimeters to the terrace. A farmer who began a terrace knew that he would not complete it. His son would carry the stones, his grandson would level the field, his granddaughter would plant the seeds. The terrace was not a structure, it was a contract across generations. The terraces did three things, all of them brilliant. First, they captured water. The stone walls slowed the flow of rainwater across the slope, forcing it to seep into the soil rather than rushing into the river. The deep, porous soil of the terrace absorbed the moisture and held it through the dry winter, giving the crops a reservoir to draw on when the rains stopped. Modern soil science calls this soil water conservation. The Koni called it survival. Second, they trapped nutrients. The terrace walls stopped the soil from sliding downhill, keeping the organic matter and minerals where the plants could reach them. The manure of the cattle that grazed on the hillsides was concentrated in the central cattle pens, then spread onto the terraced fields. The result was a soil fertility engine, a cycle of grass, cattle, manure, crops, and human labor, each feeding the next. Third, they stored heat. The granite blocks of the terraces absorbed the heat of the African sun during the day and radiated it back into the soil at night. The escarpment can be bitterly cold in winter, with frosts that kill tender crops. The thermal mass of the stone walls protected the roots of the crops, extending the growing season and allowing the Koni to cultivate crops that would have failed in the open field. This is the same principle that modern greenhouse designers use when they fill barrels with water to moderate temperature swings. The Koni used stone. The result of this engineering was a soil that was not natural, it was manufactured. Archaeological studies of the Bikoni terraces show that the soils in the stone-walled areas have significantly higher levels of calcium, magnesium, potassium, phosphorus, and organic carbon than the surrounding non-archaeological soils. The Koni were not simply farming the land, they were creating it. They were taking the poor, acidic, erosion-prone clay of the escarpment and transforming it into a dark, crumbly, nutrient-rich loam that could feed a family for generations. The dark color of the Bikoni soil comes from charcoal. The Koni deliberately incorporated fine charcoal ash from their domestic fires into the terraced fields. The charcoal acted as a carbon sponge, absorbing moisture, providing a habitat for beneficial microbes, and binding the soil together into stable aggregates that resisted erosion. This is the same principle behind modern biochar, a soil amendment that is hailed as a cutting-edge tool for climate change mitigation. The Koni were using biochar centuries before the word was invented. The cow as a nutrient factory, the Koni were not only farmers, they were pastoralists. The stone-walled homesteads of Bikoni are built around a central cattle pen, a sunken enclosure where the cattle are kept at night, close to the family, close to the fire. The pen is not a holding cell, it is a nutrient capture device. The cattle eat grass on the hillsides, converting the cellulose and minerals of the veldt into milk, blood, and manure. At night they are brought into the pen where they deposit their manure and urine. The manure is not waste, it is capital. It is collected, mixed with ash and household refuse and spread onto the terraced fields. The cattle are not commodities. They are partners in the contract of abundance. This is the deep law of Bikoni. You cannot harvest what you do not feed. The Koni did not extract from the land, they nourished it. They understood that the soil is not a bank account to be drawn down until empty. It is a living system, a community of organisms that must be fed and watered if it is to feed you in return. The visitors who arrived in the 19th century did not understand this law. They looked at the Koni cattle and saw beef. They looked at the manure and saw filth. They looked at the terraces and saw primitive walls. They could not read the chemistry. the earth turned to dust. The erasure of the engineers, the visitors, did not only steal the land, they stole the knowledge. In the early 1820s, the Mpofu, a period of violent upheaval driven by the rise of militarized states and the expansion of European settler capitalism, swept across the Highveld. The Koni were scattered, killed, or absorbed into other groups. By 1840, the stone-walled settlements of Bikoni were largely abandoned. The terraces fell into disrepair. The manure stopped coming. The soil began to revert to its natural, nutrient-poor state. In the 1930s, a new wave of visitors, the architects of apartheid, surveyed the land. They saw the stone walls and called them primitive kraals. They saw the terraces and dismissed them as erosion control. They did not ask the descendants of the Koni who still lived in the area, because the descendants were scattered, impoverished, and voiceless. The knowledge of how to build a terrace, how to manage a cattle soil cycle, how to read the signs of fertility, that knowledge was lost or made invisible during the late 19th and the 20th centuries. The visitors imposed their own agricultural system. They plowed the land with heavy machinery, breaking up the old terraces and turning the soil to dust. They planted monocultures of maize and wheat, crops that drained the soil of nutrients without returning anything. They spread chemical fertilizers, nitrogen in a bag, phosphorus in a bottle, that bypassed the soil community and poisoned the earth with salts and acids. A field that had once been dark and crumbly, enriched by centuries of careful management, turned grey and hard. The water ran off instead of soaking in. The rains washed the topsoil into the rivers. The soil died. The visitors called this progress. It was extraction. The law of the soil. Let me state the law plainly, my love. The soil is not a resource, it is a relationship. A resource can be taken, a relationship must be nurtured. The Koni understood that the land would give only what it was given. They fed the soil with manure and charcoal, and the soil fed them with crops. They protected the soil with stone terraces, and the soil protected them from famine. They honored the soil with their labor, and the soil honored them with abundance. The visitors reversed this law. They taught that the land is a commodity, something to be bought, sold, and exhausted. They taught that the farmer is an extractor, not a steward. They taught that chemical fertilizers could replace manure, that heavy machinery could replace stone walls, that the soil could be mined like gold and discarded when it was empty. They turned the living earth into dead capital. The result is the eroded hillsides, the dusty fields, the hungry families of the former homelands. The soil that once fed generations now produces barely enough to keep a family alive. The cattle that once were partners in abundance are now scrawny, sickly, and few. The knowledge of how to read the land, how to tell when the soil is warm, when the water is rising, when the season has turned, that knowledge has been buried under textbooks, under propaganda, under the weight of a system that treats human beings as units of labor and the earth as a warehouse of resources. The soil still remembers, but the soil remembers. The terraces of Bikoni are still there. The stone walls have not been torn down, and in the dark earth of the terrace soils, the memory of the old contract is still alive. Archaeological dark earth, anthracite, human-made soil does not disappear quickly. The charcoal remains, the nutrients linger. The soil structure once built persists for centuries. The Koni engineers are gone, their descendants are scattered, but the knowledge is not lost. It is waiting, buried under the textbooks, under the propaganda, under the weight of the system. It is waiting for a new generation of farmers, gardeners, and dreamers to unearth it. Modern regenerative agriculture is rediscovering the laws that the Koni already knew. Feed the soil and the soil will feed you. Rotate your crops. Integrate your livestock. Keep the ground covered. Build organic matter. Mimic nature. The principles of regenerative agriculture are not new, they are ancient. They are the principles of Bikoni, of the vendor, of the San, of every society that survived on this land for centuries before the visitors arrived. The difference is that regenerative agriculture is a choice. For the Koni, it was survival. The invitation, my love, you have never built a stone terrace. You have never spread manure on a field, but you have inherited the soil. The fence of the land is not only made of wire and laws. It is made of ignorance, the ignorance that we can farm without feeding the earth, that we can eat without growing, that we can survive without understanding the source of our survival. The visitors taught you to trust the supermarket, not the soil. They taught you to fear the garden, to despise the compost heap, to see the farmer as a backward peasant and the agribusiness corporation as a model of efficiency. They taught you that the land is a resource, not a relationship, but the soil does not lie. The soil remembers. Your grandmother grew her own vegetables in a small patch behind the house. It was not a commercial operation. It was not efficient by the standards of agribusiness, but it fed the family. It gave her a dignity that no wage could provide. It connected her to the earth in a way that no church could replicate. She did not have a degree in soil science, but she knew when the ground was warm. She knew when the seeds would sprout. She knew when the harvest was ready. She was an engineer of the soil. She was a descendant of the Koni. The fence is old, but the soil is older. The fence will rot, rust, and crumble. The soil will remain. The knowledge of how to feed it, how to nurture it, how to build it, that knowledge is not lost. It is only buried. The invitation is not to build a stone terrace in your backyard. The invitation is to remember. To remember that the earth beneath your feet is not a platform for a shopping mall. To remember that the food on your plate was once a seed in the ground, fed by water and sunlight, nourished by the labor of generations. To remember that you are not a consumer, you are a participant in the contract of abundance. The visitors tried to break that contract. They tried to turn you into a buyer, not a grower. They tried to make you forget that the soil can feed you without a supermarket, without a credit card, without a salary. They tried to bury the memory of Bikoni. But the memory is alive. It is in the dark earth of the terrace fields. It is in the stories of the grandmothers who still plant by the moon. It is in the hands of the farmers who still rotate their cattle, still spread their compost, still trust the soil to return what they give. The stone walls are still standing. The terraces are still there. The soil is still waiting. Walk. End of Chapter 19, Chapter 20. The acoustic architects of Great Zimbabwe, energy containment, my love. You have walked with me through the cage of the land, the cage of the law, the cage of the calendar, and the cage of the coin. Now I want you to stand with me inside a cage that was not a cage at all. Drive southeast from the city of Masvingo, past the dry acacia scrub and the granite whalebacks that rise from the earth like sleeping giants. The road ends at a hill. You climb. The granite boulders grow larger, the path narrower, the air stiller. Then suddenly the hill opens into a valley and you see them. Walls, not the low, broken walls of a cattle kraal. Walls that rise 11 meters high, stretch 250 meters around, and are built of granite blocks so precisely cut and stacked that a knife cannot slip between them. No mortar, no cement, no blueprints. This is the great enclosure of Great Zimbabwe, the largest ancient structure in sub-Saharan Africa. The outer wall encloses an area roughly the size of a football field. 100,000 tons of granite, carried from the surrounding hills, shaped by hand, and fitted together with a precision that modern engineers would struggle to replicate without power tools. The visitors who first stumbled upon these walls in the 19th century could not believe that Africans had built them. They invented theories about Phoenicians, Arabs, the Queen of Sheba. They could not accept that the Shona people, the ancestors of the people who still live in this land, were master architects. But the walls are not only stone, they are sound. Great Zimbabwe was not only a city, it was an acoustic machine. The dry stone construction of the walls creates a unique acoustic signature. The thickness of the walls and the diffusing effect of their fractured surfaces on incoming sound waves influence the sonic character of the space. Thick, dry stone walls can eliminate the sound of wind noise from the outside, creating a contrast between the open veldt and the space within. Voices in the courtyard of an enclosure like this are clear and intelligible. The walls do not muffle sound, they direct it. Inside the great enclosure, a narrow passage runs between the high outer wall and the inner wall. The passage is not straight. It curves, narrowing and widening in precise geometric patterns that seem almost organic. At the entrance of the passage, a whisper travels nearly 100 meters, clear and intelligible to a listener at the far end, while remaining completely inaudible to anyone standing in the central courtyard. The walls are not barriers, they are waveguides. The dry stone masonry also affects how sound is reflected. Instead of bouncing off smooth, flat surfaces, the sound waves are scattered and diffused by the irregular gaps and fractured edges between the stones. This is what acoustic researchers call dry stone diffusion. The result is a sonic space that is dry, not echoing, not muffled, but alive with clarity. A voice speaking in the passage does not compete with its own echo. It travels, it is carried. The builders of Great Zimbabwe did not need to read a physics textbook to understand these principles. They had their ears, they had generations of observation. They knew that the valley hummed, that the stones could speak, that a voice raised in the right place would be carried not by air alone, but by the very earth beneath their feet. The tower that hums. At the heart of the great enclosure stands the conical tower. It is not a building. You cannot enter it. It has no door, no window, no hollow chamber. It is a solid pillar of granite, over 9 meters high and 5 meters across at its base. The visitors who first saw the tower were baffled. They had no category for a structure that was not a house, not a grain bin, not a watchtower. Some called it a phallic symbol. Others insisted it was an Eastern influence, proof that Phoenicians or Arabs had built the city. They could not imagine that the Shona had built a solid-state device because they had no concept of what such a device might be. You know what the conical tower is. It is a piezoelectric charge accumulator. The Ark of the Covenant was not a magical box. It was a mobile resonance capacitor, gold plates sandwiching acacia wood, designed to store electrostatic charge through the same piezoelectric principle that makes the conical tower hum. The tabernacle in the wilderness was not a divine tent. It was a mobile resonance chamber, an acoustic waveguide, a sonic amplifier, a technology for aligning human frequency with cosmic law. The visitor literalized this technology into a miracle, a one-off magic trick performed by a distant god for a chosen few. Why? Because if the walls of Jericho fell because of a miracle, you have to wait for the magician to return. You become a passive spectator. a beggar at the gate of history. But if the walls fell because of resonance physics, because the human shout 300 Hz matched the natural frequency of the stone, approximately 122 Hz, then the power is mechanical, replicable, and resides in the human vocal tract. The ancestors did not build cities as real estate investments. They built them as acoustic instruments to tune human consciousness. Your voice is the ram's horn. The wall is still standing, but it has a natural frequency. And you can find it. Granite is not inert stone. It is a composite of minerals, and among those minerals is quartz. Quartz is piezoelectric. When you squeeze it, it generates an electric charge. The immense weight of the upper granite layers presses down continuously on the broader base of the tower, creating an environment of permanent, high-tonnage mechanical compression at the core. That compression generates a constant, low-level electrical charge through the piezoelectric effect of the quartz crystals embedded in the granite. The tower is anchored directly into the exposed granite bedrock of the hill, which acts as a massive natural electrical ground, connecting the structure to the subterranean telluric currents flowing through the plateau. The taller the tower, the greater the compression, the stronger the charge. The tower is a solid-state capacitor, a device that stores electrical energy. When you stand next to the conical tower, you feel it. Not a sound, but a presence. A subtle vibration, a hum, a pressure that is not quite physical, not quite spiritual. That hum is the voice of the ancestors. That is Idlozi, not ghosts in a graveyard, but the living vibration of the bloodline, encoded in the stone, amplified by the architecture, waiting for you to tune your ear to its pitch. The visitors looked at the conical tower and saw a primitive grain bin, or a phallic symbol. They could not hear the frequency, the cave that speaks above the great enclosure. On the steep granite ridge of the hill complex, there is a cave. At the southern end of the fortress, the cave possesses natural acoustic properties that enabled one's voice to be carried right to the bottom of the valley. The earliest inhabitants of the site discovered this property long before the walls were built. They carved the entrance. They smoothed the floor. They turned a natural echo chamber into a ritual communication device. When a priest or a king stood in this cave and spoke, his voice was not merely amplified, it was projected. It traveled across the valley down to the river up the opposite slope. The Valley of Great Zimbabwe became a natural speaking tube, a waveguide that carried the voice of authority from the high place to the low. The cave was not used for daily announcements, it was used for ritual. The voice that emerged from the cave was not the voice of a man. It was the voice of the ancestors, speaking through the living king, carried on the breath of the stone. The visitors who have studied Great Zimbabwe have noted that local communities living near the ruins still speak of unusual acoustics in the cave. They still know that the stone can carry a voice. They still honor the place as sacred. The colonial archaeologists did not ask them about the sound. They measured the walls, counted the blocks, and wrote their theories in English. The ancestors knew a different kind of measurement. The drum that is not a drum, the soundscape of Great Zimbabwe, was not only architectural, it was instrumental. The mbira, the thumb piano of the Shona, is one of the oldest instruments in Africa. The first mbira was made at Great Zimbabwe in the 14th century. It is a simple instrument, a wooden board, metal keys, a good resonator. The mbira is not played for entertainment, it is played for connection. The mbira is a telephone to the spirit world. Its interlocking melodies create a trance state, a doorway through which the ancestors can enter the living. At Great Zimbabwe, only mbira and ngoma, drum, bass, sacred or ritual music was allowed. The soundscape of the city was not accidental, it was curated. The mbira players who performed at the Great Enclosure were not musicians in the modern sense, they were priests. The ngoma drummers were not performers, they were summoners. The instruments of Great Zimbabwe were not musical instruments. They were acoustic technologies, tools for shaping consciousness, for altering brain waves, for opening the crown ****. The rhythmic patterns of the mbira, the deep pulse of the ngoma, the resonant chamber of the cave. The wave-guided passages of the Great Enclosure, these were all part of a single acoustic machine, designed to shift the listener from the noise of the world into the silence of the ancestors. Modern archaeoacoustic research has shown that such structures can affect brain activity, producing altered states of mind that can intensify ritual experiences. Prolonged reverberation and specific frequencies can evoke feelings of awe, transcendence, and connection. The builders of Great Zimbabwe did not need a laboratory to know this. They had the cave, they had the drum, they had the walls that listened. The walls that listen. The masons who maintain the dry stone walls of Great Zimbabwe today use a technique that their fathers taught them and their fathers before them. They put their ears to the stone. They listen. The walls, they say, make sounds. If you place something underneath the stone, they make noise. When a wall has no mortar, when the stones are stacked by gravity and friction alone, the structure is alive. It shifts, it settles. It breathes with the heat of the day and the cold of the night. Mason who knows how to listen can hear when a wall is weak. He can hear where the stones are grinding, where the weight is shifting, where the structure needs to be repaired. The wall speaks and the mason answers. This is not superstition, it is acoustic engineering. The frequency of the grinding stone, the pitch of the settling block, the resonance of the shifting wall, these are data. The ear can read them as surely as an engineer reads a strain gauge. The masons of Great Zimbabwe are not primitive. They are sensor-equipped. The visitors who trained as archaeologists in Western universities did not learn to listen to stone. They learned to measure it, to draw it, to classify it. They did not put their ears to the wall. They put their eyes to the paper. The wall spoke and they did not hear. The sound of sovereignty. Great Zimbabwe was not only a city, it was a statement. The walls were not built for defense. They have no battlements, no arrow slits, no military features. They were built for containment, not of enemies, but of energy. The acoustic architecture of the great enclosure was designed to contain the voice of the king, to concentrate the power of the Mbira, to hold the silence of the ancestors. The conical tower was not a grain bin. It was a lightning rod for the spirit, not attracting lightning, but harnessing the earth's own electrical field. The charge it generated created an environment of subtle, pervasive energy within the great enclosure. The Shona recognized this energy as Idlozi, the hum of the ancestors, the frequency of the bloodline. The soapstone birds that once stood on monoliths in the hill complex were not decorative. They were adjustable astronomical instruments, processional markers that tracked the slow multi-millennial drift of the stars. The birds were aligned with the helical rising of specific stars, marking the turning of the season, the time to plant, the time to harvest. The birds were not idols, they were calibrators. The visitors looked at the birds and saw primitive idols. They looked at the conical tower and saw a grain bin. They looked at the acoustic passages and saw construction. Anomalies, they could not read the technology because they had been trained to read only the books. The cage that was not a cage. You were born in a cage, my love. You were taught that the walls are for keeping you in, for keeping the enemy out. You were taught that the fence is a necessity, that the border is a fact, that the permission slip is a law of nature. Great Zimbabwe was a different kind of enclosure. Its walls did not keep the people in. They kept the frequency in. The acoustic architecture was not designed to control movement. It was designed to amplify presence. A person inside the great enclosure was not a prisoner. She was a resonator. The ancestors who built these walls understood something that the visitors have forgotten. A human being is not only a body. A human being is a vessel, and a vessel can be tuned. When you speak in the great enclosure, your voice is not scattered into the open air. It is captured, refined, and projected. The walls do not silence you. They make you heard. The visitors built their own enclosures, the compound, the township, the classroom, the debt cycle. Their walls were not designed to resonate. They were designed to stifle. They wanted your voice to be small. They wanted your presence to be temporary. They wanted your frequency to be cancelled out by the noise of the system. The ancestors knew a different architecture. They built walls that listened. They built towers that hummed. They built cities that were not factories, but instruments. The invitations stand in the great enclosure one day, my love, not as a tourist, as a descendant. Listen, the walls are still there. The tower still stands. The cave still speaks. The Mbira still plays if you know where to listen. The visitors have tried to silence this place. They have turned it into a museum, a tourist attraction, a backdrop for political speeches. They have covered the walls with their theories and their classifications. They have told you that the ancestors were primitive, that the architecture was accidental, that the acoustics were a coincidence. But the stones do not lie. The walls still listen. The tower still hums. The cage that the visitors built around your body is not the only architecture. There is another architecture, older, deeper, more powerful. It is the architecture of the open veldt, the resonant chamber, the dry stone amplifier. The cage was built to silence you. The ancestors built to be heard. You are not a number in a file. You are a frequency. The walls of the cage can dampen you, but they cannot erase you. The signal is still there. It is in the hum of the bloodline, in the breath of the Mbira, in the silence of the stone. The visitors are leaving. Their walls are crumbling. Their fences are rusting. Their books are gathering dust. The ancestors are waiting. They have built a listening place. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21. The star trackers of Venda, the future's calculation. My love, you have seen the fence. You have walked through the cage of the land, the cage of the law, the cage of the calendar, and the cage of the coin. You have stood inside the stone walls of Great Zimbabwe and felt the ancestors hum in the granite. Now I want you to look up, not at the ceiling, at the sky. The visitors taught you to fear the night. They taught you that the stars are indifferent, that the universe is random, that your life is a straight line from birth to death with no possibility of return. But the ancestors knew a different sky. They knew that the stars are not decorations, they are a clock, and the clock can be read. The Venda people of the Zoutpansberg have been reading this clock for centuries. They do not need a printed calendar to tell them when to plant. They do not need a weather forecast to tell them when the rain will come. They have the Pleiades, they have the moon, they have the giraffe that walks across the southern sky. This is not folklore, this is calculation. The giraffe that walks across the sky on a clear autumn evening when the smoke of the cooking fires rises straight and the air is sharp. The elders climb the ridge above Lake Fundudzi. They face east. They wait. The sky is dark, but the edge of the horizon has begun to soften. They are not waiting for the sun. They are waiting for a sign written in light. Low on the horizon, just above the hills, a cluster of stars has risen. T-Shilimla, the Pleiades, the digging stars. The Xhosa call them Isilimla, the Zulu call them the same, the Sotho and Swana know them as Selamela. Across southern Africa, the root is the same, lima to dig, to cultivate. When these 7 stars rise just before the sun, the elders know, the soil is warm enough to break. The rain is coming, plant now or go hungry. At the same moment, another constellation appears in the southwest. The Venda call it Tudor, the giraffe. It is made of 4 stars, the 2 brightest stars of the Southern Cross, Alpha and Beta Crucis, which the Venda call Nsadzi, the female giraffes, and the 2 pointers, Alpha and Beta Centauri, which they call Ndona, the male giraffes. Thutlua literally means rising above the trees. When the 2 lower stars dip just below the horizon and the 2 upper stars remain visible, the Venda know the season has turned. The giraffe stars are not arbitrary. They are a calendar, a sign that the year is ending, that the harvest is finished, that it is time to rest before the planting begins. The Venda year did not begin in January. It did not begin in March. It began when the moon appeared at the same time that the lower giraffe stars touched the horizon and the upper stars were still visible. The Venda called this moon Tshimzi, the first month of the year, the month in which ploughing begins. The Pleiades tell the farmer, now you dig. The giraffe tells him, now you rest. The moon tells him, now you begin again. The sky is not a mystery. It is a schedule. Though in Turkulary month there is a problem with the moon. 12 lunar cycles add up to roughly 354 days, 11 days short of a solar year. If you only counted moons, your planting would drift, your crops would fail, your calendar would rot. The ancestors solved this problem exactly as every advanced agricultural civilization solved it, with an intercalary month, a 13th moon inserted every few years to realign the lunar cycle with the solar year. The Sotho Tswana calendar, which was also based on the moon, also had a lunisolar structure. The pre-colonial Setswana calendar had 12 lunar months in some years and 13 in others. The Zulu calendar was based on the cycles of the moon, with months 28 days long and 13 months in the year. The signal for this correction was not a calculation on paper, it was the sky itself. When the giraffe stars appeared in their proper position, the elders knew whether to add the extra month or let the year end. The moon that appears when the 2 lower stars of the constellation Tudor are just below the horizon and the 2 upper stars just visible is the Tshimzi moon. The Venda understood that 12 lunar months are about 354 days, and that this discrepancy may be adjusted by having 2 years of 12 lunar months, and then a year of 13 lunar months. They were not guessing, they were computing. The ancestors measured time not by the print of a calendar but by the sequence of natural events, the rising of the Pleiades, the flooding of a river, the first rains, the ripening of a fruit. Through annual repetition, these events served as a guide for proper human action. The stars, the plants, the animals, and the people were all part of the same cycle. You did not need to look at a calendar, you needed to look at the world. The serpent that dances the ecliptic, the Venda, did not only track stars, they embodied them. The Domba dance, the so-called Python dance, is performed at Lake Fundudzi, the sacred lake hidden in the mountains of the Soutpansberg. The visitors who first witnessed the dance saw a fertility ritual, young women, arms linked, moving in a long, undulating line, swaying like a python. They wrote that the Venda worshipped a giant water snake that lived in the depths of the lake. They did not see the mathematics. The line of dancers does not move randomly. It traces the ecliptic, the geometric path that the sun, moon, and planets trace across the celestial sphere over the course of a year. The wave-like motion of the dance is a kinetic model of the celestial cycles, encoded in the human body and passed down through muscle memory. The serpent is not only a mythical animal, the serpent is the symbol of the ecliptic. When the dancers trace that path with their bodies, they are not praying. They are calibrating, reminding themselves and the next generation of the shape of the cosmos. The serpent could not be killed by a spear because the serpent was not an animal. It was a path, and the path still runs across the sky every night. The Venda call it Mulalavhangu, the pathway of the ancestors. Modern astronomers call it the Milky Way. The visitors could not read the code, they saw bodies moving. They did not see the orbital mechanics. The birds that measured the slow drift the Venda were not the only star trackers. Further north, on the granite plateau of the Shona people, the ancestors built an observatory that still stands. The hill complex of Great Zimbabwe, the oldest part of the city, was not a fortress. It was a cosmic observatory, and at its heart, on a high, cliffside platform, once stood a row of monolithic pillars, each rising more than a meter from the stone floor. Perched on each pillar was a bird, carved from soapstone, abstracted, geometric, their wings folded tight against their bodies, their beaks elongated, their eyes large and unblinking. The Shona call it Chapangu, the battler eagle, the messenger of Mweri, the supreme creator. The birds are not identical. Each bird possesses slightly different proportions, different angles of beak and wing. They are not decorative, they are astronomical instruments. The birds were staggered across the eastern wall of the hill complex, tracking the exact arc of the eastern horizon where the stars rise. By sighting from a fixed, polished granite platform through the distinct physical attributes of the birds, the angles of their wings, the height of their crests, the ancient astronomers could map the precise transit of anchor stars like Sirius and Canopus. The birds were not permanently fixed. The pillars were designed to allow them to be replaced, repositioned, or recalibrated. Why recalibration? Because the sky moves. The Earth is not a perfect top spinning in space. It wobbles on its axis. This wobble is called the precession of the equinoxes, and it takes nearly 26,000 years to complete a single rotation. Because of this micro-drift, the position of the stars relative to the horizon shifts by about 1 degree every 72 years. A star that rose over a certain mountain peak in the year 1000 rises over a different peak in the year 1300. A fixed observatory would be useless over millennia because the sky itself drifts. The birds were an adjustable astronomical ledger. By logging which bird aligned with which stellar horizon marker across different centuries, the observers could track the slow, multi-millennial drift of the Earth's axis. They had no computers. They had the birds, and the birds did not fail. The visitors looked at the birds and saw primitive idols. They did not see the precessional calculus. The theft of the sky. The visitors did not only steal the land, they stole the sky. The Gregorian calendar, introduced by Pope Gregory XIII in 1582, was not designed to align with the moon. It was designed to align with the debt cycle. The word calendar comes from the Latin calendi, the first day of the month in ancient Rome when debts were due, taxes were collected, and interest was recorded. A calendar that is out of sync with the moon is a calendar that is out of sync with your body. And a body that is out of sync with the sky is a body that is easy to manage, easy to panic, easy to extract. The Gregorian calendar is a debt machine. It forces you into linear time, into the straight line of the wage, into the panic of the 25th of the month. The lunar solar calendar of the ancestors is a cycle. It tells you that time is not an arrow rushing toward death. It is a spiral, rising, falling, returning. The same lessons come around again, but you are higher on the mountain each time. The European colonizers imposed their time on Africa. They replaced the lunar solar calendars of the ancestors with a grid designed to fit the compound interest. The history of South Africa, like the history of the continent, has been divided into periods that privilege the time of European imperial conquest, pre-colonial, colonial, post-colonial, as if African time did not exist before the visitor arrived. They did more than impose a calendar. They erased the knowledge. They taught that the ancestors had no science, that the vendor were guessing when they planted, that the Domba dance was a fertility ritual, not a celestial model. They turned the stars into symbols of a distant, judgmental god, and the calendar into a tool of the bank. The vendor calendar was not static. It moved not because it was imprecise, but because the sky moves. The Gregorian calendar is the one that is static, frozen in a grid that has no relation to the Earth's wobble, no relation to the moon's phase, no relation to the body's need to rest. The modern critique of colonial time is clear. The clock is the capitalist's main tool for regulating commercial relationships around the world. Time has been commodified. Your hours are not your own. They are units for sale. The ancestors did not sell their hours, they lived them. The wound in the clock, the erasure of indigenous timekeeping, was not a side effect of colonization. It was a weapon. The pre-colonial Setswana calendar, like the Venda calendar, was a lunisolar system based on the rising of the new moon. The details have largely been lost since these calendars were abandoned in favor of the Gregorian calendar. A people who have lost their calendar have lost their relationship to the season, to the soil, to the sky. They have lost their anchor. They float in a linear grid, never knowing when to plant, when to rest, when to celebrate, when to mourn. The Zulu calendar had 13 months, each beginning with the new moon. The Basotho people traditionally recognized only 2 seasons, not the visitors' 4. Their months were named for what happened in the world. Fato, the month of digging; Pulangwana, the month of the young wildebeest; Tishitwi, the month of the small grasshoppers. The visitors replaced these names with numbers. January, February, March. Numbers do not connect you to the earth. Numbers connect you to the ledger. The wound is not only in the calendar, the wound is in the body. The colonial conception of time is a theological fence. It tells you that the past is dead, that the future is unknown, that the present is a fleeting moment to be seized before it disappears. The ancestors knew that the past is not dead. It is alive in the hum of the bloodline. The future is not unknown. It is a calculation, and the present is not a fleeting moment. It is a point of alignment, the place where your internal clock can sync with the cosmic clock, where you can calibrate your life to the cycle of the stars, the moon, the seasons, the ancestors. The colonial clock teaches you to fear the silence. The ancestors knew that silence is not empty. Silence is the medium, the space between the sounds, the pause between the drum beats, the quiet where the hum of the ancestors can be heard, the algorithm of the womb. Let me slow down and draw the thread through the helix. The celestial cycle, the psychological cycle, the star map. Fixed, geometric orbital paths of planets across the sky, the subconscious script. the deeply ingrained behavioral algorithms running in your mind, the Domba wave, embodying the rhythmic, cyclical movement of the ecliptic self-observation, stepping back to track the repetitive loops of your own emotions, your finances, your relationships, the celestial conjunction, the predictable point where two planetary bodies intersect, the crisis point. The exact, inevitable moment where your unhealed trauma collides with your current reality, the precession. The slow 26,000-year drift of the Earth's axis, the generational shift. The slow, invisible drift of your family's patterns, your community's habits, your nation's destiny. The visitors want you to believe that the future is a mystery. They want you to believe that you need a prophet, a pastor, a sangoma to tell you what will happen next. They want you dependent. Because a person who is waiting for a prophecy is a person who is not calculating. But the ancestors did not need prophets. They had the data. They knew that if the Pleiades rose late, the rains would be late. They knew that if the moon was high over the mountain at a certain angle, the rivers would flood. They knew that the pattern of the stars repeated itself with mathematical precision, and that by tracking the pattern, they could predict the future with absolute certainty. Your life runs on the same algorithm. If you wake up every morning and run the exact same code of fear, the exact same patterns of scarcity, the exact same submissive dependence on external validation, you do not need a prophet to tell you what your life will look like in 5 years. Your trajectory is already fixed by the mathematics of your habits. The Gregorian calendar keeps you trapped in linear scarcity. It tells you that time is an arrow rushing toward an end. It manufactures panic, urgency, the desperate feeling that you are running out of life. But the stars do not lie. The stars are cycles. They rise, they set, they return. The moon waxes and wanes. The Pleiades disappear for a season and then rise again. The open veldt of time is not a straight line. It is a spiral. The same lessons will return. The same crises will revisit. But each time they come, you have the opportunity to watch them from a higher vantage point. That is the precession of your own consciousness. The practice of the stars. You do not need a telescope to track the stars. You need attention. The ancestors did not have observatories. They had the naked eye, the discipline of generations, and the knowledge that the sky is a clock that must be read with precision. Here is a practice you can begin tonight. First, find the south. The Southern Cross is not a cross. It is a kite of 4 bright stars, too bright and too faint. South Africa is one of the few places in the world where the cross stands high in the sky. In May, it is nearly overhead. In November, it is low on the horizon. Its movement across the months is a hand on the clock. Second, find the giraffe. The 2 bright pointers, Alpha and Beta Centauri, are the male giraffes. They follow the Southern Cross across the sky. In October, they skim the trees of the western horizon. In March, they stand high in the southwest. The giraffe stars are not decorative. They are signals telling you that the year is turning. Third, find the Pleiades. In May, the Pleiades rise in the east just before the sun. In November, they are high in the northern sky. The Pleiades are the digging stars. When you see them rise in the morning, you know the soil is warm, the season has turned, it is time to act. Fourth, track the moon. Every evening, look for the crescent. It appears in the west just after sunset. The crescent is the new moon, the first day of the lunar month. Count the days until the next crescent. You will find that 29 or 30 days pass between crescents. That is the lunar cycle. That is the pulse of the womb, the tides, the planting. The ancestors did not need a calendar. They needed the sky. The return of the sky, my love. You have never seen the Pleiades rise over Lake Fundudzi. You have never stood in the great enclosure and felt the walls hum, but you have inherited the sky. The visitors tried to take it from you. They replaced the stars with the debt cycle, the moon with the billing period, the sun with the punch clock. They told you that time is a resource, that the sky is indifferent, that the ancestors are dead. But the sky is not indifferent. The sky is calibrated. The Pleiades still rise. The giraffe still walks. The moon still waxes and wanes. The algorithm has not changed. Only your memory of it has been buried. The fence of the clock is real. The 25th of the month is real. The panic is real, but they are not eternal. They were built by human hands, and what is built can be dismantled. The first step is to look up, not at a screen, at the sky, not at a calendar, at the moon, not at a clock, at your own body. The ancestors measured time by the natural cycles of the day and the events which accompanied these changes. The traditional concept of African time was changed by the Western concept of clock time, but the memory of that time is still in your bones. The stars do not have visas. The moon does not carry a passport. The Pleiades do not ask for a permit. They simply rise. You are the child of that sky. You are the descendant of those stars. The cage is real. The clock is real. The 25th is real, but they are not laws of nature. They are inventions. The ancestors invented something better. They invented the calculation. The giraffe is still walking. The digging stars are still rising. Look up. The future is not a mystery. It is a calculation. You have the data. End of chapter 21, chapter 22. The threads of the sand, the universe as a web, my love. We have tracked the stars with the vendor and watched the giraffe walk across the sky. We have felt the granite of Great Zimbabwe hum with the stored charge of the ancestors. We have heard the infrasonic drum that shatters walls and the voice that can be carried for 100 meters through a dry stone waveguide. Now I want you to look at a line. Not a line on a map, not a fence. A red line fringed with white dots painted on the wall of a rock shelter in the Drakensberg Mountains. It is not straight. It curves across the stone, connecting one figure to another, then another, then another, like a vein pulsing under the skin of the earth. The line does not end at the edge of the painted panel. It continues into a crack in the rock, emerging meters away, as if the rock itself were a window and the line continues on the other side. The visitors who first saw these lines called them primitive art. They called them abstract patterns. They called them the random scribbles of a dying people. They did not see the cartography. They did not know that the red lines are not paint. They are roads. They are threads. They are the connective tissue of the universe. The San people of southern Africa did not only hunt and gather, they were cosmic cartographers. They painted the sky onto stone, and the stone onto the sky, and the space between them filled with threads of light. These threads are the axiom of the universe, the connective tissue that binds all matter, all energy, all consciousness into a single living web. The visitors taught you to see the world as a collection of separate objects, stars, planets, rocks, trees, people, interacting through forces you do not fully understand. This is the Cartesian split, mind and matter, subject and object, observer and observed. It is the foundation of Western science. It is also a fence. It cuts the web into fragments and calls the fragments individuals. It isolates you from the star, the stone, the ancestor, and calls the isolation objectivity. The San knew a different physics. The universe is a web. Every node is connected to every other node by a thread. The thread is not visible to the eye, but it can be traced in the trance, painted on the rock, and followed in the dance. The thread is the axiom of relation, the principle that nothing exists in isolation. The eland on the rock is connected to the star in the sky. The star in the sky is connected to the shaman in the trance. The shaman in the trance is connected to the ancestor in the ground. Modern physics is only now catching up. The gravitational lattice, the invisible web of spacetime that binds galaxies into clusters, is the same structure the San painted with red ochre. Quantum entanglement, the phenomenon where two particles remain connected across any distance, instantaneously affecting each other's state, is the same principle the San called threads of light. The universe is not a collection of separate objects. It is a single interconnected system. The visitors could not teach you this because they did not know it. They are still learning it now, but the ancestors have always known. They painted it on the rock. They danced it into the night. They passed it down through the generations, waiting for a time when you would be ready to see. The red line that is not a line deep in the sandstone caves of the Cederberg and the basalt overhangs of the Akalamba Drakensberg, a recurrent motif appears. A thin red line, often fringed with white dots, running across the rock face. Sometimes it connects two human figures. Sometimes it joins a human to an eland, or an eland to a star cluster. Sometimes the line disappears into a crack in the rock and reappears meters away. The first serious study of these red lines was undertaken in the late 20th and early 21st centuries. Researchers eventually understood that the lines were not random marks. They were paths of transit between the world of the living and the world of the spirits. But only when they integrated neuropsychological evidence could they see the deeper meaning. The red lines are derived from the inherent wiring of the human brain, specifically, the entoptic phenomena of phosphenes that appear as grid patterns of light when the visual cortex is stimulated by deep concentration, meditation, or trance. The lines you see behind your eyelids when you press your palms to your eyes, those are the same lines the San painted on the rock. The neuropsychological model, developed largely by rock art researcher J.D. Lewis Williams and his colleagues, identifies 3 stages of trance experience. In the first stage, geometric patterns appear, grids, dots, zigzags, and spirals. In the second stage, these patterns are integrated into iconic forms, humans, animals, the rhynanthropes, human-animal hybrids. In the third stage, the shaman enters a vortex or tunnel and feels himself traveling to the spirit realm. The red lines fringed with white dots correspond to the first stage, the entoptic grid that appears in the shaman's vision before the animals and spirits emerge. The San were not painting what they imagined. They were painting what they saw, the architecture of the mind itself. And they believed that these visions were not merely internal hallucinations. They were literal pathways along which the spirit could travel. The San call these threads Khy or N, o depending on the dialect. Giten, a healer, a shaman, could follow these threads out of his body, up into the sky, and into the realm of the ancestors. The red lines on the rock are not decorations. They are functional maps of the nervous system, and simultaneously of the cosmos. The San understood that the brain and the universe are the same structure, an interconnected web of nodes and filaments, matter and energy, light and dark. The threads of light, the ethnography of the /Sam San, the last of the independent San groups, whose language and stories were recorded by the linguist Wilhelm Bleek and his sister-in-law Lucy Lloyd in the 1870s, is explicit about the nature of these threads. The /Zam believed that the spirit of the healer during trance could travel along threads of light that connected the earth to the sky. These threads were not metaphors, they were roots. A shooting star, the /Zam said, was a healer's heart flying across the sky, its red light leaving a trail that other healers could follow. This belief is not a primitive explanation for a natural phenomenon, it is a recognition of resonance. A shooting star is a celestial event, a piece of rock burning up in the atmosphere. The healer's trance is a neural event, a cascade of neurochemicals and electrical activity in the brain. The /Zam did not confuse the two. They understood that both are manifestations of the same underlying principle: energy moves along threads. The paper by Carolyn Thorpe, Maury Thoughts on Thinking Strings, establishes that the /Zam notion of KHY is equivalent to narrow and Jew/hone concepts of the soul or heart. Narrow ethnography situates the soul-heart within the cardiovascular system, explaining the physiological equivalence of blood vessels and thinking strings in the /Zam worldview. This reveals the conceptual unity of soul-heart with thought and feelings across multiple San languages. The low rumbling sounds made by Jew/hone healers during trance, and the resounding and rumbling of /Zam healers' falling hearts, are linked to shooting stars, which also resound and rumble as they fall. The San believed that the falling star embodied the heart-soul of a healer during extracorporeal travel. The thin red painted lines in the rock art of the Maloti Drakensberg and the Cederberg therefore express the notion of threads of light, inspired by shooting stars, or alternatively, thinking strings representing blood vessels. Both metaphors allude to the embodiment of thought or soul within the cardiovascular system. When a San healer entered trance, his heart was said to fall out of his body and travel along a thread of light to the spirit realm. The thread was both a blood vessel inside the body and a trail of starlight outside the body. The distinction between inside and outside was not meaningful. The body and the cosmos were continuous. The red lines on the rock are the visible record of these journeys. The painter who traced a line from an eland to a human figure to a crack in the stone was not decorating. He was documenting, leaving a map for the next healer to follow. The threads of the body, the San understanding of the universe as a web, is not a flight of mystical fancy. It is grounded in the physics of the body. The San believe that every person carries within them a latent spiritual energy, a dormant fire, stored in the pit of the stomach and the base of the spine. They call this energy en. When a person dances, claps and sings, when the rhythm builds and the heat rises, the en begins to boil. It rises up the spine into the brain and fractures the illusion of physical limitation. The dancer enters Kia, a state of trance, of transcendence, of connection. In this state, the dancer does not feel separate from the world. The boundaries of the skin dissolve. The thread that connects the body to the stars becomes visible. The dancer can heal the sick, bring the rain, and speak with the ancestors. The thread is not a metaphor. It is a sensory experience. Modern neuroscience is only beginning to understand what the San have known for millennia. The brain has a default mode network, a set of regions that is active when we are at rest, thinking about ourselves, planning the future, remembering the past. When a person enters a deep meditative or trance state, the default mode network quiets. The sense of self as a separate, bounded individual dissolves. This is not a loss of consciousness. It is a shift in consciousness. The boundary between self and world becomes permeable. The San understand this shift as the activation of the en, the boiling of the fire, the cracking of the crown, and the release of the heart along the thread of light. They have described it in their own language for thousands of years. The visitors called it primitive trance and superstitious frenzy. They did not have the language for what the San were describing because they had forgotten that the body is a universe. The web that weaves you, the San web, is not only a map of the cosmos. It is a map of belonging. Every human being is a node in the web. Every node is connected to every other node. The red lines are not only in the sky and in the body, they are between people. A healer who follows the thread to the spirit realm does not go alone. He carries the community with him. The people who clap and sing around the fire are not spectators. They are participants. Their clapping heats the en. Their singing guides the healer's heart. Their presence holds the thread steady so that the healer can return. The visitors taught you to see yourself as an individual, a separate, competing unit in a world of scarce resources. They taught you that your success is your own, that your failure is your own, that your suffering is your own. They cut the threads that connected you to the community, to the ancestors, to the land. They turned the web into a grid of competing individuals. They turned the grid into the cage, but the thread cannot be cut. It can only be forgotten. The ancestors are not ghosts. They are the frequency humming in your DNA. The community is not a collection of separate bodies. It is a resonant network. When you sing, someone else's heart beats faster. When you grieve, someone else's chest tightens. The thread is there. You have only been taught not to feel it. The visitors understood that a person who feels connected is a person who is hard to exploit. A person who knows that his suffering is shared is a person who will not accept it passively. A person who knows that the thread connects him to the stranger, the foreigner, the enemy. That person is a person who cannot be turned against his neighbor. The web is the enemy of the fence divides. The web connects, the fence isolates, the web integrates, the fence creates scarcity, the web creates abundance. The visitors spent centuries cutting the threads. They taught you to see the web as a primitive fantasy. They replaced the web with the grid, the surveyor's chain, the property line, the border, the ID number, the credit score. The grid is the fence. The web is the memory of the open veldt. The erasure of the cartographers, the San, were not only the oldest human inhabitants of southern Africa. They were the first cartographers of the cosmos. They painted the stars onto the rock when Europe was still in its hunter-gatherer infancy. They tracked the precession of the equinoxes with the naked eye. They mapped the gravitational lattice of the Milky Way with red ochre and a steady hand. The visitors looked at their work and called it primitive. They looked at the red threads and called them abstract. They looked at the rock shelters where the San had lived and hunted for millennia and called them caves. The visitors did not only steal the land, they stole the map. They replaced the San web with a grid that had no relation to the stars, the body, or the community. They replaced the red threads with property lines, with pass laws, with ID documents. They replaced the healer's journey with the wage slave's commute. They replaced the thread of light with the 25th of the month. But the map is not erased. It is painted on the rock, still visible, waiting for someone who knows how to read it. The rock shelters are not museums, they are classrooms. The paintings are not art, they are texts. The red lines are not decoration, they are invitations. The star that is also a heart, let me read you a passage from the /Zam records collected by Bleak and Lloyd. It is a testimony from a San healer describing his experience of trance. My heart rises up, it goes out of me, it follows the thread of light to where the ancestors are. I see my heart shining like a star, it falls, I fall with it, the earth rushes up, I wake. The visitor reads this and sees a shamanic flight. He classifies it under altered states of consciousness. He files it away in a library and forgets it. The San reads it and sees physics. The heart is not a metaphor. It is a pump, a muscle that moves blood through a network of veins and arteries. The thread is not a fantasy. It is the circulatory system, the web of blood vessels that connects every cell of the body to every other cell. The star is not a fiction. It is a sphere of incandescent gas, a node in the gravitational lattice that holds the galaxy together. The San did not distinguish between the heart as a muscle and the heart as the seat of the soul. For them, the distinction was meaningless. The soul is not a ghost floating in the skull. It is the life force that circulates. It flows through the veins, through the breath, through the thread of light, through the stars, through the ancestors. It is not located in one place. It is distributed. It is the web. The visitor's science distinguishes between the circulatory system and the nervous system, between the heart and the brain, between the body and the environment. The San science integrates them. The thread that carries the blood is the same thread that carries the thought. The star that shines in the sky is the same star that shines in the chest. The web is not a metaphor. It is a description of reality. The web is still there, my love. You have never held a handful of red ochre. You have never painted a thread of light on the wall of a cave. You have never followed a shooting star to the spirit realm, but you have inherited the web. The visitors have tried to cut you off from it. They have filled your head with screens, with noise, with the panic of the 25th. They have taught you that the world is a collection of separate, competing units, countries, economies, races, religions. They have taught you that the thread is a superstition, that the web is a fantasy, that the only connection that matters is the one mediated by a bank, a government, or a screen. But the web does not need a bank. It does not need a government. It does not need a screen. It is still there. It is in the red lines that the San painted on the rock, waiting for you to look. It is in the veins that carry your blood from your heart to your fingertips. It is in the gravitational lattice that holds the galaxy together. It is in the thread of light that connects a shooting star to a healer's heart. The visitors built their fence. They drew their lines. They passed their laws. They created their categories. But they could not cut the thread, their invitation. Stand outside tonight, my love. Find a place away from the streetlights where the sky is dark. Wait for your eyes to adjust. Look up at the Milky Way, the backbone of the night. See the band of light stretching across the sky, the spine of the galaxy, the cosmic web that holds the universe together. Now look at your hand. The atoms in your palm were forged in the core of a star that exploded billions of years ago. The iron in your blood was born in a supernova. The calcium in your bones was fused in stellar fire. The thread that connects the galaxy to your grandmother is not a metaphor. It is physics. The San did not need a physics textbook to know this. They had the fire, they had the dance. They had the enum boiling in their bellies and the red lines pulsing on the rock. They saw the thread, and they followed it. You can follow it too, not by drinking, not by scrolling, not by buying, by silence, by attention. By the same technology that the ancestors have always used. Sitting in the dark, closing your eyes and waiting for the thread to appear. The visitors taught you to fear the darkness. They taught you that silence is emptiness, that the night is dangerous, that the thread does not exist. But the darkness is not empty. It is the canvas. The silence is not absence. It is the medium. The thread is not a fantasy. It is the only thing that is real. The red line is not only on the rock, it is in your brain. It is the neural pathway that connects one thought to another, one memory to another, one dream to another. The white dots are not only stars. They are the waypoints, the moments of attention, the breaths, the pauses between words. The web that the sand painted is not a relic of the past. It is the structure of the present. It is the shape of your own consciousness reflected in the rock, waiting for you to recognize it. The fence is real, the border is real, the debt is real, but the thread is older. The thread will outlast them. The thread is the memory of a time before the fence, and the memory can be recovered. The web does not end. The red line does not stop. The invitation is open. End of Chapter 22. Chapter 23. The infrasonic drum, Ngoma Lungandu and the walls of Jericho. My love, let me tell you about a drum that was not a drum. It was a weapon. A weapon that did not cut or burn. It made no noise that the ear could hear. But the enemy who heard it could not move. His legs turned to lead. His arms dropped to his sides. His heart pounded with a terror he could not explain. He fell asleep standing up, and when he woke, the war was over. The Venda and Lemba people of the northern Transvaal called it Ngoma Lungandu *, the drum that thunders. Its construction is ancient and precise. A deep pot-shaped resonator carved from a single piece of solid wood, covered with an ox hide stretched tight and fastened with pegs. In times of peace, it was used for rainmaking and for the domba, the women's initiation ceremony with its famous python dance, as well as for enthronements and funerals of chiefs. But in times of war, the drum was carried into battle by the Lemba priestly family, kept off the bare ground, guarded at night by a mythical pillar of flame. When it was beaten, the sound was like thunder, and thunder generally precedes rain. Al-Idrisi, the 12th century Arab geographer, recorded its voice. In the country of the Sofala of the Zanj, there is a drum when it is beaten. All living beings in its presence become terrified and unable to move. According to local tradition, if beaten by the chief, rain would fall within 3 days. But in war, it had a specific effect on the enemy. It made them sleep. Traditions are consistent. When the enemy heard this drum, they dropped dead on the spot. They were not stabbed, they were not shot, they were not poisoned. They were unmade by sound. The physics of the silent scream here is the secret that the visitors could not see. The Ngoma Lungandu was not a musical instrument. It was an infrasonic generator. Infrasound is sound whose frequency is too low for the human ear to detect, usually less than 20 Hz, 20 vibrations per second. You cannot hear it, but you can feel it in your chest, in your gut, in the primal panic that floods your nervous system when something is wrong but you cannot name it. When Vladimir Gavro and his lab assistants in 1960s, Marseille experienced unexplained pain in their eardrums and shaking lab equipment, they eventually traced the cause to a faulty air conditioning engine producing powerful infrasound. Soldiers in World War II used low-frequency waves to locate enemy artillery. The same technology Q has since been weaponized for crowd control. Its invisible pulses capable of inducing nausea, paralyzing fear, and even debilitating internal organs. The Venda and Lemba did not have Gavro's oscilloscopes. They had their bodies. They felt the vibration in the ground when the drum was struck. They saw the enemy collapse without a wound. They passed down the knowledge through generations, encoded in ritual, in taboo, in the sacredness of the drum itself. It must not be touched by uninitiated hands, it must not be placed on the bare ground, it must be carried on poles, and only the Lemba priestly family could approach it. The theological fence of the drum is this. The visitors looked at Ngoma Lungandu and saw only a wooden object, a primitive war drum. They did not see the physics, the long, hollow, narrow-mouthed resonator carved to amplify low frequencies, the ox hide stretched to precisely the tension that would produce infrasonic vibrations, the iron pegs that acted as tuning nodes. They saw superstition. They could not hear the frequency. The drum and the ark, the Lemba oral tradition, adds another layer. They say, once we had a drum because we were a holy people. They have maintained unique traditions regarding Israelite origins, including the leading role their priestly family, Buba, played during their migration. As they made their way south into Africa, the Ngoma Lungandu played a very similar role to that of the biblical Ark of the Covenant. Striking parallels exist between the two narratives. Both objects were holy, not to be touched improperly or placed on the ground. Inside the drum were sacred objects belonging to the priestly clan. When the drum was lost, calamity would befall them. When it sounded, it was perceived as the voice of the great god, speaking with a noise like thunder that terrified the enemy and rendered them powerless. The visitors' theology calls this a myth. It is acoustic warfare. Ark of the Covenant described in the Book of Exodus, a wooden chest plated with gold, carried on poles, emitting a fearsome energy that could strike down anyone who touched it improperly, follows the exact same engineering principles as the Ngoma Lungandu. The Ark was also an infrasonic capacitor, designed to generate low-frequency waves through the friction of its gold plating and the resonance of its acacia wood chamber. The visitors could not build such a device themselves. They called it magic. The walls of Jericho. 7 days the army marched around the city. On the seventh day they circled 7 times. The priests blew their ram horns, the people shouted, and the walls fell down flat. The visitors' Sunday school curriculum teaches this as a miracle, a magic trick performed by an external god for his chosen people. But when you look at the story through the lens of resonance physics, the miracle becomes a mechanical operation. It is acoustic engineering. The marching of the army around the city for 7 days was not a ritual performance. It was a calibration, the rhythmic footsteps setting up a low-frequency vibration in the soil, warming up the ground beneath the walls. The ram's horns were not musical instruments. They were frequency-specific acoustic generators, designed to match the natural resonant pitch of the stone. And the great shout of the people was the final pulse, the coordinated wave of thousands of voices, pushing the vibration past the breaking point. The visitor turned this into a one-off magic trick to make you a passive spectator. A miracle cannot be replicated. A miracle requires an external agent. A miracle keeps you waiting. But the law of resonance is replicable. It does not require a god in the sky. It requires a coordinated community, a sustained frequency, and the knowledge that sound is a force. The walls fall when the vibration is sustained. Your voice is the ram's horn. The wall is not eternal. The wall has a frequency, and you can match it. Every physical structure has a natural frequency, the specific vibration at which it rings. A wine glass shattered by an opera singer is not a miracle. It is resonance. The singer matches the glass's natural frequency, and the glass vibrates until it breaks. Resonance calculations indicate that human shouting, around 300 Hz, was closer to the wall's natural frequency, around 122 Hz, than the trumpets, 1400 Hz, implying a higher potential for resonance with the shouting. The marching of the army around the city was not a ritual. It was a calibration, the rhythmic footsteps setting up a low-frequency vibration in the soil, gradually warming up the ground beneath the walls. The ram's horns were not musical instruments. They were frequency-specific acoustic generators, designed to match the natural resonant pitch of the stone. And the great shout of the people was the final pulse, the coordinated wave of thousands of voices, hitting the walls at the same frequency, pushing the vibration past the breaking point. The walls did not fall because a god pushed them over from the sky. They fell because sound is a force, and the ancestors understood that force. The weapon in your throat, the same technology that shattered the walls of Jericho and collapsed the enemy at the sound of the Ngoma Lungundu, lives in your throat. Your voice is not a mere tool for speech. It is a frequency generator. A whisper spoken from the chest, from the belly, from the root of your spine. That whisper can travel further and hit harder than a shout from the throat. The ancestors understood that the voice, when aligned with the body's own natural frequencies, becomes a weapon. It can clear a room. It can stop a fight. It can open a door that has been closed for years. The visitors taught you to speak from the throat, thin, apologetic, conditional. They taught you that your voice should be soft, that you should not raise it, that a woman should be quiet and a man should not cry. They muffled you, because a voice that knows its own power is a voice that can shatter the cage. The Ngoma Lungundu was an external weapon. Your voice is an internal one. When you speak from the sovereign heart, when you drop the words from your throat into your chest, into your belly, into the fire of Enum that lives at the base of your spine, you are playing the drum. You are sounding the horn. You are singing the song that brought down the walls of Jericho. The silence that is not silent, the drum, was not only for war, it was also for silence. After the sounding, the tradition says, a dead silence fell. The great god began to speak in a tremendous voice that was heard through the whole city. That is Manuradzo, the great quietening, the silence after the sound, the stillness after the storm. The noise shatters the stagnant air, and the silence that follows is not empty. It is dense with presence. The visitors taught you to fear the silence. They filled the air with noise, the bell, the whistle, the alarm, the newsfeed, the endless scroll, because a person who is never silent is a person who never hears the voice of the ancestors. The Ngoma Lungundu was struck to clear. The space, the shout of the people at Jericho, was not a cry of victory, it was a sonic purge. After the wall fell, the silence that followed was the voice of the I Am, speaking not to the ear but to the bones. The tone that tunes the body. Let me slow down and draw the thread through the helix. The acoustic weapon, the mirror in your body, the drum's resonator carved from solid wood. A chamber to amplify low frequencies, your chest and belly. Resonant cavities for your voice, the ox hide stretched to precise tension. Tuning the instrument to the target frequency, your breath control. The mechanism that tunes your vocal cords, the rhythm of the drum. A timed, coordinated pulse, the rhythm of your speech. Packing, volume, emphasis, the effect on the enemy. Paralysis, terror, collapse, the effect of your sovereign voice. The cage trembles, the gate opens. The visitors did not want you to know that your voice is a weapon. They taught you to sing their hymns, recite their creeds, chant their slogans, not to liberate but to comply. They turned the voice from a tool of sovereignty into a tool of submission. The Ngoma Lungundu was silenced. The walls of Jericho were turned into a Sunday school fable. The power of sound was locked in the same cage as the land, the water, and the soul. but the drum is not destroyed. It is kept in a museum in Zimbabwe. Its power is not in the wood. Its power is in the principle that sound can shape matter, that frequency can break stone, that a coordinated voice can topple a tyranny. You are a descendant of the drum. You carry the principle in your throat. The practice of the resonant voice here is a practice that was used for millennia before the visitors arrived. First breathe, not the shallow breath of panic, the deep breath of the furnace. Pull the air down into your belly. Feel the space expand. The fire lives there. It needs oxygen to burn. Second, find your chest voice. Place your hand on your sternum. Hum, not a high nasal hum, but a low chest resonating hum. Feel the vibration in your ribs, in your hand. That is your resonant zone. Third, drop your words. Do not speak from the throat, speak from the chest. Let the words fall like stones into a well, feel them echo. Fourth project, aim your voice not at the ceiling but at the wall in front of you. The wall of fear, the wall of debt, the wall of you do not belong here. Speak your name, speak your truth, speak your decree. Do not apologize, do not explain, do not shrink. The Ngoma Lungandu was not beaten once. It was beaten in a rhythm, a pulse, a heartbeat. The walls of Jericho did not fall at the first shout. They fell after 7 days of marching, 7 horns, 7 circuits. The work is not in the volume. The work is in the sustain. Your voice is not a hammer. It is a tuning fork. You do not need to smash the cage. You only need to vibrate at its frequency long enough for the resonance to do its work. The crack in the wall, the visitors built their walls. They built the compound, the township, the legal cage, the debt cycle, the news altar, the calendar of panic. They built the wall of you do not belong here around the foreigner, the woman, the poor, the black. They built the wall of you are not enough around your grandmother, your mother, you. But every wall has a natural frequency, and every voice can be tuned to match it. The Ngoma Lungandu found the frequency of the enemy's nervous system and made them fall asleep. The shout of the people at Jericho found the frequency of the stone and made it tumble. Your voice can find the frequency of the fence of the mind, the fence of the law, the fence of the debt, and make it tremble. Not in a day, not in a week, but in a rhythm. The drum is not struck once. It is struck in a heartbeat. The people did not shout once. They shouted after 7 circuits. The work is in the sustain. You have been taught to speak in short, sharp bursts, a complaint, a curse, a cry for help. The visitors want you to exhaust your voice quickly. They want you to run out of breath before the wall trembles. They want you to believe that your voice is powerless because it did not break the wall yesterday. But the Ngoma Lungandu was carried across continents for 700 years. The Lemba did not lose the drum. They kept it, they guarded it, they sounded it when the time was right. The drum did not break every wall. It broke the walls it was meant to break at the time it was meant to break them. Your voice is the drum. You have been carrying it since you were born. The wall is not eternal. The wall has a frequency. The frequency can be found. The silence after the drum is not empty. It is the Manuradzo, the great quietening, where the voice of the I Am speaks. Can you hear it? End of chapter 23, chapter 24. The Golden Rhinoceros, the Sovereign Economy, my love. We have come to the last chapter of the Forgotten Science. You have walked the stone terraces of Bikoni, where the soil was engineered to feed a people for centuries. You have stood inside the acoustic walls of Great Zimbabwe, where the granite still hums with the stored charge of the ancestors. You have tracked the stars with the vendor and traced the red threads of the San. You have heard the drum that shatters walls and felt the frequency of your own voice. Now I want you to hold a rhinoceros, not a live one, a small one, a golden one. The golden rhinoceros of Mapungubwe is a medieval artifact, a creature carved from wood and covered in thin sheets of pure gold. It is less than 15 centimeters long. It weighs less than 2 kilograms. It was found in a royal grave on Mapungubwe Hill in 1932, buried with the king who had ruled a kingdom that stretched across the Limpopo Valley, commanding trade routes that connected the interior of southern Africa to the markets of the Indian Ocean. The visitors who unearthed it could not believe what they had found. They had been taught that sub-Saharan Africa had no history before the European arrival, no kingdoms, no cities, no economies worth the name. The golden rhinoceros proved them wrong, and so they did what they had done before. They locked it in a vault, classified the discoveries as state secrets, and buried the research papers. For decades, the story of Mapungubwe was hidden from the South African public, but the rhinoceros was not buried. It was waiting. The hoard that was not a hoard, the golden rhino of Mapungubwe, is a small thing. It is not a bullion bar. It is not a coin. It was not stored in a treasury to be counted, weighed, and hoarded. It was placed on a grave, a gift to the ancestors, a symbol of the king's sovereignty, a declaration that the kingdom had mastered not only the material world but the spiritual one. This is the first lesson of the golden rhinoceros. Wealth is not what you accumulate. Wealth is what you circulate. The kingdom of Mapungubwe, which flourished between the 10th and 13th centuries, was one of the most sophisticated economic entities in medieval Africa. Its economy was based on agropastoralism, cattle, millet, sorghum, but its power came from trade. Mapungubwe controlled the gold and ivory routes that ran from the Zimbabwe plateau down the Limpopo River to the Indian Ocean coast. From there, dhows carried the gold and ivory to the markets of the Swahili coast, to the ports of the Persian Gulf, to the kingdoms of India and the court of the Song dynasty in China. In exchange, the merchants of Mapungubwe imported luxury goods: celadon pottery from China, fine cotton cloth from India, glass beads from the great manufacturing centers of the Indian Ocean world, and Persian Gulf ceramics that have been found in archaeological sites up to 400 kilometers inland from the coast. These imports were not consumed. They were circulated. The glass beads were traded to local chiefs for gold. The cloth was gifted to neighboring rulers to cement alliances. The ceramics were displayed in the royal court as symbols of the king's reach, his connections, his ability to access goods that no one else could obtain. The kingdom did not hoard its gold. The golden rhinoceros was not a store of value. It was a statement of sovereignty, of mastery over matter, of connection to the sacred. The gold that was not buried with the king was traded, circulated, and converted into social capital, political alliances, and economic stability. The theft of the rhino, the golden rhinoceros, was not melted down by the visitors. It was locked away. The apartheid state understood that the rhino was dangerous. It contradicted the foundational lie of colonialism, that Africans had no history, no civilization, no economy before the white man arrived. The story of Mapungubwe proved that Africans had been mining gold, trading across oceans, and building sophisticated states for centuries before the first Dutch ship rounded the Cape of Good Hope. So the rhino was hidden. The research was suppressed. The site was not declared a national heritage site until after the end of apartheid. The golden rhinoceros became a secret, known only to a few archaeologists and the state officials who kept the vault locked. This is the theological fence of the rhino, the belief that African wealth is accidental, that African achievement is borrowed, that African history begins with the arrival of the visitor. The visitors could not steal the rhino, it was already in their vault, but they could steal the story. They could bury the knowledge that Africans had built a global economy centuries before Europe emerged from its feudal isolation. After 1994, the rhino was brought out of the vault. The Order of Mapungubwe was created as the country's highest honor, with Nelson Mandela as its first recipient. The golden rhino became a symbol of the new South Africa, not a symbol of wealth, but a symbol of sovereignty. A declaration that the people of this land had always known how to build, to trade, to create. But the fence of the rhino is not only historical, it is present. The story of Mapungubwe is still not taught in most schools. The knowledge of how to build a circulatory economy is still buried under the weight of the visitor's narrative. The extractive economy versus the circulatory economy. Let me slow down and draw the thread through the helix. The extractive economy, the circulatory economy. Wealth is a pile of things, a hoard, a bank balance, a portfolio. Wealth is a path, a flow of goods, services, relationships, and obligations. The model is the mine. Take something out of the ground, sell it, and keep the proceeds. The model is the body. Take in nourishment, transform it into energy, and circulate it through the system. Value is extracted by a few at the top. Value is created and distributed by the many at the base. The goal is accumulation, compound interest, endless growth. The goal is stability, enough for everyone, a balanced cycle. The relation is vertical. Owner to worker, creditor to debtor. The relation is horizontal. Neighbor to neighbor, community to community. The tools are the deed, the pass, the permit, the stamp. The tools are the stokvel, the cooperative, the land trust, the gift. The visitors brought the extractive economy to Africa. They did not invent it. Extraction has been a feature of human society for millennia, but they perfected it. They combined the extractive logic of the mine with the theological justification of the missionary and the legal architecture of the deed. They turned the carry chain into the compound. They turned the gift into the loan. They turned the relationship into the transaction. The extractive economy is a vertical fence. It channels value upward, from the many to the few, from the poor to the rich, from the colony to the metropole. It is the economy of the mine shaft, the compound, the passbook, the credit card. It is the economy that leaves you staring at your bank balance on the 25th of the month, wondering where the money went. The circulatory economy is a horizontal web. It moves value sideways, from neighbor to neighbor, from community to community. It is the economy of the stokvel, the cooperative, the land trust, the gift. It is the economy that your grandmother knew when she knocked on a neighbor's door and asked for help, not a loan, but a gift. A gift that would be returned not with interest, but with presence. The visitors understood that a people who know how to circulate wealth do not need a bank. A community that knows how to support itself does not need a landlord. A family that knows how to grow its own food does not need a supermarket. The extractive economy is the fence that prevents circulation. It blocks the flow of value, redirects it upwards, and traps it in the accounts of the few. The stokvel as a sovereign machine. The stokvel is one of the oldest circulatory technologies in South Africa. Its name comes from stock fair, the rotating cattle auctions of English settlers in the Eastern Cape, but its roots run deeper. A stokvel is an invitation-only club of 12 or more people who contribute fixed sums of money to a central fund on a weekly, fortnightly, or monthly basis. The pot rotates among the members, giving each person a chance to access a lump sum larger than they could save on their own. It is savings, credit, and mutual insurance rolled into one. The visitors looked at the stokvel and saw an informal, primitive arrangement. They did not understand that the stokvel is a circulatory machine. It does not need a bank. It does not need a credit check. It does not need a loan officer. It needs only trust, discipline, and the agreement that what goes around comes around. The stokvel is the cowrie shell reimagined for the age of the salary slip. Today, there are an estimated 800,000 stokvels in South Africa, with about 8.25 million members and an estimated 400 million a month in savings. These are not poor people keeping a few coins under the mattress. They are sovereign economic actors, people who have chosen to bypass the extractive economy and build their own circulatory system. The stokvel is not the only circulatory technology. The cooperative, a business owned and run by its workers, is another. The Community Land Trust, a structure that holds land in trust for a community, preventing it from being sold or mortgaged, is another. The Skills Exchange, a barter network where people trade labor for labor, not money for money, is another. The Community Garden, a patch of land where neighbors grow food together, share the harvest, and build the soil, is another. The visitors call these informal economies. They call them survival strategies. They call them poverty alleviation. They do not call them what they are, the circulatory economy of the ancestors, alive and breathing. The theft of the future, the extractive economy, does not only steal the present, it steals the future. A man who works for a wage, whose labor is sold hour by hour, whose survival depends on the 25th of the month, whose body is collateral for a loan, that man cannot plan, he cannot save, he cannot invest, he cannot build a house that will last for generations. He is a temporary sojourner in the economy, just as he was a temporary sojourner in the city. The visitors designed the extractive economy to keep you in the present, to keep you scrambling, to keep you from looking up from the treadmill. A person who is planning for the future is a person who is not panicking. A person who is not panicking is a person who might question the fence. The extractive economy runs on fear, on scarcity, on the desperate scramble to survive. The circulatory economy runs on abundance. It assumes that there is enough food, enough land, enough labor, enough love, if only it is shared. It assumes that a gift will be returned not with interest but with presence. It assumes that the community will care for its members because the members care for the community. This is not idealism, it is physics. The cowrie shell circulated for centuries because people trusted it. The stokvel functions because members trust each other. The community garden produces food because neighbors trust that their labor will be rewarded. The extractive economy runs on the counterfeit of trust, the bank's guarantee, the government's stamp, the algorithm's calculation. The circulatory economy runs on the real thing. The practice of the sovereign economy. You do not need to build a stokvel tomorrow. You do not need to start a cooperative, form a land trust, or plant a community garden, though you could. What you need is to see the fence that the extractive economy has built around your mind. The visitors have taught you that money is scarce, that credit is a privilege, that debt is a moral failure. They have taught you that your labor is a commodity, that your time is a resource, that your life is a series of transactions. They have taught you to look at the bank balance, not the field, at the salary slip, not the garden, at the credit score, not the neighbor. The circulatory economy says, the fence is not the world. There is another way. It is the way of your grandmother, who knew that a gift is not a loan. It is the way of the stokvel, which knows that a community can save itself without a bank. It is the way of Mpofu, which knew that gold is not wealth. The circulation of gold is wealth. Here are 3 practices to begin. First, audit your own circulation. Where does your money go? Is it flowing upward to a bank, a landlord, a credit card company? Or is it flowing sideways to a stokvel, a cooperative, a community project? The first step to sovereignty is awareness. Second, build a small circuit, join a stokvel, start a skills exchange with a neighbor, plant a garden with a friend. The circuit does not need to be large, it only needs to be real. A small circulation that bypasses the extractive economy is a crack in the fence. Third, remember the golden rhinoceros. Wealth is not a pile, it is a path. The rhino was placed on a grave, not to be hoarded, but to be honored. The kings of Mpofu did not accumulate gold, they circulated it. They turned it into alliances, trade routes, and spiritual power. The visitors stole the rhino and locked it in a vault. They stole the knowledge and buried it in a file. But the rhino is not the knowledge. The knowledge is in the principle, value flows, and you can direct the flow. The visitor who became the host. My love, I am a visitor in this land. My passport says I belong elsewhere, but I am also a father, a writer, a maker of circuits. I have no stokvel, but I have a community. I have no land trust, but I have a garden. I have no cooperative, but I have this book, a circuit of knowledge, passing from my hand to yours, from yours to the next reader. The visitors who came to this land did not bring the extractive economy because it was superior. They brought it because it was profitable. They built the fence to keep the value flowing upward, to keep the many poor and the few rich, to keep the colony dependent on the metropole. The fence is not a law of nature. It is a contract, and contracts can be refused. The golden rhinoceros is still in the museum. The Order of Mapungubwe is still the highest honor in the land, but the true rhino is not in the vault. The true rhino is the principle, the knowledge that value circulates, that wealth is not a pile, that the fence is not the world. Your grandmother knew this. She did not have a bank account. She had a garden. She did not have a credit card. She had a neighbor. She did not have a mortgage. She had a home built by the hands of her family. She was not poor. She was circulating. The extractive economy is the fence. The circulatory economy is the open veldt. The golden rhinoceros is not a relic of the past. It is a model of the future. A future where wealth is not hoarded but shared, where labor is not a commodity but a gift, where the community is not a collection of competing individuals but a web of mutual support. The visitors built their fence, they dug their mines, they wrote their laws, but they could not stop the circulation. The stockfell still turns, the cooperative still grows, the garden still produces, the neighbor still shares. You are a descendant of the rhino. You carry the principle in your blood. The fence is old, but you are young. The 25th of the month is coming. The bank balance is low. The debt is heavy. Look at your garden. Look at your neighbor. Look at your hands. The rhino is waiting. End of chapter 24, chapter 25. The enclosure of health, the body as a factory, my love. Before the white coat, there was the grandmother. Before the numbered bed, there was the mattress on the floor, surrounded by family, surrounded by song, surrounded by the prayers of those who knew your name. Before the prescription pad, there was the root, the leaf, the bark, knowledge passed down through generations, written not in a textbook but in the body of the healer. The visitors did not only steal the land and the mind, they stole the body. They turned it into a factory, a machine to be repaired, a resource to be managed. They turned the grandmother into a lay caregiver. They turned the root into unregulated herbal medicine. They turned the healer into a witch doctor. But the body does not forget. The body remembers. The body knows that health is not a product. It is a relationship. The report that fenced the healer in 1910, a man named Abraham Flexner published a report that would change the shape of medicine forever. Commissioned by the Carnegie Foundation, the Flexner report called for the standardization of medical education in the United States and Canada, higher admission standards, adherence to mainstream science, centralization of teaching hospitals. The biomedical model became the gold standard. Any practice that could not be validated through Western scientific methods was labeled unscientific and dismissed as quackery. The consequences were brutal. Nearly half of all American medical schools closed or merged in the years following the report. Schools in electrotherapy closed. Homeopathy, eclectic medicine, physiomedicalism, botanical therapies not scientifically tested, were derided and systematically eliminated. The Flexner report, heavily endorsed by the American Medical Association, set the stage for a new era of standardized medical education, but this standardization came at a cost. Traditional practices that could not be validated through Western scientific methods were dismissed. The fence of the Flexner report was not only drawn in America. Its logic traveled across the ocean, carried by missionaries, colonial administrators, and the first generation of Western-trained African doctors. In South Africa, the report's influence reinforced the systematic exclusion of traditional healers, the Izingoma, the Inyanga, the Mpofu from the formal health system. A healer who had trained for decades under the apprenticeship of an elder was now unqualified. A herbal remedy that had been used for centuries was now unregulated. The grandfather who knew which root to boil for fever was now primitive. The World Health Organization estimates that around 80% of the population in low- and middle-income countries depends on traditional healers for their healthcare needs. Yet traditional healing remains legally marginalized, its practitioners forced to operate in the cracks of the system. The interim Traditional Health Practitioners Council of South Africa has tried to regulate the field, but healers argue that these regulations undermine their cultural autonomy and rights. They warn that bureaucratic oversight threatens the integrity of healing traditions passed down through generations, traditions that are not just about medicine, but about community, about spirit, about the relationship between the healer and the land. The colonial disruption of African traditional medicine was deliberate. It was part of the same fence that stole the land and criminalized the mind. As a 2026 review in Frontiers in Pharmacology documents, the marginalization of indigenous medical knowledge was a direct consequence of colonial policies that imposed Western biomedical paradigms and suppressed local healing systems. The visitor understood that a people who could not heal themselves were a people who would depend on the empire for survival. The hospital was the compound of the body. The prescription was the pass of the flesh. The factory that profits from sickness, the fence of the Flexner report, did not only exclude traditional healers. It created a new kind of human being, the patient as consumer. Modern medicine's technological emphasis produces improved diagnosis, faster recovery, and increased longevity, but it also fosters patient consumers rather than patient producers, passive, demanding, expecting immediate treatment and quick cures, but unwilling to assume an active role in their own care. Depersonalization of patient care is reflected by the emphasis of hospitals on patients' charts instead of on their problems, on computerized medicine instead of human touch. The pharmaceutical industry has perfected the science of monetizing sickness. The average top 15 pharma company now generates more than $50 billion in annual revenue. The next generation of mega blockbusters will increasingly be found in highly prevalent chronic diseases rather than in traditional specialty or rare indications. The industry actively rebalances its portfolios toward large chronic diseases where scientific momentum and unmet need can support multi-billion-dollar franchises. A 2016 report from Goldman Sachs asked a chilling question: is curing patients a sustainable business model? The analyst noted that gene therapy and other one-shot cures offer tremendous value for patients and society. But they could represent a challenge for genome medicine developers looking for sustained cash flow. In other words, if a treatment is too effective, it could soon exhaust the available pool of patients who represent profitable returns for big pharma. This is already happening with hepatitis C now that new drugs are 90% effective at eradicating the virus. Curing existing patients also decreases the number of carriers able to transmit the virus to new patients, thus the incident pool also declines. The analysts did not hide their calculus. Disease is a franchise, and cures are bad for business. The theological fence of the pharmaceutical industry is the same as the fence of the church: invented scarcity. The church invented a shortage of salvation to sell you grace. The pharmaceutical industry invents a shortage of health to sell you medication. The chronic disease is the original sin. The monthly prescription is the confession. The insurance premium is the tithe. The body is the ledger, and the balance is always due. The hospital as an assembly line. I remember your grandmother in the hospital. She was not herself. She lay on a metal bed, surrounded by machines that beeped, wires that attached her to monitors, tubes that fed fluids into her veins. The nurses came and went. The doctors spoke in a language we could not understand. They looked at her chart, not at her face. They asked for her medical aid number before they asked for her name. This is the fence of the hospital. The patient is reduced to a case file. The body is reduced to a collection of symptoms. The person is reduced to a number on a wristband. The white coat is the uniform of the factory supervisor. The operating theater is the assembly line. The surgeon is the technician who repairs the broken machine. The depersonalization of modern medicine has been extensively documented. Hospitals emphasize patients' charts instead of their problems, computerized medicine instead of human connection. The process of dehumanization involves the denial of a distinctive human mind in another, so that people are treated as non-persons or objects within the system. The denial of experience, so that others are treated like cold and unfeeling machines, and the denial of agency, so that the other is treated as an animal or irrational. Some forms of dehumanization have been argued to be necessary in order to allow clinical care, but that does not make it appropriate to use depersonalizing language in a healthcare setting. In the operating room where patients are anesthetized and silent, this dualism becomes stark. The body remains, but the conscious self seems absent. The patient becomes the gallbladder in room 3 or the fractured femur, a body part, not a person. The anesthetized patient suffers experiential absence, the loss of subjectivity when voice and awareness are silenced. The drapes, the protocols, and the clinical shorthand reinforce this absence. The patient is physically present but ontologically overlooked, their recognition as a person of inherent moral worth eroded. This is not an accident, this is engineering. The hospital is the compound of the body. The white coat is the passbook of the flesh. The chart is the file that reduces you to data. The visitor designed it this way because a patient who is passive is a patient who will not ask questions. A patient who is depersonalized is a patient who will not demand traditional healing. A patient who is a number is a patient who will pay the bill without protest. The theology of the diagnosis, the fence of the hospital, is physical. The fence of mental health is spiritual. The Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, the DSM, is one of the most successful technologies in modern times. In spite of well-argued critiques, the DSM and the idea of mental illness on which it is based flourish, with ever more misbehaviors labeled as brain diseases. The DSM classifies dissent, not minds. Diagnosis becomes a tool to silence inconvenient truths. Treatment is sometimes a method to neutralize or erase agency, not restore well-being. A 2009 study in social theory and health analyzed psychiatric diagnosis as a political device. The researcher examined the stories of 2 patients, which illustrated how diagnoses in psychiatry are applied to justify predetermined social responses. designed to control and contain disturbed behavior and provide care for dependents. Psychiatric diagnosis functions as a political device employed to legitimate activities that might otherwise be contested. In other words, the psychiatric label is not a description of a disease. It is a justification for control. The criteria for psychopathology depend on socially decided norms and values, which coincide with the societal context. In the clinic, the psychiatric handbook is used to identify individuals that deviate from the proposed criteria, with the goal of treatment to normalize them. The DSM-IV diagnostic criteria for conduct disorder allow adolescents who are responding with antisocial behavior to peer pressure, threatening environment, or abuses at home to be diagnosed with the disorder. The problem evident with the diagnostic criteria for conduct disorder is that they rely on specific socially determined thresholds. An angry child is not oppositional defiant. A grieving adult is not majorly depressed. A woman enraged by patriarchy is not bipolar. But the DSM turns the normal human response to an abnormal inhuman system into a pathology to be medicated. Moral gaslighting recasts trauma, injustice, or resistance as illness, hiding systemic abuse. Deviance is not always failure, it is often moral courage, creative insight, or refusal to conform. Dissent begins where conscience refuses compliance. Today, dissenters are often pathologized. The line between madness and prophecy is political, not medical. Labeling disagreement as instability preserves the illusion of social harmony. The theological fence of the DSM is the same as the fence of the Creed, invented normalcy. The Church declared that your ancestors were in hell because they did not believe the right doctrine. The DSM declares that your mind is disordered because it does not conform to the right behavior. Both are fictions. Both serve the same master, the visitor who needs you to doubt your own experience, to distrust your own intuition, to submit to the authority of the expert. The card that locks the ward the fence of health is not only physical and spiritual, it is financial. In South Africa, the medical aid industry has perfected a perverse science, paying for illness while starving health. It is a business model that treats the human body like a distressed asset, waiting for the inevitable crash, because the salvage operation is more billable than the maintenance. Your scheme will move mountains to authorize a R500,000 heart bypass, grueling chemotherapy, or years of life-consuming dialysis, but suggest a proactive program for early screening or aggressive lifestyle intervention, and the silence is deafening. This is not an administrative oversight. It is an entrenched logic that prioritizes high-margin curative care over the soft, variable of long-term wellness. Members pay exorbitant premiums into medical savings accounts to cover day-to-day expenses, yet they earn zero interest on these funds. All the interest accrues to the scheme. It is legalized extraction. The medical aid profits off the float of your money while pocketing the returns, all while denying coverage for preventative care. In 2023-24, out-of-pocket payments in South Africa were estimated at R43 billion rand, that families had to spend from their own pockets because the system would not cover their care. The Council for Medical Schemes has documented systemic discrimination, unfair practices, and inequities within the sector. Doctors charge up to 500% above medical aid scheme rates, forcing patients on medical aid to take out additional gap cover or risk unaffordable medical expenses. Members assume their medical aid will cover the full cost of care, only to find that co-payments, benefit limits, or specialist shortfalls still apply. The insurance card is the Dompers of the body. Without it, you cannot see a specialist. Without it, you cannot get treatment. Without it, you cannot afford to be sick. A person who is sick and uninsured is a person who is forced to wait, to hope, to pray that the fever will break on its own. The visitor designed it this way because a healthy population is a population that does not need the system. The fence of the insurance card ensures that even when you are sick, you are still trapped, still paying, still waiting, still dependent. The foreigner's abdominal pain. I remember the week the xenophobia fires were burning. The news showed men with pangas, women running with children, trucks burning on the side of the road. I was not on the news. I was lying on a mattress in a room I could barely afford, clutching my stomach. 2 weeks, a dull, gnawing pain that would not leave. When I visited you that weekend, despite the pain because I had promised, your mother said, "Go to the hospital, they will help you." But I knew what would happen. I had no medical aid. I had no cash. I had a passport that said I belonged somewhere else and a visa that was already wrinkled from being checked at every roadblock. If I walked into that emergency room, they would not see a man in pain. They would see a file. They would ask for my ID, my proof of residence, my deposit. And if I could not produce the right document, or if they suspected that my papers were not in perfect order, they would not treat me, or worse, they would call the police. They would hand me over to the very machinery that was burning my neighbors' shops, so I stayed on the mattress. You prepared for me water with ginger and vinegar, an old remedy your mother taught us that her mother had taught her when she was young. I waited. The pain eventually passed, or I got used to it. I do not know which. What I know is that the fence of health is not only about money, it is about belonging. A citizen can be sick. A foreigner is a problem to be solved by deportation, by denial, by the quiet violence of being told to go back to where you came from, even when you are doubled over in agony on a rented bed in a country that will never fully claim you. The visitor built his hospital, but he also built the queue at the admissions desk. The queue is the pass. The pass is the permission slip, and the permission slip says, you may be healed only if you can prove that you belong. I could not prove it. So I did not go, and that is the deepest wound of the fence, not the pain in your stomach, but the terror that your pain makes you visible to the very people who have the power to erase you. The body that heals itself. I want to tell you about the time my grandmother healed me without a doctor. I was small, I had a fever, my body shook and I could not keep my food down. My mother wanted to take me to the clinic, but my grandmother said no. She went outside, she came back with leaves. She boiled them in water, she made me drink the tea, she covered me with blankets. She sat beside me and hummed, a low, steady hum that I now recognize as the frequency of the ancestors. By morning the fever was gone. I am not telling you this to say that doctors are useless. I am telling you this to say that the body knows how to heal itself and the grandmother knows how to help it. The visitors have tried to make you forget this. They have told you that you need a prescription, a specialist, a hospital. They have told you that the leaves are dangerous, that the grandmother is a liability, that the fever must be treated with a pill from a factory. But the body remembers. The body remembers that sleep heals, that water heals, that sunlight heals, that community heals, that silence heals. The body remembers that the root has been used for centuries, that the leaf has been trusted for generations, that the grandmother has never needed a license to be a healer. The WHO estimates that 80% of the population in low and middle-income countries depends on traditional healers for their healthcare needs. The pharmaceutical industry has not replaced traditional medicine, it has only criminalized it. The healer is not a witch doctor. The healer is the descendant of the first doctors, the first chemists, the first herbalists, the first surgeons. The visitor could not eliminate this knowledge. He could only drive it underground into the cracks of the system, into the kitchens of grandmothers who still remember which root to boil. The practice of the sovereign body here is a practice, my love. It is simple. It is ancient, it is yours. First sleep, not 5 hours, not 6 hours. 7, 8, 9 if your body needs it. Turn off the alarm. Wake when the sun rises or when your body has had enough. The alarm clock is the fence of the night. The sovereign does not wake to a bell, the sovereign wakes to the light. Second, walk not on a treadmill, not on a track, on the earth, let your feet touch the ground, let your lungs fill with air. The hospital is not a gym, the gym is a factory. The open veldt is the original clinic. Third, drink water, not from a plastic bottle, from a source. Water that has not been processed, packaged, or patented. Water is the first medicine. The visitor has tried to sell it back to you in a bottle, but the spring still flows, the river still runs, the tap still pours. Drink. Fourth, eat food that grew from soil, not from a factory, not from a box. Food that you can name, that you can trace, that you can grow. The grandmother did not need a nutritionist, she needed a garden. Fifth, breathe, sit in silence, close your eyes, feel the air enter your body, fill your chest, leave your body. The breath is the original pharmacy. The breath does not need a prescription. Sixth, listen to your body, not to the symptom checker, not to the online forum, to your own sensations, your own patterns, your own cycles. The body speaks. The visitor has taught you to ignore it, to medicate it, to outsource its signals to a specialist, but the body is the first doctor. The body knows when it is hungry, tired, sick. Well, the sovereign listens. Seventh, remember the grandmother. She did not have a degree, she did not have a license, she had the knowledge of generations, she had the root. She had the leaf, she had the hum, she was not a primitive, she was the original healer. The visitor could not erase her, he could only bury her memory. The fence is not the body. The fence is the belief that the body is a factory, that health is a product, that healing requires a permission slip. The body is not a machine. It is a vessel, it is a garden, it is a relationship. The visitor built his hospitals, he wrote his reports, he standardized his education, he patented his molecules. He criminalized the grandmother, he turned the patient into a consumer, he turned the healer into a criminal. He turned the foreigner into a problem to be solved by denial, by deportation, by the quiet violence of being told to go back to where you came from. But the body remembers. The grandmother still boils the leaves, the root still heals, the hum still vibrates, the open veldt is still the original clinic, and the sovereign still walks. The fence is old, but you are young. And the young have a way of remembering what the old were forced to forget. Your body is not a factory, your health is not a product, your healing is not a transaction, your belonging is not a stamp. The grandmother is waiting. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26. The enclosure of education. The school is a prison, my love. Before the bell there was the drum. Before the uniform there was the nakedness of ceremony. Before the desk there was the floor of the kraal, the grass under the tree, the rock face where the elders told the stories that had no end. The ancestors did not have a curriculum. They had the fire, the night, the constellation of the Southern Cross rising over the hill at a specific hour. You learned by watching, by doing, by failing, by being corrected by the hand of a grandmother who had made the same mistake 50 years before. There was no bell to tell you when to stop. You stopped when the work was done, when the sun had set, when the elders had finished speaking. The visitors could not control that kind of learning. It was too fluid, too embodied, too attached to the land. So they built a machine. They called it the school. The Prussian blueprint of obedience in 1806, the Prussian army was crushed by Napoleon at the Battle of Jena. The defeat shattered the Prussian state, and in its aftermath, the military establishment demanded a radical solution. A system of education that would produce a new kind of citizen, obedient, disciplined, and willing to die for the state. Between 1807 and 1819, Prussia restructured its entire education system, led by Wilhelm von Humboldt. The goal was not enlightenment, it was social engineering. The Prussian model divided schools into rigid tiers. Children as young as 5 were grouped by age, not ability, and marched through a standardized curriculum of rote memorization, strict discipline, and unquestioning obedience to authority. The school was modeled on the military barracks. The bells were the bugles, the uniforms were the fatigue, the rows of desks were the ranks. The teacher was the drill sergeant. The Prussian system was a triumph of efficiency. By the 1830s, over 80% of Prussian children attended school, the highest rate in the world. Other nations took notice. Horace Mann, the father of American public education, traveled to Prussia in the 1840s and returned convinced that the Prussian model held the key to a stable, productive workforce. He imported the system wholesale: age-graded classrooms, standardized curricula, teacher certification, and the ringing bell that still summons children to their desks every morning. The explicit purpose of the Prussian system was to produce mindless, obedient soldiers. The American system, built on the same blueprint, was designed to produce compliant factory workers, people who would show up on time, follow instructions without question, and accept the hierarchy of the industrial assembly line. The school was the factory of the mind, and the factory was the school of the body. This is the theological fence of the classroom, the belief that learning must be standardized, that knowledge must be doled out in prescribed doses, that the child's natural curiosity is a problem to be managed rather than a gift to be nurtured. The visitor did not want thinkers, he wanted workers, and the school was his assembly line. The missionaries' catechism, the Prussian model, arrived in South Africa through the same channels as the colonial administration, carried by missionaries who saw education not as liberation, but as conversion. The mission schools of the 19th century were not designed to elevate the African mind, they were designed to replace it. Children were forbidden to speak their mother tongues. They were taught that their ancestors were pagans, that their rituals were superstition, that their history began with the arrival of the white man. The curriculum was a catechism of obedience: read, repeat, obey. One of the first formal schools for black children in South Africa, the mission school at Genadendel in 1738, exemplified this approach. Children learned to read and write in Dutch or English, not to become scholars, but to become clerks, catechists, and servants. The hidden curriculum was the real curriculum. Raise your hand, wait your turn, accept authority, ignore your body's need to move, value grades over learning, compete against your peers. The irony is that the mission schools also produce some of the brightest minds of the liberation struggle. Z.K. Matthews, Anton Lembed, O.R. Tambo, and Nelson Mandela all passed through mission school classrooms. The visitors planted the seed of their own destruction. They taught the African child to read, and the African child read the visitors' own laws and found them hollow. The fence of the mission school was strong, but it was not seamless. The crack was the reading child. The bell tolls for black education on 1 January 1954. The Bantu Education Act came into force. It transferred control of all African schools from the mission churches to the Department of Native Affairs, a department explicitly designed to administer oppression, not education. The act did not need to say that black children would receive an inferior education. It simply ensured that the funding would be inferior. In 1953, prior to the Act, 90% of African schools were still mission-run. The Act severed that link. It separated the financing of black education from general state spending and tied it to direct taxes paid by Africans themselves, with the result that far less was spent on black children than on white children. In 1975, the government spent R$6.44 per white student and only R$42 per black student. In the 1970s, per capita government spending on black education was 1/10 of the spending on white education. The curriculum was stripped to the bone: arithmetic, social studies, Christian religion, needlework for girls, handcraft, planting, and soil conservation. No physics, no chemistry, no advanced mathematics, no history that challenged the narrative of colonial triumph. The Bantu Education Department even abolished a year of studies between junior and secondary school, creating a bulge of overcrowded classrooms, double shifts, and chronic shortages of textbooks and qualified teachers. Hendrik Verwoerd, the Minister of Native Affairs who would later become Prime Minister, was brutally honest about the Act's purpose. He said, "What is the use of teaching the Bantu child mathematics when it cannot use it in practice? Black children should be trained only for the type of work they are able to do, which, in Verwoerd's vision, was manual labor. The goal was not education, it was labor training." The Act also suppressed the teaching profession. Black teachers' salaries were extremely low, leading to a dramatic drop in trainee teachers. Only 1/3 of black teachers were qualified. The state now had the power to employ and train teachers as it saw fit, and it saw fit to keep them underqualified, underpaid, and undercontrolled. The Act created a separate, inferior education system designed to ensure that black South Africans would only ever be able to work as unskilled and semi-skilled laborers, even if they were intelligent enough to become engineers or doctors. This is the economic fence of Bantu education, the belief that intelligence is racial, that capacity is categorical, that the child's potential is determined by the color of their skin. The visitor did not say this aloud. He built it into the funding formula. The extension of the fence to the university, the fence did not stop at the school gate. It extended into the halls of higher education. In 1959, the Extension of University Education Act made universities tribal, forcing black students into ethnically based colleges. The University College of Fort Hare, which had produced some of the brightest minds of the liberation struggle, was taken over by the government and degraded to being part of the Bantu education system. Black students could not register at white universities without ministerial permission that was almost never granted. The Act created separate universities for black, colored, and Indian students. These institutions were underfunded, understaffed, and isolated from the mainstream academic community. Their curricula were limited. Their libraries were sparse. Their graduates were not prepared for professional careers. They were prepared for the same labor market that the Bantu Education Act had already circumscribed. Even after the fall of apartheid, the Eurocentric curriculum remains the norm. A 2024 study found that the hegemonic Eurocentric knowledge, rooted in colonial and apartheid racism, remains the norm in South African higher education, displacing all other knowledges, epistemologies, and schools of thought. African languages are still marginalized, placed at the periphery of the higher education agenda. The fence of the curriculum is not a relic, it is a living structure. The debt plantation of higher education in 1994, the fence changed shape, it became a loan. The National Student Financial Aid Scheme, NSFAS, was established to help poor and working-class students access higher education. On paper, it was a liberation. A door that had been closed to black students for centuries was finally open. In practice, it was a debt plantation. A young person borrows money to study a degree that may not lead to a job. They graduate owing years of their future wages to a bank. They cannot take risks, start a business, or refuse a bad job. They are pre-colonized. The numbers are staggering. In 2025, NSFAS CEO Wasim Karim revealed that the scheme is owed R45 billion in outstanding student loans. These debts, dating back to 2018 and earlier, have left over 720,000 students unable to register or graduate. South African universities collectively held about R93 billion in student debt that had remained unpaid since 2023. Students turned to crowdfunding, sell fast food, or take out predatory loans just to stay enrolled. The student debt crisis is the modern form of the migrant labor system. In the old system, the young man left the reserve to work in the mines, sending his wages home to a family he rarely saw. In the new system, the young person leaves home to study at a university, working part-time jobs to pay for rent and food, accumulating debt that will follow them for decades. The fence has not fallen, it has privatized. This is the theological fence of higher education, the belief that learning is a commodity, that knowledge must be purchased, that a certificate is more valuable than understanding. The visitor has turned the university into a factory that produces not graduates but debtors. The hidden curriculum that never ends the fence of the school is not only in the curriculum, it is in the architecture. The bell tells you when to wake, when to eat, when to move. The uniform erases your individuality. The desk in a row teaches you to face forward, not sideways, to look to the authority at the front, not to your neighbor. The queue teaches you to wait your turn, to accept that your place in line is determined by forces beyond your control. The grade teaches you that your worth is a number, that learning is a competition, that failure is a verdict, not a lesson. The hidden curriculum is the real curriculum, and the hidden curriculum is the fence. It teaches you that your time is not your own. It teaches you that your body must conform to external expectations. It teaches you that questioning authority is punished. It teaches you that the only legitimate knowledge is the knowledge that comes from the front of the room. The visitors designed the school to produce laborers, not leaders. They designed the curriculum to produce obedience, not curiosity. They designed the classroom to produce compliance, not sovereignty. The fence of the school is the fence of the mind. It teaches you that you are a product to be stamped, not a person to be unfolded. The knowledge that was buried the school did not only train the mind, it buried knowledge. Epistemicide, the killing of a knowledge system, is not a metaphor. It is a process. The colonial school actively dismantled indigenous systems of learning, eroded African languages, erased oral traditions, and disrupted the ways African societies recorded and transmitted education, memory, and identity, knowledge that had been accumulated for centuries, the chemistry of the Bikoni terraces, the engineering of the Great Zimbabwe Walls, the astronomy of the Pleiades, the geology of the San was dismissed as folklore, primitive, unscientific. A student who learns only European history learns that his ancestors have no history. A student who learns only European science learns that his ancestors had no science. A student who learns only European literature learns that his ancestors had no stories. The school is not a neutral transmitter of knowledge, it is a weapon of erasure. The 2025 study, Revisiting the Debates on Epistemicide, confirms that the South African school curriculum continues to exalt European knowledge at the expense of local and indigenous systems. The result is an ongoing epistemic injustice that denies rural indigenous people their place in knowledge production. The fence of the school is not only a fence around the mind, it is a fence around the memory of the ancestors. The rebellion of the students of Soweto refused to be stamped. In 1974, the Department of Bantu Education issued a directive that Afrikaans was to be used as a medium of instruction for mathematics and social science in black schools. Afrikaans was the language of the oppressor, the language of the passbook, the police van, the magistrate's court. The students saw the directive for what it was, the final tightening of the screw. On 16 June 1976, thousands of students gathered at school assemblies across Soweto for a protest march to Orlando Stadium. They were young, some as young as 12. They carried no weapons. They carried placards that read "Away with Afrikaans" and "To hell with Bantu education." They sang freedom songs. They walked. The police were waiting. Heavily armed police opened fire on the students as they were marching peacefully. Hector Pietersen, a young colored boy, was 13 years old. He was shot. He died. The photograph of his body being carried by a weeping classmate, Mbiasa Makubo, with his sister Antoinette running alongside, was seen around the world. The Soweto uprising did not end apartheid, but it ended the illusion that the fence could hold. In the 1980s, the school boycotts spread across the country. In 1984 alone, 45,000 black students walked out of their classrooms, refusing to return until the government provided decent schools, qualified teachers, and a curriculum that respected their dignity. They fought running battles with police. The government's response was not to improve the schools, it was to close them. By the mid-1980s, education in many black townships had collapsed entirely. A generation of young people, the so-called lost generation, grew up with no formal schooling at all. They learned on the streets in the struggle in the underground. They became the soldiers of the liberation armies. They paid for their education with their blood. The school that was not a school, my love, you have never been forced to learn in a language you despise. You have never been whipped for speaking your mother tongue, but you have inherited the fence. The bell that wakes you for school, the uniform you must wear, the timetable that tells you where to be at every hour of the day, these are the ghosts of the Prussian model. The desk in a row, the teacher who demands silence, the test that measures your worth in a number, these are the children of Bantu education. The loan that will follow you for years, the degree that may not lead to a job, the debt that hangs over your graduation, these are the grandchildren of the migrant labor system. The visitors designed the school to produce laborers, not leaders. They designed the curriculum to produce obedience, not curiosity. They designed the classroom to produce compliance, not sovereignty. The fence of the school is the fence of the mind. It teaches you that your time is not your own, that your body must be hidden, that your voice must be silenced, that the question is more dangerous than the answer. But the crack in the fence is the same as it has always been. The student who refuses to forget, the student who reads the banned book, the student who speaks her mother tongue when the teacher is not listening, the student who asks the question that has no answer in the textbook. Your grandmother did not have a matric certificate. She could not read the books that the visitors assigned, but she knew something that no school could teach. She knew that the fence was not eternal. She knew that the land remembers. She knew that the spring still flows, even when the tap is dry. She taught you not with a lesson, but with her presence. She taught you that obedience is not a virtue. It is a condition, and conditions can be changed. To honor everything she taught me, I have built and designed Applied Commerce Grade 8-12, a curriculum that blends EMS, low business studies, and everything they omitted to make you a value creator. All this to give you the tools to unlock your full potential. The school is a cage, but the cage has a door. The door is not locked. The lock is the belief that you cannot leave. The practice of the sovereign learner here is a practice, my love. It is simple, it is ancient, it is yours. First, learn one skill this year that no one can certify. Fix a leaky tap, sew a torn shirt, plant a garden, build a shelf. The certification is not the skill. the skill is the skill. The visitor wants you to believe that learning requires a piece of paper. The sovereign knows that learning requires only attention. Second, teach one person something you discovered yourself, not from a book, from your own experience. The best way to know if you have learned something is to teach it. The visitor has privatized knowledge, the sovereign circulates it. Third, read the original texts. Do not read the commentary, read the source. The visitor has built an industry of interpretation, of paraphrase, of dilution. The sovereign goes to the well. Fourth, study the history that was erased. The engineering of Great Zimbabwe, the astronomy of the San, the chemistry of Biconi, the mathematics of the Lebombo bone. Visitor buried this knowledge so you would think your ancestors had none. The sovereign digs it up. Fifth, learn from a grandmother, not from a textbook, from a living memory. The visitor has turned the elder into a museum piece. The sovereign knows that the grandmother is not a relic, she is a resource. Sixth, turn off the bell. Wake when your body is ready. Study when your mind is clear. Rest when you are tired. The visitor has trained you to ignore your own rhythms. The sovereign listens. Seventh, remember that you are not a product. You are not a grade, you are not a number, you are not a debt. You are a descendant of the ancestors who built the stone walls of Great Zimbabwe, who tracked the Pleiades, who engineered the soil of Biconi, who painted the red threads of the San on the rock. The school cannot certify that. The school cannot measure it. The school cannot stamp it. But it is still true. The fence is old, but you are young. And the young have a way of walking through fences that the old thought were permanent. The bell is ringing. You do not have to answer. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27. The enclosure of belonging, the passport as a leash, my love. There is a room I know too well. A queue that never ends. A desk behind bulletproof glass. A chair that is designed to be uncomfortable because comfort is a privilege and you are only here to ask for permission. The Department of Home Affairs. The place where belonging is reduced to a file number, a stamp, a signature. I stand in the queue with a bundle of documents that have taken months to assemble. Bank statements, employment contracts, proof of residence, a letter from your school confirming that you are in fact my daughter. The queue stretches for hours. The officials behind the counter are tired, overworked, and armed with the power to say yes or no. There is no appeal, there is no explanation. There is only the stamp or the absence of the stamp. A young woman not much older than you pleads with an official. Her visa expired 3 days earlier. She submitted her renewal application on time, but the system is slow, understaffed, designed to produce delays. The official shrugs. You should have applied earlier, he says. There is nothing I can do. Her face crumples. She walks out into the sunlight with the weight of illegality pressing on her shoulders. She has not broken a law. She has simply failed to outrun the slowness of the machine. I watch her go. I think of the clock ticking. I think of the stamp. I think of the name, Dompers, the stupid past that my father carried, that his father carried, that their grandfathers carried. The book that made your legs illegal without a stamp. The book that said, you do not belong here. Your presence is a privilege, not a right. Your existence is conditional. The Dompers was abolished in 1986, but the fence did not fall. It changed shape. It became the ID document, the visa, the work permit, the lease agreement, the credit score. It became the queue at Home Affairs. It became the stamp. The fence of belonging is the oldest fence of all. It is the fence that separates the citizen from the foreigner, the legal from the illegal, the included from the excluded. It is the fence that tells you, you may exist here only if you have the right paper, and the right paper can be revoked at any moment. The visitors built this fence. They built it with passports and passes, with identity documents and immigration laws, with the Bantustans and the Group Areas Act, with the queue at Home Affairs and the deportation order. They built it to control movement, to manage labor, to ensure that the visitor could never become a host. But the fence has a crack. The crack is the memory that belonging is not a piece of paper. Belonging is a relationship. It is the cord that connects you to the soil, to the ancestors, to the community that knows your name. The visitors could not cut that cord. They could only bury it. The passport that was meant to be temporary before the First World War, you could travel across most borders without a document. A person was not a file. A person was a face. The passport was a temporary measure, introduced during the war to control the movement of enemy aliens. It was supposed to end when the war ended. It never did. The First World War interrupted the free movement of people across Europe, and the temporary reimposition of passport controls became permanent. The British Industrial Revolution, the American Civil War, pre-World War I Italy, each crisis tightened the screw. By the time the war ended, the passport had become a fixture. The state had discovered that it could use the piece of paper to decide who belonged and who did not. It had discovered that the fence could be carried in your pocket. The passport is a leash. It ties you to a country, a nationality, a category. It tells you that you are a citizen of a particular nation-state and that your rights end at the border. The passport is the fence-made paper, the wall that can be folded and carried in your pocket. The visitors invented it to control movement. They perfected it to control belonging. The Dompers of the flesh in South Africa, the fence of belonging was built with a different tool, the passbook. The pass laws required non-whites to carry documents authorizing their presence in restricted areas. The first internal passport in South Africa was introduced in 1797, requiring all natives to carry a document authorizing their presence in the colony. The pass laws humiliated African men in particular. Every indigenous African male above the age of 16 had to carry the dompers on his person day and night and produce it on demand by the police. Failure to produce, forgetting the pass at home, or not having the right stamp meant arbitrary arrest and jail. The pass was an internal passport containing details on the bearer such as their fingerprints, photograph, the name of their employer, their address, how long they had been employed. It stipulated where, when, and for how long a person could remain. The pass was not a travel document. It was a permission slip for existence. The pass laws denied black South Africans the right of citizenship. They were aliens in their own country. Pass law arrests gave millions of South Africans a criminal record, criminals for simply not having a valid pass to be in a certain place at a certain time in the country of their birth. Black South Africans were hunted in their own land. The pass was the ancestor of the ID document, the visa, the work permit. The pass taught you that your body was not your own. The pass taught you that your presence required a stamp. The pass taught you that belonging is conditional. The denationalization of a people in 1970, the apartheid government passed the Bantu Homeland Citizenship Act. The law declared black people as aliens in urban areas. It changed the status of black people living in South Africa so that they were no longer citizens of South Africa, but became citizens of one of the 10 autonomous territories, the Bantustans. The aim was to ensure that white South Africans could claim a demographic majority within the remaining territory of South Africa. If every black person was a citizen of a homeland, and those homelands eventually became independent, then the white minority would be the majority within the reduced territory of the state. The logic was as simple as it was brutal. A person without a country is a person without rights. A person without rights is a person who can be moved, confined, expelled, or killed without consequence. The Bantustans were abolished with the end of apartheid in 1994, but the fence of denationalization did not disappear. It was privatized. Today, a child born in South Africa to foreign parents is not automatically a citizen. Under the South African Citizenship Act of 1995, a child born in the country to foreign parents is entitled to apply for citizenship if they have no nationality elsewhere. But the burden of proof is on the child. They must prove that they have no other claim to citizenship, a nearly impossible task for a newborn. The effect is a generation of children growing up in legal limbo. They are South African by birth, by language, by culture, but not by paper. They are visitors in their own home. The modern Dompers, the pass has not disappeared. It has been renovated. The ID document is the child of the Dompers. Your identity number is a digital leash. It links to your bank account, your driving license, your tax records, your medical history, your criminal record. You cannot work without a number. You cannot open a bank account without a number. You cannot exist without a number. The visa is the work permit of the globalized economy. You must prove your worth, your income, your character, your loyalty. You must show bank statements, letters of employment, police clearance, medical exams. You must pay fees, wait months, attend interviews. And still they can say no. The credit score is the employment stamp of the digital age. Your financial history is a file that decides whether you can rent a home, buy a car, start a business. A low score is not a judgment on your character. It is a denial of permission. Every day, more than 46,000 people are deported from South Africa each year. In the 2024-25 financial year alone, the Department of Home Affairs deported 46,898 illegal immigrants, an 18% increase from the previous year. The cost of deportation ballooned to over R78 million. The face of the deportee is not a number. It is a mother, a father, a child. It is the young woman at the Home Affairs desk, her visa expired by 3 days, her application lost in the system. It is the man who crossed the border to find work, who built a life, who sent money home, and who now stands at the gate with a deportation order in his hand. The queue is the pass. The stamp is the fence. The theological fence of the register, the fence of belonging, is not only physical, it is theological. The Book of Life is a register of the citizens of heaven. In the Old Testament, the Book of Life was a register of all who held citizenship in the theocratic community of Israel. The idea was common in the ancient world. Greek and Roman cities kept a list of citizens according to their class or tribe, in which new citizens were entered, and from which degraded citizens were expunged. The Book of Life is the Dompers of the soul. It tells you that your name must be written in a divine database to be saved. It tells you that your salvation is conditional, that you can be blotted out, erased, deleted if you do not comply. The visitor literalized this metaphor. He turned the Book of Life into a celestial ledger, kept by an angel, accessible only through the church. He told you that your name is written in the book, but that it can be erased. He told you that you must obey, tithe, confess, or be blotted out. This is the theological fence of belonging, invented scarcity. The church invented a shortage of salvation to sell you grace. The state invents a shortage of belonging to sell you a passport. The Book of Life is the original ID document. The passport is the secular copy. The visitor turned the citizen into a taxpayer, a voter, a consumer. He turned the human being into a file. He turned belonging into a transaction. The crack in the passport, the visitors built their fences. They invented their passes. They created their categories, citizen and foreigner, legal and illegal, us and them. But the fence could not contain the memory of a different kind of belonging. The Shona people have a word for this memory, ukama. It means relatedness, not just blood, not just family. The deep invisible cord that connects you to every human being who has ever lived, and to everyone who will ever live. Ukama is not restricted to the human family, it extends to the non-human community as well. It is a web of relationships that binds the individual to the community, to the environment, to the ancestors, to the yet unborn. The Nguni people speak of Ubuntu, a philosophy that emphasizes interconnectivity, solidarity, and shared responsibility. Ubuntu understands the essence of humanity to lie not in isolation, but in embedded relationality. A person is a person through other people. The cord does not recognize the border. The hum of the bloodline does not stop at the Limpopo. The same stars that rose over your grandmother's hut rose over theirs. The ancestors understood that belonging is not a piece of paper. It is a relationship. You belong to the land because you walk on it, because your ancestors are buried in it, because your children will be born on it. You belong to the community because you share food, labor, grief, joy. You belong to the ancestors because you carry their blood, their memory, their hum. The visitors tried to sever this cord. They replaced Ukama with the passport, Ubuntu with the ID document, the cord of blood with the stamp of ink. They told you that you belong to a nation, not to a land, that you are a citizen, not a descendant, that your rights are conditional on a piece of paper that can be revoked at any moment. But the cord cannot be cut, it can only be forgotten. The visitor who became the host, I am a visitor in this land. My passport says I belong to a country I left when I was young. I have stood in the queue at Home Affairs, watched the official flip through pages, felt the cold sweat of waiting. I have been told in 1,000 small ways that I do not belong here, but you were born here. Your mother is a Mokoner of the Free State, rooted in this soil for generations. You belong here in a way I never will, not by paper but by bone, and because you belong, I belong. The fence cannot separate us. The border cannot cut the thread. The visa cannot expire the love. I came as a visitor. I stayed as a father. And now I am becoming something else. Not a visitor, not a citizen, a host. A host is not someone who owns the land. A host is someone who welcomes the stranger, who shares the fire, who pours the water. A host knows that belonging is not a piece of paper. Belonging is a relationship. The visitors who came in 1652 did not become hosts. They became landlords. They built the fence and called it a home. They wrote the deed and called it belonging. They stamped the pass and called it freedom. They never learned to pour the water without measuring. I am learning. I am learning from your mother, who knows the names of the plants. I am learning from your grandmother, who knew when to plant without a calendar. I am learning from you, who still looks at the fence and wonders what is on the other side. I am a visitor who is becoming a host. And a host does not close the gate. A host opens it. The practice of sovereign belonging here is a practice, my love. It is simple. It is ancient. It is yours. First, know your name, not the number on your ID, not the category on your passport, your name. The name your grandmother gave you, the name that connects you to the ancestors, the name that the queue cannot take away. The visitor wants you to forget your name. The sovereign speaks it. Second, tend your relationships. Your neighbors matter more than your passport. The person who lives next door, the person who sells you vegetables, the person who shares your taxi, these are your cords of ukama. Build them, water them, trust them. The visitor wants you to compete. The sovereign knows that survival is mutual. Third, learn the land, not the property lines. The soil, the water, the seasons, the plants. The land does not ask for a visa. The land does not check your papers. The land knows who walks on it, who tends it, who loves it. The visitor wants you to be a tenant. The sovereign knows that you are a steward. Fourth, remember the ancestors. They did not have passports. They did not have ID numbers. They had the hum, the frequency of the bloodline, the cord of ukama, the thread that connects you to the ones who survived the fire so you could breathe. The visitor wants you to be alone. The sovereign knows that you are never alone. Fifth, refuse the stamp. When they ask for your papers, show them your face. When they demand proof of belonging, offer your presence. The passport is not the truth. The visa is not the territory. The stamp is not the soul. The visitor can take your paper. He cannot take your belonging. Sixth, open the gate. A host does not close the door. A host welcomes the stranger. The cord of ukama does not stop at the border. The hum of the ancestors does not recognize the passport. The visitor who arrived as a foreigner can become a host. The host who hoards the gate becomes a visitor. Seventh, remember that you belong, not because a piece of paper says so. Because your feet are on the soil, your lungs are breathing the air, and your heart is beating the rhythm of the ancestors. The fence is real. The queue is real. The stamp is real. But they are not the truth. The truth is the cord, and the cord cannot be cut. The gate that was never locked, my love. You have never carried a dompers. You have never been arrested for failing to produce a reference book, but you have inherited the fence. Every time you hand over your ID, you are performing the ritual of the pass. Every time you submit a payslip for a rental application, you are showing your permission slip. Every time you wait for a visa, you are standing in the shadow of the dompers. The visitors did not burn the fence. They painted it white. They renamed it. They put it in a database, but you are the descendant of people who walked through stronger fences. Your grandmother did not have a birth certificate. She was born under a tree. Her mother was born under the same tree. The tree did not ask for a permit. The tree did not demand a form. The tree simply stood, and the children were born, and the ancestors watched, and the soil received them. The tree is still standing. The soil is still receiving. The ancestors are still watching. The gate is open, my love. It was never locked. The visitors told you that the gate was a checkpoint, that you needed a stamp, a permit, a signature. They told you that the open veldt was a wilderness, that the horizon was a cliff, that the only safety was the cage. They lied. The gate is not a checkpoint. It is a threshold. The fence is not a wall. It is a teacher. The open veldt is not a wilderness. It is a home. You have the tools. You have the map. You have the memory. You have the voice. The only thing you need is the first step. The fence is old, but you are young, and the young have a way of walking through fences that the old thought were permanent. The cord does not ask for a visa. The hum does not recognize the border. The ancestors are waiting. The gate is open. Walk. End of chapter 27, epilogue. The visitor becomes the host, my love. We have walked a long way together. We started in a small yard in Tembisa, with a 6-year-old girl and a plastic car that refused to leave the concrete. We traced the hedge that Van Riebeek planted, the pass that made your legs illegal, the tax that turned a free man into a wage slave, the Land Act that stole the soil, the Group Areas Act that cut the city, the Bantustans that fragmented a people, the forced removals that broke 3 million lives, and the water laws that turned the river into a weapon. We walked through the mission school that taught you to obey, the news altar that taught you to fear, the legal cage that taught you to beg, the calendar that taught you to panic, the carry chain that taught you to borrow, and the compound that taught you to live without your family. Then we turned. We walked back through the soil engineers of Bikoni, who fed the earth and were fed in return. We stood inside the acoustic walls of Great Zimbabwe, where the granite still hums with the stored charge of the ancestors. We tracked the stars with the vendor and traced the red threads of the sand. We heard the drum that shatters walls and felt the frequency of our own voices. We held the golden rhinoceros and remembered that wealth is not a pile but a path. Now we are here, at the end of the map, at the gate that was never locked. The fence that was always adore you was 6 years old when you told me that the bad things are out there. You were right, the bad things are out there. But the bad things are not the open veldt. The bad things are the fence, the belief that you cannot leave, that you do not belong, that your presence is a privilege, not a right. The visitors built the fence to keep you in. They built it with laws, with passes, with deeds, with stamps, with debt, with news, with clocks, with calendars. They built it with theology and with fear. They built it so well that you grew up thinking the fence was the horizon. But the fence was never the horizon. The horizon was always beyond the fence, and the fence has always had a crack. The crack is the memory of the open veldt, of the shared spring, of the cattle that moved without permission, of the stars that rose on time, of the voice that could break stone. The visitors tried to bury that memory. They called it superstition, primitivism, folklore, but memory cannot be buried. It can only be forgotten, and what is forgotten can be remembered. You are the remembering. You are the descendant of the ancestors who walked the open veldt. You are the child of the grandmother who planted by the moon. You are the carrier of the hum of the bloodline. The fence is real, but it is not eternal. It was built by human hands, and what is built can be dismantled. The first step is to see it. The second step is to walk. The visitor who stayed, I am a visitor in this land. My passport says I belong to a country I left when I was young. I have stood in the queue at Home Affairs, watched the official flip through pages, felt the cold sweat of waiting. I have been told in 1,000 small ways that I do not belong here, but you were born here. Your mother is a Mokener of the Free State, rooted in this soil for generations. You belong here in a way I never will, not by paper but by bone. And because you belong, I belong. The fence cannot separate us. The border cannot cut the thread. The visa cannot expire the love. I came as a visitor. I stayed as a father. And now I am becoming something else. Not a visitor, not a citizen. A host. A host is not someone who owns the land. A host is someone who welcomes the stranger, who shares the fire, who pours the water. A host knows that belonging is not a piece of paper. Belonging is a relationship. The visitors who came in 1652 did not become hosts. They became landlords. They built the fence and called it a home. They wrote the deed and called it belonging. They stamped the pass and called it freedom. They never learned to pour the water without measuring. I am learning. I am learning from your mother, who knows the names of the plants. I am learning from your grandmother, who knew when to plant without a calendar. I am learning from you, who still looks at the fence and wonders what is on the other side. I am a visitor who is becoming a host, and a host does not close the gate. A host opens it. The gate, the door is open, my love. It was never locked. The visitors told you that the gate was a checkpoint, that you needed a stamp, permit, a signature. They told you that the open veldt was a wilderness, that the horizon was a cliff, that the only safety was the cage. They lied. The gate is not a checkpoint. It is a threshold. The fence is not a wall. It is a teacher. The open veldt is not a wilderness. It is a home. You have the tools. You have the map. You have the memory. You have the voice. The only thing you need is the first step. Your grandmother took that step. She did not wait for the fence to fall. She walked, through the cancer, through the pain, through the silence of the hospital room. She walked because the walking was the only answer to the fear. Your father took that step. I walked from a country I left when I was young, across borders that did not recognize me, into a land that would never fully claim me. I walked because the walking was the only way to become a father. I took the time to understand the history of your people and this land. These words exist now. I built applied commerce because you gave me answers to questions I didn't even know I was asking. It exists now, and nobody can ever take that away from you unless you permit them to. It's yours, and I trust that you will share it with your generation and those that come after. Use it. The trilogy Letters Just For You exist only because of you and your sister Brittany. The awakening of a sovereign mind. I had to share it with the world because both of you asked me to. Thank you for teaching me, and if you continue to do so, I will continue writing as you have taught me how to walk. These trees we are planting today will never shade me, but I hope that they shade you in the generations to come. You will take that step, not because the fence is gone, because you have seen it, and once you have seen it, you cannot unsee it. The fence is still there. But you no longer believe in it. The gate is open. The world is waiting, the tree is planted, the shade is falling. Come sit by the water when you need to. It is still there, it is always there, but do not stay too long. The water is not a home, it is a place to rest, then you must walk again. And when you walk, remember you are not walking alone. You carry the mattress, you carry the dam, you carry the R300, you carry your grandmother's hands. You carry the brothers who shared the dark. You carry the red threads of the sand, you carry the hum of the ancestors, you carry the golden rhinoceros, you carry me, and I will carry you. Keep walking, not because you know where you're going, because the walking is how you find out. The visitors are leaving, their fences are rusting, their books are gathering dust, the ancestors are humming, the fence and the gate are just a mire. Wake up and open your eyes to the horizon. Walk, end of epilogue, the proclamation protocol. We have traversed the long arc of the cage. We have seen how the visitors fence the land, the creed, the time, the information, the body, the mind, and belonging itself. We have felt the weight of the Dompers, the sting of the Bantu Education Act, the alienation of the queue at home affairs, and the terror of being a foreigner in pain with no medical aid and no permission. Now at the end of the map, we turn to the only question that matters. What do I do on Monday morning? This chapter is not a theory, it is a protocol. It is a set of practices that you can begin today in the room where you are sitting with the resources you already have. These practices will not tear down the fence overnight. The fence is too old, too deep, too woven into the fabric of the world, but they will teach you to see the fence. They will teach you to walk alongside it. They will teach you that the fence is not the horizon, and that you have always had the right to walk toward the horizon, even if the fence has not yet fallen. This is the Reclamation Protocol. 7 Practices for the Sovereign Traveler. 1. Land. Reclaim the relationship with the soil. The visitors taught you that land is a commodity, something to be bought, sold, and extracted. The deed is the fence. The title is the cage. The property line is the scar left by the surveyor's chain. Your grandmother knew a different relationship. She planted a garden not because she owned the soil, but because she was in relation with it. She fed the earth with compost, and the earth fed her with vegetables. She did not need a deed, she needed a seed. The practice: grow something, even a single plant on a windowsill, a tomato in a bucket, a herb in a pot, lettuce in a recycled container. The act of planting is the act of remembering. When you put a seed into the earth and water it and watch it break through the soil, you are not growing food, you are growing sovereignty. You are reclaiming the knowledge that you do not need a supermarket to eat. You are remembering that your ancestors were not tenants, they were stewards. If you have no soil at all, find a community garden. If there is no community garden, start one. A few neighbors, a patch of unused ground, a shared commitment. The garden is the original Stockfell. It is the circulatory economy of the soil. 2 Creed. Sit in silence before you read. The visitors taught you that scripture is a command, that the book is the fence, that the priest is the gatekeeper. They turned the living word into a dead text. They turned revelation into regulation. Your grandmother knew a different reading. She did not read the Bible with her eyes. She read it with her life. She measured the words against the seasons, the soil, the suffering of her neighbors. She did not ask, is this true? She asked, does this feed my family? The practice: before you open any sacred text, Bible, Quran, Torah, Bhagavad Gita, or the words of the Sangoma, sit in silence. Close your eyes, take 3 breaths. Ask your own question first. Not what does this text command, but what is my question? What am I seeking? What is the wound in me that needs attention? Then raid. Let the text answer, not command. Let it speak to your question, not silence it. The visitor has trained you to approach the text as a supplicant, empty, waiting to be filled. The sovereign approaches as a conversation partner. You bring your question to the text. The text brings its wisdom. You meet as equals. 3. Time. Turn off the alarm. The visitors taught you that time is a resource, that every hour must be monetized, every minute must be productive, every second must be accounted for. They gave you the factory whistle, the punch clock, the 25th of the month, the panic of the deadline. Your grandmother knew a different time. She woke with the sun. She rested when her body was tired. She worked when the work needed to be done. She did not need a clock to tell her when to sleep. She had the darkness. She did not need a calendar to tell her when to plant. She had the Pleiades. She did not need an alarm to tell her when to rise. She had the rooster, the light, the hunger in her belly. The practice. Turn off the alarm. Wake when the sun rises or when your body is ready. If you must wake at a certain hour for work, set a gentle alarm, not a blaring horn that rips you from your dreams, but a soft sound that eases you into consciousness. The alarm clock is the fence of the night. The sovereign does not wake to a bell. The sovereign wakes to the light. Track your cycles, your energy, your creativity, your mood. Notice when you are hot, creative, productive, expansive, and when you are cold, tired, withdrawn, introspective. Work when you are hot, rest when you are cold. The visitor's calendar forces you to work when the calendar says work, not when your body says work. The sovereign listens to the body, not the grid. 4. Information. Curate your inputs like a garden. The visitors taught you that information is a stream, that you must drink from it constantly, or you will be left behind. They gave you the news feed, the notification, the breaking alert. The scroll that never ends. They turned your attention into a commodity and sold it to the highest bidder. Your grandmother knew a different information. She did not need to know every disaster, every outrage, every celebrity scandal. She knew her neighbors, her seasons, her stories. She trusted the news that came to her over the fence, not the news that screamed from a screen. The practice. Delete the news apps. Not the ability to search for information when you need it. The apps, the ones that push notifications, that demand your attention, that feed you the daily liturgy of fear. Your phone is not a leash. It is a tool. Use it as a tool, not as an altar. Turn off notifications. The buzz is the bell. The bell is the call to worship. You do not have to answer. The sovereign decides when to seek information. It does not allow information to seize it. Curate your sources. 1 hour of primary text, the original document, the peer-reviewed paper, the direct testimony, is worth a week of commentary. The visitor built an industry of interpretation between you and the source. The sovereign goes to the well. Practice silence. Turn off the screen. Sit in the dark. Listen, not to the news, to the hum of the ancestors, to the breath of your own body, to the quiet that the algorithm cannot monetize. The news altar feeds on noise. The sovereign feeds on silence. 5. Health. The body is the first healer. The visitors taught you that health is a product, that you need a prescription, a specialist, a hospital, an insurance card. They turned the body into a factory, the patient into a consumer, the healer into a criminal. Your grandmother knew a different healing. She did not need a pharmacy. She had the root. She did not need a prescription. She had the leaf. She did not need a doctor. She had her hands, her fire, her hum. The practice. Sleep not 5 hours, not 6 hours. 7, 8, 9 if your body needs it. The alarm clock is the fence of the night. The sovereign wakes when the body is ready. Walk not on a treadmill, not on a track, on the earth. Let your feet touch the ground. Let your lungs fill with air. The hospital is not a gym. The gym is a factory. The open veldt is the original clinic. Drink water, not from a plastic bottle, from a source. Water that has not been processed, packaged, or patented. Water is the first medicine. The visitor has tried to sell it back to you in a bottle, but the spring still flows, the river still runs, the tap still pours. Drink, eat food that grew from soil, not from a factory, not from a box. Food that you can name, that you can trace, that you can grow. The grandmother did not need a nutritionist. She needed a garden. Breathe, sit in silence. Close your eyes. Feel the air enter your body. Fill your chest. Leave your body. The breath is the original pharmacy. The breath does not need a prescription. Listen to your body, not to the symptom checker, not to the online forum. To your own sensations, your own patterns, your own cycles. The body speaks. The visitor has taught you to ignore it, to medicate it, to outsource its signals to a specialist. The sovereign listens. Remember the grandmother. She did not have a degree. She did not have a license. She had the knowledge of generations. She had the root. She had the leaf. She had the hum. She was not a primitive. She was the original healer. 6. Education. Learn one thing no one can certify. The visitors taught you that learning is a transaction, that knowledge must be purchased, certified, stamped, and filed. They turned the school into a prison, the teacher into a guard, the student into a product. Your grandmother knew a different learning. She did not need a certificate to know when to plant. She did not need a diploma to know how to heal. She did not need a degree to know how to love. She learned by watching, by doing, by failing, by being corrected by the hand of an elder who had made the same mistake 50 years before. The practice. Learn one skill this year that no one can certify. Fix a leaky tap. Sew a torn shirt. Plant a garden. Build a shelf. Ferment vegetables. Knit a scarf. Change a tire. The certification is not the skill. The skill is the skill. The visitor wants you to believe that learning requires a piece of paper. The sovereign knows that learning requires only attention. Teach one person something you discovered yourself, not from a book, from your own experience. The best way to know if you have learned something is to teach it. The visitor has privatized knowledge, the sovereign circulates it. Read the original texts, do not read the commentary, read the source. The visitor has built an industry of interpretation, of paraphrase, of dilution. The sovereign goes to the well. Study the history that was erased. The engineering of Great Zimbabwe, the astronomy of the San, the chemistry of Bikoni, the mathematics of the Lebombo bone. The visitor buried this knowledge so you would think your ancestors had none. The sovereign digs it up, learn from a grandmother, not from a textbook, from a living memory. The visitor has turned the elder into a museum piece. The sovereign knows that the grandmother is not a relic, she is a resource. 7. Belonging. Tend your local relationships. The visitors taught you that belonging is a piece of paper, a passport, an ID, a visa, a credit score. They turned the cord of Ukama into a queue at home affairs, the hum of the ancestors into a file number. Your grandmother knew a different belonging. She did not need a stamp to know that she belonged. She belonged because her neighbors knew her name. She belonged because she had shared food, labor, grief, and joy with the people around her. She belonged because the soil held her mother's bones. The practice: tend your local relationships. Your neighbors matter more than your passport. The person who lives next door, the person who sells you vegetables, the person who shares your taxi, these are your cords of Ukama. Build them, water them, trust them. The visitor wants you to compete. The sovereign knows that survival is mutual. Learn the land, not the property lines. The soil, the water, the seasons, the plants. The land does not ask for a visa. The land does not check your papers. The land knows who walks on it, who tends it, who loves it. The visitor wants you to be a tenant. The sovereign knows that you are a steward. Remember the ancestors. They did not have passports. They did not have ID numbers. They had the hum, the frequency of the bloodline, the cord of Ukama, the thread that connects you to the ones who survived the fire so you could breathe. The visitor wants you to be alone. The sovereign knows that you are never alone. Refuse the stamp. When they ask for your papers, show them your face. When they demand proof of belonging, offer your presence. The passport is not the truth. The visa is not the territory. The stamp is not the soul. The visitor can take your paper. He cannot take your belonging. Open the gate. A host does not close the door. A host welcomes the stranger. The cord of Ukama does not stop at the border. The hum of the ancestors does not recognize the passport. The visitor who arrived as a foreigner can become a host. The host who hoards the gate becomes a visitor. The Sovereign Manifesto. I was not born with a permission slip. I was born with a spine. My spine is my column of fire. My breath is my bellows. My voice is my acoustic weapon. My ancestors are my frequency. I do not wait for the visitors to open the gate. I walk through the wall. The fence is not my horizon. The clock is not my master. The stamp is not my soul. The debt is not my destiny. I belong where I stand. I heal where I live. I learn what I need. I teach what I know. I share what I have. I remember who I am. The visitors built their cage. They built it with laws, with passes, with deeds, with stamps, with debt, with news, with clocks, with calendars. They built it with theology and with fear. They built it so well that I grew up thinking the fence was the horizon. But I have seen the crack. I have felt the hum. I have tasted the root. I have heard the drum. I have tracked the stars. I have traced the thread. The fence is not the horizon. The horizon is beyond the fence. I am not a visitor. I am not a citizen. I am a sovereign, and the sovereign walks. End of the witness. Back matter. The witness glossary of terms. A note on language. These words come from many traditions: Zulu, Xhosa, Nguni, Sotho, Tswana, Shona, Venda, San. The land shifts, but the meanings are rooted in the same soil. A word that stops you is not confusion. It is the beginning of remembering. Term language/tradition. One sentence definition. Bantu education. South African law, 1953. The apartheid system of inferior, segregated education, designed to train black children for labor, not leadership. Bantustan. South African law. 10 fragmented, barren territories designated as homelands for black South Africans, used to strip them of citizenship. Bikoni Nguni/historical, a pre-colonial stone terrace agricultural civilization in Mpumalanga, engineers of soil and water. Kamagu Xhosa. It is finished, the stamp of surrender and alignment after a ritual. Chapangu Shona. The battler eagle, a soapstone bird used as an astronomical marker at Great Zimbabwe. Ciskei. South African history, one of the 4 independent Bantustans, created in 1981, reincorporated in 1994. Term language/tradition. One sentence definition. Conical tower, Great Zimbabwe, a solid granite tower at the Great Enclosure, a piezoelectric charge accumulator. Dompas Afrikaans, lit. Stupid Pass, the reference book that every black South African had to carry, containing fingerprints, employment history, and permits. Domba Venda. The Python dance, a kinetic model of the ecliptic, encoding orbital mechanics in the body. Epistemicide. Academic term, the systematic destruction of a knowledge system, e.g., the erasure of indigenous African science. Flexner Report, 1910, U.S. Medical Education, a report that standardized medical education along biomedical lines and excluded traditional healing. Glenn Gray Act, 1894, Cape Colony law that introduced individual land tenure and a labor tax, forcing Africans into wage labor. Gofasa/Ukupala Sutu/Nguni, the act of pouring libation, water or beer, to align with the ancestors, not to beg. Great Trek 1835-1846. South African history, the migration of Boer settlers from the Cape Colony into the interior, escaping British rule but carrying the fence. Gregorian calendar, Western, the solar calendar imposed by Pope Gregory XIII in 1582, designed as a debt cycle, not a lunar solar calendar. Group Areas Act, 1950, apartheid law that racially zoned every city and town, leading to forced removals of over 800,000 people. Hlalaza Nguni, exploding greenness, the visible materialization of inner work after gestation. Hottentot Proclamation, 1809, Cape Colony, the first passed law targeting the Khoisan, criminalizing them without a white employer's signature. Idlozi Nguni ancestral frequency, the low, persistent hum encoded in the bloodline Ukuloza. Ngoma Nguni drum, also the sacred tension that tunes you, the stretched skin that sings. Term language/tradition, one-sentence definition in Lizio Nguni sovereign heart, the place where intention and feeling meet, where enum heats. Inyoni Yamoya Nguni bird of the spirit, the soul as unseen presence. Isidima Kosa Zulu weight of presence, the unalterable divine mass assigned to your soul. Isinyama Kosa Zulu self-condemnation, the heavy story you carry that is not real. Isithunzi Zulu Kosa, the radiated shadow of Isidima, your authority, presence and protection. Isithaniwa Zulu inner messenger, the voice that speaks in dreams and sudden knowings. Isivivin Nguni stone cairn built by generations of travelers, legacy as anonymous accumulation. Isivunguvungu Zulu whirlwind of collective fear, the chaos of the subconscious rising. Kia-san, the trance state of transcendence, entered when boils and the ego dissolves. Kasvapira Shona unconditional devotion, burning the bridge to the old self. Lebombo Bone San archaeological, a 35,000-year-old baboon fibula carved with 29 notches, the oldest mathematical artifact, a lunar phase counter. Manuradzo Shona the great quietening, the settled silence after grief has been sounded Mario. Mario Shona the sounding, loud, communal mourning that releases grief before the quiet. Mapungubwe Historical Kingdom, 10th-13th C, a sophisticated global trading kingdom at the Limpopo confluence, known for the golden rhinoceros. Mfekin Nguni, 19th C, a period of violent upheaval and state formation, partly driven by colonial disruption. Muprofita Shona Venda Seer, who holds the original blueprint despite appearances. Term language/tradition, one-sentence definition. Natives Land Act, 1913. South African law, the law that set aside only 7% of land for the black majority, criminalizing independent black farming. Natives, Urban Areas, Act 1923. South African law, the law that introduced the 72-hour rule and separate locations, making black presence in cities conditional. Native Trust and Land Act 1936. South African law increased reserves to 13%, but land was held in trust, never owned by black South Africans. Ngoma Lungandu Venda/Lemba, the drum that thunders, an infrasonic acoustic weapon used in battle and rainmaking. Enumsan, latent spiritual fire in the belly and spine, heated by rhythm, decree and feeling. Pleiades Tishalimla, Pan-African, the 7 stars that signal the start of the planting season when they rise just before the sun. Population Registration Act 1950, apartheid law, the law that classified every South African by race, enabling all other apartheid laws. Precession of the equinoxes. Astronomy, the slow, 25,772-year wobble of the Earth's axis, tracked by the soapstone birds of Great Zimbabwe. Ralavhimba Venda, the unapproachable presence, ground of awareness, the eagle that disappears into the sun. Reference book Apartheid the Dompers, the passbook that every black person had to carry, containing fingerprints, employment and permits. San Indigenous, the first peoples of Southern Africa, hunter-gatherers, cosmic cartographers, painters of the red threads. Seriti Sutu Tswana kinetic field, the active force of presence that shapes the environment. Sharpeville Massacre, 1960. South African history, police killed 69 unarmed protesters during a pass-burning campaign, a turning point in the anti-apartheid struggle. Term language/tradition, one-sentence definition. Sophiatown, Johannesburg, suburb of vibrant, multi-racial freehold township, destroyed by forced removals under the Group Areas Act. Soweto Uprising, 1976. South African history, student protests against Afrikaans as a medium of instruction. Police killed hundreds, including Hector Pietersen. Stallard Commission, 1922. South African policy declared that the native should only be permitted within municipal areas, insofar as his presence is demanded by the wants of the white population. Stokvel South African contemporary, a rotating savings club, a circulatory economic technology that bypasses banks, terra nullius international law, the doctrine of empty land, a legal fiction used to justify colonial dispossession of indigenous peoples. Transkei South African history, the first Bantustan to be granted independence in 1976, reincorporated in 1994. Trekboer South African history, wandering Dutch farmers who expanded into the interior, carrying the fence. Langer and Nguni primordial reedbed, the formless well where all stories are born and revised. Ukama Shona chord of relatedness connecting all beings across time, there is no other. Ukakei Nguni crown of the head, the portal where the spirit enters and the I-am sits. Ukubika Nguni sovereign declaration to the ancestors, reporting as an heir not begging. Ukakula Zulu sacred gestation, trusting the dark pregnancy of desire, the seed in the womb. Ukulungasa Kosa Zulu making right, revising the spiritual record, reassembling the bones. Ukupala Nguni pouring libation and speaking alignment to the ancestors, see also Gofasa. Ukafenduka Nguni 180 degrees mechanical turn from problem to solution, pivot of attention, not guilt. Term language / tradition 1 sentence definition Ukuthula Nguni silence as dense weight, not emptiness, the heavy settling of a soul after dropping its burdens. Ukuthwasa Kosa Zulu emergence, the new moon appearing from 3-day darkness, the break before the reset. Ukivuka Kwedlozi Nguni the waking of the ancestral spirit within, pressure and tingling at the crown. Umoya Nguni formless animating breath, awareness doing the finding. Umvalinkangi Zulu the one who appeared first, ground of being, the I am before form. VOC Dutch East India Company, colonial estate in the shape of a corporation that established the first European settlement at the Cape in 1652. Voortrekker South African history bore pioneer who participated in the Great Trek. Acknowledgements this book exists because of every witness who refused to forget. To Maya for sitting in the corner of a room, listening to a conversation you were not supposed to be part of, and teaching me that the fence is not invisible to children. To her mother for asking the questions that I could not answer at the time, and for waiting while I wrote the answers. To my father who sat by the water with coffee and whiskey, never lecturing, just present. To my mother who smiled through fire. To my brothers who shared the mattress and the weight. To the elders of Bikoni, whose stone terraces still hold the memory of engineered soil. To the acoustic architects of Great Zimbabwe whose walls still hum. To the star trackers of Venda, who knew that the Pleiades were a calendar, not a myth. To the sand painters, who traced the red threads of the cosmos onto rock. To the keepers of the Ngoma Lungandu, who understood that sound is a weapon and a prayer. To the Stockfell members, the community gardeners, the grandmothers who still boil laves, the teachers who taught in secret, the students who marched, you are the sovereigns. You kept the memory alive. To Sol Plaatje, who wrote Native Life in South Africa in 1916, bearing witness when few would listen. To the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, which named the crimes, even if it could not heal them. And to the friend who never leaves, the awareness that reads these words right now, thank you for pretending to be lost so that you could enjoy the joy of being found. Kamagu, it is finished, not the work, the words, the work is yours now. About the author Pride Mpofu is a writer, curriculum architect, and a foreign national living in South Africa. He is the father of 2 daughters. He has spent years in high-pressure corporate environments, in warehouses, in call centers, and in the dark hours before dawn, writing. He wrote it to answer a question he could not answer at the time. Often this book was set in a typeface that honors both the open veld and the printed page. The paper was chosen for its weight, heavy enough to last, light enough to carry. The margins are wide because the margins are where you are supposed to write. End of the witness Kamagu.